It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M269 on financial literacy in the name of Mr. Rajat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue. No, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to start off by underscoring, of course, that this motion is something that we're certainly supportive of. And I've worked very closely now for some time with the member from Edmonton-Leduc. Pleased that he's bringing it forward. I think it bears mentioning, Mr. Speaker, so that folks can recall what's in the motion. This is motion 269, that in the opinion of the House, the government should help improve financial literacy in Canada by working to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy by creating and promoting and continuously upgrading a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and case access to information for Canadians, requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contributions to financial literacy initiatives, ensuring the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacy to youth through the educational system, and designating November as Financial Literacy Month. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that's motherhood. We thank the member from Edmonton-Leduc for bringing this motion forward. I think the key is when we look at the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy, they are helpful recommendations. There's no doubt about that. We're talking about recommendations to help enhance and spread financial literacy through a wide variety of communities in Canada. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that particularly at this time, given record debt loads that Canadian families are suffering under, that having this sort of widespread work to ensure that Canadian families are acutely aware of their financial alternatives is something that I think all members of this House would share. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to disagree with the government, not the member, but the government on one point, and then I would like to test the government itself on the issue of financial literacy, given the criteria that were put forward by the Task Force on Financial Literacy. First off, the government has seemed to indicate in the House in the past that somehow Canadians were to blame for record levels of financial indebtedness. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, as I know you're aware, Canadian families have never lived under the degree of debt that Canadian families are suffering under today. But, Mr. Speaker, this can surely not be blamed on hard-working Canadian families. Canadian families are working harder and harder with fewer and fewer means, Mr. Speaker. It's been said a number of times in this House, and it's a truism, that under Conservative government, most Canadian families are poor. In fact, in the last year, Mr. Speaker, as I know you're well aware, the real family income of most Canadian families, we're talking about middle-class and poor Canadian families, actually went down by 2%. So it's not surprising, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the overall poor quality of jobs that are being created, most of them being part-time or temporary in nature. When we look at the kinds of jobs that this economy and this government has lost over the last 6 years, the high-end manufacturing jobs, 400,000 of them have been lost over the past few years. Well, Mr. Speaker, any jobs that have come into the job market actually pay about $10,000 a year less than the jobs that have been lost. So when you look at all of that key criteria, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the jobs that this government has created are precarious jobs, part-time and temporary, overwhelmingly, that they pay $10,000 a year less than the family-sustaining jobs, the full-time jobs, the manufacturing jobs, the value-added jobs that existed in the economy before. When you look at all of that criteria, Mr. Speaker, you can't blame Canadian families for coping as best they can with what has been a series of government policies that have made Canadian families poor. That's a simple reality, Mr. Speaker. And so on this side of the House, we surely do not share the notion that somehow Canadian families are to blame for record levels of debt, when it is government policies, deliberate pushing down of salaries, and a variety of means that have replaced good jobs with poor quality jobs. Those are the factors that we have to look at when we look at the overall crushing level of debt that Canadians are experiencing, Mr. Speaker. And this is historic. We have never in our history experienced the level of debt that Canadians' families are bearing now, the yoke that Canadian families from coast to coast to coast are bearing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back then to the Task Force on Financial Literacy and the overall strategy on financial literacy, and I'd like to measure the government against the criteria and the priorities that were set out in the proposed National Strategy on Financial Literacy. The first two are shared responsibility and leadership and collaboration. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, what we saw in December was the federal government, rather than being collaborative, rather than sharing responsibility with the provinces in terms of funding of health care, unilaterally imposed, threw a bomb on the table in the meeting with the finance ministers in Victoria in December. They unilaterally imposed what is going to be a smaller and smaller funding of the Canadian healthcare system, which is imposing a greater and greater burden on our provinces across the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we go again talking about these priorities and the shared national strategy, shared responsibility, leadership and collaboration, we have to ask the question, how is this government faring in collaborative approaches with municipalities? And as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities have now indicated a crushing infrastructure deficit that the municipalities are bearing across the country, $120 billion shortfall, which means, Mr. Speaker, that municipalities are struggling more and more to try to put into place the programs that they're funding with 8 cents of the overall tax dollar to repair the infrastructure, repair the roads, repair the bridges, repairing infrastructure that in many parts of the country is crumbling. So on shared responsibility, on leadership and collaboration, Mr. Speaker, I think we'd have to give this current government an F in both cases. So let's move on to the third one, lifelong learning. Well, Mr. Speaker, what's been interesting since this government has come to power is that each year budgetary projections have been more and more out of whack with what the actual fiscal returns have been at the end of the year. So what we're seeing is a government far from using its lifelong learning to have more accurate forecasting and more accurate provisions around financial accountability, are seemingly getting less and less accurate, Mr. Speaker. So much for lifelong learning, the third priority of the proposed national strategy. Very clearly there as well, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing a failing note. Then we have delivery and promotion, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've seen in this House the cost of the F-35s untendered. Remember, Mr. Speaker, they were supposed to cost $9 billion, escalated to $20 billion, over $30 billion now. Nobody on the Conservative side of the House actually knows what the total cost of the F-35 program is. Hopefully we'll get some answers soon, Mr. Speaker, but when we talk about the delivery of that financial literacy, making sure that you actually have accurate projections around the financial expenditures that this government's undertaking, we see there a case example of a government doing very poorly. It's not just on that, Mr. Speaker. As you know as well, the prison program, at a time when the crime rate is falling, the government has no idea what the overall costs are. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has put some figures forward that very clearly contradict the rudimentary number crunching of the Conservative government, and some very credible organizations have estimated the entire cost as being over $19 billion. So very clearly on delivery, Mr. Speaker, a fail again. Finally, accountability, Mr. Speaker. We learned a few weeks ago that the Treasury Board President is actually looking to hide the cuts that may take place in a budget being delivered on March 29. Mr. Speaker, we have a Treasury Board and a government that is attempting to hide what should be the facts of what the cuts are, what is the extent of the cuts, what the impacts are in service delivery to hardworking Canadian families that depend on those services. And we're seeing there again, Mr. Speaker, the government saying, no, we're not going to disclose that information. We're going to try to cover it up. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the irony. If we talk about this private member's motion that we certainly support, and we look at the Task Force on Financial Literacy, we look at the priorities of the national strategy, we see that this government has failed on every single count, Mr. Speaker. So it begs the question, when we're talking about financial literacy, who could learn most from the perspectives that have been brought forward on the Task Force on Financial Literacy? And Mr. Speaker, I have to say, and I think my colleagues on this side of the House would all agree, the government would profit most from actually putting in place those key principles around financial literacy, putting in place the priorities around the strategy for financial literacy, making sure that their practices they do now, which contradict financial literacy, are thrown out, and they bring in new practices that actually lead to financial literacy and financial accountability in our government and our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to take part in this debate on motion 269, the motion brought by my honourable colleague from Edmonton, Leduc, on financial literacy, which in fact has 5 components. He's recommending that, first of all, that the government should help improve financial literacy in Canada by first working to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy. Secondly, by creating, promoting, and continuously upgrading a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and ease access to information for Canadians. Thirdly, requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contributions to financial literacy initiatives. Fourthly, by ensuring the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacy to youth through the educational system. And fifthly, designating November as Financial Literacy Month. And Mr. Speaker, these are all, I think, worthwhile objectives generally, because there are things to be concerned about. Whether, in fact, it is helping Canadians to pay for their education these days, which is getting more and more difficult, as we see young people struggling with the higher and higher cost of tuitions, let alone the cost of living as a student. People who are trying to buy a house, manage their debt, or save for retirement, there's a clear need for greater financial literacy in Canada. I think all of us, I'm sure, can think of times in our lives when we would have benefited from having a better understanding of how things work in finances, understanding how to do budgeting, understanding how a mortgage works and how interest is calculated, and those. And for instance, one thing I found when I was practicing real estate law was that people often didn't understand what the rules would be if they wanted to prepay a mortgage. If they were in a position at some point during the life of the mortgage, during the term of the mortgage, to pay part of it down earlier or to pay it all off at some point, they wouldn't really know ahead of time unless you explained to them, and I always took time to do that, what the rules were that were in the mortgage document that would apply to them and the penalties that would be paid by them if, in fact, interest rates had gone up in the interim between the time that they signed the mortgage and got their loan and the time that they were trying to pay it off, because, of course, from the bank or lender's point of view, they would be having to lend that money out then at a lower rate and losing money from their perspective, and so they would charge a penalty. But people didn't always understand that going into that, and that's just one small example of why people need to understand the financial rules. Financial literacy is, in fact, a vital component, I think, Mr. Speaker, for our consumer protection regime. And I would agree that the federal government should be taking leadership and working closely with the provinces and territories to improve financial literacy, especially among young Canadians. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note that what we're talking about here really is a matter of education. It's a matter primarily within the responsibility of the provinces. So in a sense, it's an odd thing for a member to bring a motion on. On the other hand, as we are all concerned about what's happening with the finances of Canadians, with the high debt loads they have, and I'll talk about that some more in a moment, I am interested and pleased to have the chance to debate this issue. There is, among other things, a growing need for credit counseling services across the country. That's an unfortunate thing, because very often it's because people have high debt loads that they're having difficulty managing. But the reality is that under this Conservative government, we've seen household debt soar to record levels. Now, of course, it's also soared in terms of the debt of the government of Canada. And this is a government that ought to learn some financial literacy itself when you consider that it inherited a $13 billion deficit. And by April and May of 2008, about 6 months before the recession began, this government had put Canada back into deficit, which is a shocking fact. So there's certainly a need for financial literacy for the Minister of Finance and others on that side of the House. But in fact, when we talk about household debt, a new record was set in the third quarter of last year. The fact is that the average Canadian now owes $1.51 for every dollar of annual income. Now, that is a worrisome figure when you consider how much that's gone up in recent years. However, I think that the measures proposed in my honourable colleague's motion are in fact only the first steps in promoting greater financial literacy across the country. I think first of all, when you think of literacy, you think of education overall, you have to have a strong base for whatever kind of literacy you're talking about. And that's why the Government of Canada ought to be investing in affordable early childhood education and in adult literacy programs. I think, for example, of Senator Joyce Fairbairn, who has, throughout her time in Ottawa, been a very strong advocate for literacy programs across this country. And I think back to several years ago when this Conservative government made substantial cuts, when it gouged out a lot of funding from literacy groups across the country. And I think that was a very short-sighted thing to do and a very unfortunate thing when you think about what's really important for our future. You think about the importance of early childhood education. You know, we know that children who get a head start, learning their ABCs and their 1, 2, 3s before they're the age of 5, in those early years, it gives them a huge advantage. And the fact is, when you look at the records of people who had that experience going forward, they're far less likely to get into trouble with the law, and they're far more likely to have a job throughout their lives because they had that good, strong head start. We need to, in fact, create a culture of lifelong learning. You know, all of us can benefit from learning on an ongoing basis, of course, but we have to make sure that every Canadian has the skills to manage their finances. There is a role, I think, that with the provincial governments that can be played. And I think that this government must also help people save for their retirement. In fact, that's certainly a federal responsibility. You know, it's one surprising fact is that older Canadians have been growing their debt loads at a considerably faster rate than younger Canadians. And that isn't what you'd expect. You'd think that those of us, say, over the age of 50, would be less likely to be growing debt levels. But it's an indication of how difficult people are finding it these days to prepare for retirement. And it is very worrisome when you think that people who are older Canadians are growing their debt much faster than younger Canadians, what that means in the next 30 years when they're heading toward retirement age. And when you consider the government's talking about increasing the age for the old age supplement and the guaranteed income supplement, it's very disturbing, you know, that people are having a tough time, and yet the government's saying we're not going to help you. And we know, for example, that when it comes to the OAS, that 25% or 50%, pardon me, of the people who receive it are making less than $25,000 a year, and in fact, 40% of them are under $20,000 a year. So this is not people who are well off; it's people who really, really need the help. And to make them wait 2 more years, I think, Mr. Speaker, is unconscionable. And it's certainly not good for the future of the country. In Canada, in fact, the average debt loads in the past 10 years have increased twice as fast as income. That's a scary thought, isn't it? But the rate is 3 times as fast for older Canadians. And many older Canadians simply can't afford to retire, so they need all the help they can get. But that's why our party, the Liberal Party, has proposed a voluntary supplemental Canada pension plan that would give Canadians access to a low-cost, well-diversified financial opportunity. I hope that members can see the advantage of doing that, and I think people would feel much more comfortable knowing that they can have, at their option, those retirement funds managed by the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board with people who have real expertise and great knowledge of the investment world, which of course for many people is a mysterious place, Mr. Speaker. I think the Conservative government has missed an opportunity by failing to report on to follow up on the report by the Financial Literacy Task Force in the last two budgets, and failing to protect consumers with the voluntary code of conduct the Minister of Finance negotiated with the credit card issues and the banks behind closed doors. And there, I think, is real room for improvement there. I want to just mention one last thing. I see my time is nearly up, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things that concerns me recently is related to the financial area is the fact that I hear the Royal Bank of Canada and Toronto Dominion Bank are talking about, in fact, planning to withdraw from the services of the banking ombudsman. Now, considering that organization, that institution is already just a voluntary one, it's not binding on the banks, to think that they're actually thinking of withdrawing from that or going to is very disturbing, and I would hope they would reconsider that decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to discuss motion M269, which is sponsored by the member for Edmonton-Leduc. In his decade-plus period of service to his constituents here in Parliament, this member has become highly regarded among his colleagues and observers across Canada alike, especially in his current capacity of chair of the Finance Committee. I was proud to serve as president of his constituency association. I'm proud to vote for him as my own MP. What's more, I also applaud him for his work today in promoting and increasing awareness of an important issue affecting all Canadians, financial literacy. But, Mr. Speaker, enough about sucking up to one of my colleagues. Today, we want to talk about the motion that presents constructive and positive ways to improve financial literacy in Canada. And this may be a bit repetitious, but it's good news, and I appreciate my colleague from across the floor mentioning it before. We're responding to the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy. We're creating, promoting, and continuously upgrading a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and improve access to information for all Canadians. We're requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contributions to financial literacy initiatives. We're ensuring that the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacy to youth particularly, and we're designating November as Financial Literacy Month. Now, surprise, surprise, everybody agrees on that those are good things to do, but surprise, surprise, the folks across the floor don't think we're doing it properly. Welcome to Parliament. Our Conservative government supports today's motion as we support improving financial literacy to assist Canadians achieve greater control over their own finances. Mr. Speaker, our economy is built on the millions of financial decisions that Canadians make every day. More than 60% of the total spending in Canada's economy, and that is the lion's share of our economy, is consumer spending. Investment and consumer spending go hand in hand. They create jobs and they create growth, and they create wealth. Improving financial literacy helps consumers act knowledgeably and with confidence in managing their personal financial affairs. That's why ensuring that all Canadian consumers have access to the right tools and the right information available is so important, as it will allow them to make choices that best serve their interests, especially younger Canadians. As Steve McClellan, head of the Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce, recently observed, quote, "An element of the whole person certainly is the writing and the reading, but it's also to be able to plan their own life and manage their own finances. A good foundation of financial literacy, including an understanding of personal budgeting and the impact of interest rates, can help our young people successfully manage their money now and build a higher quality of life in the future. Whether it is a question of saving for retirement, financing a new home, or balancing the family financial literacy, starting with the creation of a task force on financial literacy. This built on our government's already strong actions in this regard. In budgets 2007-2008, for example, we provided the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada with new funding to undertake financial literacy initiatives focusing initially on youth. This has included a partnership with the British Columbia Securities Commission in developing The City, which is a web-based high school financial literacy program available across the country. This strategy of boosting the financial knowledge of Canadians goes hand in hand with our Conservative government's ongoing leadership to enhance consumer protection for Canadians using financial services. For instance, to help out consumers of credit cards, we introduced measures in 2009 that require clear and simple information on credit card application forms and contracts and timely advance notices of changes in rates and fees. And just today, Mr. Speaker, it was announced that we are taking action on unsolicited credit card checks, something that's overdue. We also limited credit card business practices that are not beneficial to consumers. We established a 21-day minimum grace period for new purchases made with a credit card and limited some debt collection practices. These measures were widely applauded by consumer groups. The Consumers Association of Canada gave them high marks, remarking, and I quote, "They will address the key consumer concerns in the market without having unexpected adverse consequences for consumers," unquote. Mr. Speaker, a strong and stable financial system also depends on the ability of its users to make informed decisions. That's why our Conservative government launched the Task Force on Financial Literacy to make recommendations on a national strategy to improve financial literacy in Canada. The task force delivered its final report in February 2011, and we're working to implement many of its recommendations. In fact, Bill C-28 is before Parliament as we speak. Bill C-28, the Financial Literacy Leader Act, responds to the central recommendation of that task force report by calling for the appointment of a financial literacy leader to spearhead the government's ongoing role in strengthening the financial literacy of all Canadians. While the task force acknowledged that excellent work was being done across Canada to improve financial literacy, more can always be done. In fact, the report's #1 recommendation was as follows, and I'll read it verbatim. Quote, "The task force recommends the Government of Canada appoint an individual directly accountable to the Minister of Finance to serve as dedicated national leader. This financial literacy leader should have the mandate to work collaboratively with stakeholders to oversee the national strategy, implement the recommendations, and champion financial literacy on behalf of all Canadians." Mr. Speaker, I believe that our Conservative government's outstanding record of promoting financial literacy and consumer protection will only be enhanced by this appointment, which will coordinate our efforts to ensure that they remain effective. As the task force's report tells us, improving the financial literacy in Canada will, quote, "require a focused, centrally recognized champion. Clear leadership and coordination are needed at the national level. Sustained, steady progress over the long term is unlikely to be achieved without dedicated stewardship," unquote. I'm confident that the appointment of a financial literacy leader will achieve these goals of coordination and bring us further to the member from Edmonton-Leduc's worthy goal of improving financial literacy in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I spent 12 years before coming to Parliament as an investment advisor, stockbroker, and branch manager, and my wife and son are still in those roles. Most people are too busy to pay close attention to their investment, and that makes sound financial advice very important. Financial literacy, though, is what will make the average investor more comfortable with what that financial advice means. If an investment advisor can't explain the investment to the understanding of the average investor, then the investment is probably a bad idea. Sound and effective investing is not rocket science, Mr. Speaker, and neither is financial literacy. It simply takes an effort on the part of who is giving the advice and a reasonably informed investor. At the very least, people should read books like The Wealthy Barber. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to financial literacy through programs that will be started as a result of Motion M269 and the expertise of a financial literacy leader will provide an important step forward for Canadian families. Statistically, only 51% of Canadians maintain a budget, and 31% struggle to balance their books and pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that our government has shown its faith in the long-term effects of financial literacy on the well-being of Canadians and the Canadian economy by increasing the funding of financial literacy initiatives on an ongoing basis. And we remain committed to doing everything we can to help Canadians as they prepare for a healthy financial future. And, Mr. Speaker, we're doing things almost on a daily basis that does that. I just mentioned the unsolicited credit card checks. We've also taken action today to introduce a mortgage code to help Canadians better understand what the mortgage means, because that can be a fairly confusing financial transaction. Obviously, it's probably the most important or biggest financial transaction that most people will take. So I certainly applaud my colleague from Edmonton-Leduc for bringing this motion forward. It's one that I sense will be supported, notwithstanding the typical rhetoric that we get, and that's just part of this place. I understand that. But I would therefore strongly recommend that all members vote in support of this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of the principle behind this motion brought forward by the member from Edmonton-Leduc. There's no question financial literacy is extraordinarily important so that Canadians can make fully informed decisions with regards to their financial future. I would also, however, suggest to you that this motion is is kind of a half-hearted attempt by this government at moving forward with an important initiative that was begun by the task force, the task force, Financial Literacy Task Force, who brought down their report with recommendations 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and the best we were able to get from the government, probably after some considerable hard work and lobbying by the member from Edmonton Leduc, was a motion that talks about the government moving forward with good intentions. And I would suggest to you that frankly is not good enough. And Mr. Speaker, we are faced in this country at the moment with debt loads, with the average family. The average debt load in the past 10 years has increased twice as fast as incomes. And the rate is 3 times as fast for older Canadians. And I think it's important to bring that up because there's no question that, understanding the rules of the road, understanding what these various financial vehicles, understanding the terms and conditions of credit cards and of various loans and mortgages is important for all of us. But at the moment, we are seeing a situation in this country where older Canadians are experiencing debt levels at historic rates. And we've talked about this over the past number of weeks and months in the House, with the government contemplating extending the eligibility period for OAS from 65 to 67. And I want to take this opportunity to bring to the government's attention the fact that seniors are already seriously struggling to make ends meet. There's an increasing number of seniors who, as a result of losing their jobs, as a result of downsizing of employment, as a result of poor health, are unable to work. At the age of, and the figures show that around 62, there seems to be a bulge of seniors that are finding themselves unemployed. And they are piecing things together with credit cards, with personal loans, trying to make ends meet until they reach the age of 65, when they are eligible for the GIS and for Canada Pension GIS and Old Age Security, Mr. Speaker. And understanding the implications of those credit cards is not going to help those people, because they're trying to just cope. They're trying to keep their head above water. They're trying to maintain what they have, being responsible contributors in their communities for their whole lives. They're not wanting to default. They're not wanting to go into bankruptcy. So they're trying to use every tool available to try to deal. So this measure doesn't help deal with that. I absolutely support the intention provided for in this motion that we make available to Canadians at greater levels, children, people at the whole lifelong learning trajectory, that we make financial literacy important at all levels, and we work with the provincial governments and so on. But we have to recognize in this House, Mr. Speaker, that there are some very critical problems at stake which make even understanding the problems associated with debt levels more important than simply understanding the terms. And I would say that on a matter like credit cards, if the government would do what the former leader of the NDP, Jack Layton, do what he talked about for so many years, which is to bring a cap forward on credit card rates, that single act would do so much for seniors, for average Canadians who are trying to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the financial literacy issue more specifically as it relates to the fact that 50% of adult Canadians, and this was information provided for by the task force, 50% of adult Canadians struggle with simple tasks involving math and numbers. So when you're talking about putting information out on a website, or when you're talking about sending information out in pamphlets or on billboards or whatever, you've got to recognize that, as the task force identified, that over 50% of Canadians are having basic literacy challenges as it is. And that needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to the means by which we deliver that question of literacy. 42% of adult Canadians struggle with reading. 20% of Canadian households do not have access to the internet. They are not only are there problems with literacy, but at least 20% of Canadians don't even have access through computers or to the internet, Mr. Speaker, an issue that needs to be considered when we consider the means by which we move forward with things like literacy programs. I said when I began that this was a weak attempt, frankly, of implementing some very important recommendations of the task force, and I want to highlight a couple of things that the government could do, should have done already, and could be doing right now. A couple of key recommendations: working with the provinces and territories to integrate financial literacy into all levels of our education system, primary, secondary, post-secondary, and adult learning curriculums. It's key, and it has to start now and start young, Mr. Speaker. The government should be implementing financial literacy through key programs that already exist, including EI, OAS, CPP, Youth Employment Strategy, Urban Aboriginal Strategy, and the Immigrant Settlement and Adaptation Program. Those are areas where the government has contact with many Nova Scotians, with many Canadians, some of which are Nova Scotians, and there's an opportunity to present information in clear language format so that people are more likely to understand it. And I get kind of a chuckle out of that when I think about the problems that we've been dealing in my office in Dartmouth Cole Harbour, of people even getting access to some of these offices. The backlog in the Service Canada for EI, for CPP, the fact that they've been able to simply get a recording on the phone and are having trouble getting a response. The government should implement financial literacy component to the Canada Student Loan Program for students receiving funding. And finally, the government should intensify efforts to raise awareness with regards to financial fraud among vulnerable Canadians. Those are key recommendations that the task force came up with. The government could have been moving on those already. They should be moving on those. They're very specific strategies, Mr. Speaker. And I would urge the member who has sponsored this motion, a motion which we support, to continue to work with his colleagues to try to make sure that some real specific actions begin to take place on an important initiative, which was the task force and its findings. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss motion M269. My discussion will center in three parts. The first, to speak about the need for financial literacy. Secondly, the Financial Consumer Agencies of Canada. And thirdly, the Task Force on Financial Literacy. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chair of the Finance Committee and the member for Edmonton Leduc for championing financial literacy in Parliament and for his leadership in Parliament since being elected over a decade ago. As we have made clear over the past few years, financial literacy is a priority for our Conservative government, and we're taking action to help Canadians build these essential everyday life skills. We live in a world with a growing number and increasing complex financial products and services, all with different rewards and risks which may not be the easiest to understand. Insurance, mortgage, investments, online banking, saving accounts, loans, lines of credit, retirement saving accounts, cell phone contracts, debit and credit cards, and the list goes on and on. What's more, the list of products and services available to Canadians gets longer every year, making it even more difficult for busy families to stay on top of the risks, fees, and potential returns. In such a rapid changing environment, financial literacy is vital to Canadians to make the most informed and best financial choice for their families. Improved financial literacy means higher saving levels and lower debt. It gives consumers the tools and knowledge they need to pick the products and services that are right for them. As the Canadian Association of Credit Counseling Services recently declared, and I quote, "By embracing financial literacy, individuals and families can discover a new sense of personal control and mastery over their financial matters." End of quote. I'm proud of our Conservative government's commitment in improving the financial literacy of all Canadians. It is a commitment we have honored time and time again through numerous pro-consumer protection measures legislation before Parliament to appoint a financial literacy leader and continued support for the Financial Consumer Agencies of Canada, also known as FCAC. Now, let me speak about FCAC. Mr. Speaker, in our effort to help Canadians increase their financial knowledge and their confidence in managing their personal finances, our government has strongly supported the important work of the FCAC. Indeed, our Conservative government announced in last year's budget that FCAC would see $3 million a year in addition to the $2 million a year already provided to further support improved financial literacy initiatives. FCAC, the government's lead agency on financial education literacy, has introduced an array of excellent initiatives in recent years. In fact, a number of constructive initiatives are underway in Canada to strengthen financial literacy, with the FCAC playing a lead role. These include developing a financial literacy program for Northern Aboriginal communities, providing education material about money and finance for newcomers to Canada. FCAC has other innovative tools to help Canadians, such as mortgage calculators that quickly determines mortgage payments and the potential savings resulting from early repayment. It also creates innovative online information to help consumers shop for the most suitable banking package for their needs. Young people in particular are benefiting from the FCAC financial literacy initiatives, a perfect example being an education tool called The City. This free web-based and interactive tool is designed to help young Canadians 15 to 18 years old to acquire the financial skills. FCAC has also been instrumental in leveraging and coordinating the private sector and voluntary sector initiative already underway across Canada. Now let me talk about the Task Force for Financial Literacy. Mr. Speaker, empowering individuals with financial know-how to give them the confidence to improve their access to financial services and enable them to choose the products that best meet their needs. Ensuring individuals have the tools to make responsible financial decisions is important, not just for their personal well-being, but for the strength and stability of our economy as a whole. That's why our Conservative government established a task force on financial literacy to make recommendations on a national strategy to improve financial literacy in Canada. The task force has 13 members strong from the business and education sector, community, organization, and academia. Our goal was not to impose a top-down strategy, and all across Canada there are excellent examples of financial literacy education at the provincial and community levels. That's why our government sought to build on these individual good works by working together to further improve financial literacy throughout Canada. The task force delivered its final report, Canadians and Their Money, Building a Bright Financial Future, last February 2011, outlined 30 recommendations to improve the financial literacy of Canadians aimed at various levels of government and stakeholders. The report was met with widespread support. Indeed, the Certified General Accountants Association Canada said, and I quote, "We're delighted with the task force report. We're pleased it recognizes and builds on existing efforts, stressing shared responsibility and cooperation." The Canadian Foundation for Economic Education also added that the report, and I quote, "presented a sense of recommendation that are reasonable and appropriate. They should prove to be effective in significantly helping to improve financial literacy in Canada. The sooner the efforts proposed by the task force can get underway, the sooner Canadians can start to benefit from the learning opportunities these initiatives can provide." I'm happy to report that our government is currently acting on the key task force recommendation for the need for dedicated leadership by introducing legislation that proposed to amend the Financial Consumer Agencies of Canada Act to provide for a framework for the appointment by the Governor in Council of a financial literacy leader. This leader will be responsible for collaborating and coordinating his or her activities with stakeholders who contribute to and support initiatives that will strengthen Canadians' financial literacy and will continue the progress already achieved by the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. As the Social and Enterprise Development Innovation recently remarked, the appointment of a financial literacy leader is, and I quote, the first step in a process that could help Canadians make their financial decisions. It can also help Canadians better weather the economic storms that will inevitably blow through the global economy from time to time. The financial literacy leader will be central to our government's financial literacy efforts, but it is merely a single example of how we continue to boost Canadian consumers' knowledge and provide them with the tools they require in an increasingly complex financial marketplace. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, clear and concise financial information and increased financial literacy reports supports higher saving levels and decreased indebtedness. It gives Canadians the information and therefore the power needed to select the financial products and services that best meet their and their families' particular needs. And the range of financial products available to Canadians is expanding rapidly, and the complexity of such products can often make it difficult to fully understand the risks, fees, and potential returns. No matter our individual circumstances, improved financial literacy is vital to making sensible and responsible financial decisions. That's why I'm proud to support the member from Edmonton-Leduc private member's motion, which will help build on our government's commitment to improve financial literacy in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. With his 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to start by thanking all the members of Parliament who spoke today and spoke in November on this motion. I certainly appreciate all their thoughts and their words on this. I do want to say we've sort of delved a little bit between financial literacy and fiscal policies of the government. I think it is certainly possible to have people who are both financially literate have disagreements about fiscal policy of the government. I think we ought to ensure that we are focused on financial literacy when we are hopefully discussing voting this motion and also discussing Bill C-28. In wrapping up, I do want to thank all of the individuals and the organizations who have been working in this area for years. Most of them have been doing so on a voluntary basis, and I've just been amazed by the number of people who have contacted me by email, letter, come to meet with me in my office and talk about the initiatives that they've been working on, the non-governmental organizations talking about the work that they're doing in schools, by taking people who are mentors and actually bringing them into schools to teach young people about financial literacy. It's interesting, I should point out, though, in fairness to people in the media, they've been doing an awful lot of work in this area. Many journalists have been writing about financial issues for years and making some real efforts to educate Canadians about financial literacy and to educate Canadians and inform them as best as possible in terms of making their own financial decisions. I do have to point out I received many of these emails and calls and letters after Jane Tabor wrote the article in the Globe and Mail on this issue, much more than the original debate in the House of Commons. I'm somewhat surprised that she has a wider readership than those who read Hansard on a daily basis, but I do want to tip my hat to her because that certainly did cause a discussion nationally about it. But what has been driven home to me, Mr. Speaker, in discussing it with people is there's an awful lot of efforts out there, but there's an awful lot of outstanding work, but there's an awful lot of duplication and overlap. And so I just want to emphasize the second priority of the task force report, leadership and collaboration. This is why this is so important, is that there are so many people and organizations doing so many good things across the country that we need to have some collaboration with all of these groups, and that's addressed in the motion in terms of having the one website portal, working with the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. But it's also why leadership is so important. And I strongly encourage members in this House to do as the member for Edmonton Centre suggested, which is to vote for Bill C-28, because that is the first recommendation of the task force report. That is the very first recommendation, and the one, in my view, that must be put into place. I do want to acknowledge the work of organizations like the Financial Literacy Action Group, and I would like to list the 7 organizations for members' benefit, ABC Life Literacy Canada, the Canadian Foundation for Economic Education, Credit Canada, Financial Planning Standards Council, the Investor Education Fund, Junior Achievement, Social and Enterprise Development Initiatives. Also, other organizations, the Economic Club of Canada has started an initiative where it takes students to the TSX, in fact, or brings them to another institution to teach them about financial literacy. They should be commended as well. I do want to thank the members of the task force, the chair, Don Stewart, and others. And I want to encourage people to read the report. It's a very readable report. It's an excellent report. It has 30 recommendations, 5 priorities. I encourage people to actually read the report and to work on implementing it as best as we can. That's obviously the first point in my motion, which is to work to implement the recommendations of the report, to work towards a single source website for financial literacy, to require federally regulated financial institutions to disclose their contributions, designating November as Financial Literacy Month. And the fourth point prior to Financial Literacy Month is with the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada curriculums in schools. I do want to take the point members have made in the House, others have made it to me by email. It is very much about lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is one of the 5 priorities identified by the task force, and this will very much be part of it. It's not just simply stopping at high school and then letting people on their own. It is very much about lifelong learning. I do want to encourage people and members in this House to support this motion. I thank them for their words thus far, but this is an increasingly complex world for all of us, and we do need to empower people, and this motion and financial literacy is about empowering of individuals and families and businesses so that they can make better decisions for themselves. And therefore, I thank members for their comments, and I hope that they will support this motion when it comes up for vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période réservée au débat
The time allotted for debate now being expired. The question is as follows.
Ended by Mrs. Block moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should help improve financial literacy in Canada by A, working to implement the recommendations of the Task Force on Financial Literacy, B, creating, promoting, and continuously upgrade a single-source website for financial literacy to increase public awareness and ease access to information for Canadians, C, requiring federally regulated financial institutions to publicly disclose their contribution to financial literacy initiatives, D, ensuring the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada works with willing provinces and territories to promote financial literacy to youth through the education system, and E, designating November as Financial Literacy Month. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 7, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. The House will now suspend until 12 o'clock. order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply.
And RCMP veterans in the name of Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer, seconded by Ms. Papillon, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should,
to not cut Veterans Affairs Canada in the upcoming budget, and B, provide programs and services to all military and RCMP veterans and their families in a timely and comprehensive manner. For debate, the Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very, very much, and I want to also thank our party, the Federal NDP, for the opportunity to rise and use one of our rare Opposition Day motions in order to highlight the very serious concern facing our veterans, RCMP, or military veterans, RCMP veterans, and their families. And Mr. Speaker, I also like to acknowledge that I'll be sharing my time today with the great Member of Parliament from Quebec. I can't say her name, of course, but she's great, and she's from Quebec. So I just wanted to say, the motion reads very clearly. We are actually here to try to help the Minister of Veterans Affairs maintain his fiscal budget of the Department of Veterans Affairs in order to ensure that all programs and services will continue and that for future veterans, RCMP veterans and their families down the road, will have access to those services right now. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that I've been up in this House the last few Fridays mentioning situations of a 90-year-old Ted Shiner from Bedford, Nova Scotia, who was denied VIP service to help him with his feet and around his house. 97-year-old Louis Dion, World War II veteran from North Vancouver, that was told, get this, that it would take up to 16 weeks to get an answer if he gets VIP service, which is Veterans Independence Program to help them stay in their home longer with the housekeeping and groundskeeping services. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's the current level of service now. If you cut the department, future veterans, RCMP members and their families will have a harder time accessing benefits and services that they so richly deserve. Now, Mr. Speaker, Don Slack told me of the Veterans Advocacy Group, told me something today I thought was very poignant. We hear the government, we hear ourselves say that we send the very best over to Afghanistan. We give them the best training in the world. We give them the best equipment in the world. We give them the best mission in the world in which to deal with the situation. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's three bests in a row. But when they come back and they're asking for services and benefits, they don't get the best. What happened? We send them over there. We praise the fact that they're the best in all aspects, but when they come back here, a lot of them end up homeless. A lot of them end up struggling to get the benefits that they require. And bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the proudest, most bravest, most honest Canadian citizens that we have. Our best and brightest serve in the RCMP and in the military, and their families. And when they actually pick up the 1-866-522-2122 number looking for help, just that alone is a tremendous feat, to admit that they may have a problem, either medically or psychologically. And, Mr. Speaker, instead of saying, fill out these forms, we'll get back to you in 16 weeks, we should be telling them very clearly, how can we help you? What is it that you need in order to get back on track? But that's not what happens, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to, first of all, praise the frontline staff members of VAC. I have met many, many of them across the country, and the frontline workers of DVA, Mr. Speaker, do an outstanding job with what they have, and they deserve our credit. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, they're restricted on what they can give. Certain things have to go up the chain for authorization. And in many cases, these veterans and their families and RCMP have to go before a board called the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. And here's the crux of the problem, Mr. Speaker. This politically appointed board, of which very few of them have any military service, none of them are medical doctors, adjudicate on behalf of the Government of Canada through DVA on cases before them. And we all remember all too well, sir, the case of Steve Dornan from the Annapolis Valley in Nova Scotia that fought for 9 years to get the benefits he so required because of his cancer that he has, that the doctors and everyone else admit that may have been caused by his exposure to chemicals and depleted uranium while his tour in Bosnia. The federal court, he had to go to federal court to get the DBA to admit that they were not qualified to adjudicate medical evidence because they themselves are not medical doctors, Mr. Speaker. So what did BRAB do? They sent it back to the minister of the day, and just before the election, the minister of the day indicated that, yes, Mr. Dornan can get a benefit. Now, why would a hero of our country, a sergeant in the military who has cancer, him and his wife had to stage a sit-in into the member of West Nova's office in order to get the attention of the government. They've already fought for this country once. Why should they have to fight again? And, Mr. Speaker, the motion that we passed today didn't originate from the NDP. I'll admit that. You know where it came from? Every single veterans advocacy group in the country. The Royal Canadian Legion supports this motion. The Army, Navy, Air Force Veterans Association supports this motion. The National Council of Veterans Association supports this motion. The National Aboriginal Veterans Association supports this motion. The Canadian Veterans Advocacy Group supports this motion. Many men and women of the service, although can't say publicly, have called support this motion. Every single veterans advocacy group out there supports this motion, and they did so in writing to the minister, asking that the department be exempted from the cuts in the March 29th budget. Not us, Mr. Speaker. We're advocating on their behalf in order to help the minister ensure that the current level of benefits and services will be maintained. And you'll hear later on, Mr. Speaker, that the minister will say, and others will say, there will be no cuts to programs and services to our current veterans. And he may be correct. But the question is, how do you get the service in the first place? That's the difficulty, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the average caseworker has over 900 cases they deal with. 900. And some of these cases are multi-injuries, from psychological to severe physiological changes. They've lost an arm, they've lost legs, they have mental psychology problems, they have problems within their families. They need an intensive amount of help. Not just a, hi, we'll pass you on to someone else. They need a long time in front of someone in order to get the help that they need. And, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, a lot of these cases just don't have the physical time in order to do that. So what we're saying to the government, we didn't ask, by the way. I really wanted to ask for an increase to the budget. But my party said, no, we're going to go with this, and we'll fight for further increases down the road. But if we can maintain what we've got, Mr. Speaker, that's a start. Now, I know the Minister of Veterans Affairs, in his heart of hearts, truly cares about the men and women of our services and the men and women of the RCMP and their families. I know he does. I know he does. And I know that a lot of these decisions come from the Treasury Board. And many times, Mr. Speaker, I like to put a prophylactic barrier around the Treasury Board so they stop doing the Veterans Affairs what sometimes Veterans Affairs does to our veterans. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the men and women of this country deserve the best. When they pick up that number, the only response should be, how can we help you? What is it that you need that we can help you? That's not how it works, Mr. Speaker. Many veterans go through, they're told they can appeal. They just give up on these folks and then don't appeal at all. Now, don't forget, Mr. Speaker, we have close to 750,000 retired service and RCMP personnel along with their spouses. DVA admits they only look after around 215,000. So two-thirds of that community is not being serviced by Veterans Affairs. Many of them have never called in for a benefit yet, Mr. Speaker. Many of them have also said, we've tried. They said, no, we gave up. And a lot of them said, I'm not going to go through 2, 3, 4, 5 years of fighting, only to be told by people who are politically appointed to the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, this is our final decision, and if you don't like it, you can always go to the federal court. Shame, Mr. Speaker. I could go on all day, Mr. Speaker, and occupy the time of this House, but I know other people would like to speak on it, but I just want to say I'm asking the Government of Canada, the Conservatives, to actually join with us in this motion to join all the veterans advocacy groups to maintain the budget of the Department of Veterans Affairs so that all veterans, RCMP veterans and their families, will receive the services in a timely and comprehensive manner. That's all we're asking, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of our party, to all the men and women that serve, God bless all of them and their families. Thank you very much.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin with offering my condolences to Marion Beetham West, a Korean veteran, passed away yesterday. And the reason I raise his name in this place, Mr. Speaker, is because West was one of those people that was served so well by Veterans Affairs and the people who looked after his health conditions, and he had several, and I used to speak to him regularly. And I want to ask the member if he's had any indication at all that is this government listening? I was at a press conference with some people from PSAC and RCMP retirees and military retirees on this issue of the cuts. And they were talking about how devastating it would be for this department if they proceed. Is there any indication at all that this government is listening? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Veterans Affairs is at least awake during this debate. That's quite an improvement over one of their members who the other day wasn't listening. But my honourable question, it's a very decent question, because we know that St. Anne's Hospital in Quebec is being taken out. So there's 1,300 jobs there, plus another proposed 500. That's a possibility of 1,800 jobs out of a department of 4,100. That is a proposed only 40% personnel cut to a department of 41%. No other department in this country is facing that type of cut. We think, Mr. Speaker, that is wrong. We hope the minister's here now, or can't say that. The government is listening to the debate. I only hope, and I can only pray, that the government will do the right thing and vote with us tomorrow at 5:45 in support of veterans and their families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore for bringing this forward. He would be well aware of the attempts that have been made at committee to get the committee to talk about these budget cuts, which met with some mixed success. I also appreciate very much, Mr. Speaker, his reference to the frontline employees. He would know from the cross-Canada tour that the Veterans Committee has done that when Veterans Affairs Canada employees stand in front of the parliamentary committee, they dutifully, you might say robotically, repeat the talking points from the minister. But when they get out in the hall, they say, we're very, very concerned about our ability to do our job. We're very, very concerned about the upcoming cuts. I invite the honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore to expand a bit on the pressure that's being put on the workforce within Veterans Affairs Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable colleague from Charlottetown is absolutely correct. Over 900 cases per caseworker, Mr. Speaker. That can only increase with the further cuts. But the president of the local union that represents Veterans Affairs employees has said, these are the people who provide the frontline services. They have said unequivocally, very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that these cuts will have a serious effect to the men and women that they serve, which are the heroes of our country. They've said that, Mr. Speaker, and they're the ones who deliver the services. What we don't want to see, Mr. Speaker, is a downloading of responsibility for the care of veterans, RCMP members and their families onto the provinces. We've already seen that in the case of Sarah Atwood. Sarah Atwood from Sackville, Nova Scotia, 90 years old. In the final stages of her life, she was denied access to a bed at the Camp Hill Hospital, Mr. Speaker. Do you know why? Because DBA said she didn't serve overseas in World War II. She didn't dip her toe in the Atlantic. So she doesn't get access to a bed at Camp Hill Hospital, even though beds were available. Now, Mr. Speaker, ask yourself this one question, and I ask the Minister of Defence this one question. When the last Korean overseas veteran dies, what happens to the 10,000 contract beds in this country that currently service those? The answer, the current personnel, the modern-day veterans from 53 onwards, will not have access to those beds, and that is a download to the province, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Quebec. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my party, indeed, for allowing us to debate something that's so important. I would also like to thank the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, my colleague who is the critic for Veterans Affairs, for his excellent work. You know, he has been on this committee for a number of years, and everywhere I go in Canada, we have traveled to Halifax and elsewhere, and people always emphasize how much they appreciate his work. So this motion, indeed, follows on the heels of all of the work he's done for veterans, and our party proudly supports this because we want to honor our veterans, their heroes who went where no one wanted to go. They went proudly and met huge challenges very bravely. So I think we can be proud of that. This motion is very simple. It just wants us, indeed, to spare the Department of Veterans Affairs from the cuts that had been announced by the government, to cut back by 5 or 10% all departments and agencies, and we want to spare them, as other countries have done, such as Australia, United States, even the UK. They indeed, when they had some cutbacks to their budget, did spare their veterans, and I think we must do the same thing. We absolutely have to support them and show them that they are not going to be abandoned and left alone in this situation. So this motion, I can say also, and is supported by the Ombudsman's Office and the Canadian Legion. They're both very concerned about the announced cutbacks announced by this government, and indeed we hope they won't move forward with these. These are services and the care that is offered to our veterans that we're talking about here. So when we look at Veterans Affairs budget, we know that 80% of that budget is allocated to services and programs that are destined for veterans. And so obviously, if we are going to impose cutbacks, it's those services and benefits that we're talking about. So 70% of the staff at Veterans Affairs Canada ensure that they offer services directly to veterans, and that's what they do with very little in the way of resources now, and they have trouble offering the level of service they want to now, and I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done there. But even though they haven't a huge amount of resources, they are bravely offering services to our veterans now. So as I said, the budget that we're talking about here is the staff that offers those services and benefits to the staff. And the veterans, we're saying that the Minister of Veterans Affairs indicated that he wanted to do away with a lot of the red tape here to make life easier for the veterans so that they'd have better access to these programs and services. And in fact, he announced that if we just talk about doing away with St. Anne Hospital, which is the last one, or rather that offers services uniquely to veterans, that alone represents a job loss of 1,800 people. So it's 40% of the benefits that, or the services rather, offered to those vets now. So on the one hand, they're cutting back all of that, and they're going to offer better services to veterans at the same time. It's impossible. It's illogical.
Everyone knows that, except perhaps this government, unfortunately. So what we're hoping for is that there'll be a wake-up call and they be told to adopt this. All of us, all parties, do this for the veterans and stop this nonsense. If we look at the situation in greater depth, if we look at what is being said by the veterans, they're denouncing the fact that there's a problem with access to programs and services, as well as lack of resources. And that's exactly what the Ombudsman was saying in his last report. That's what has to be emphasized and where efforts have to be deployed. There's a lack of resources, human resources, of course, but also financial resources in order to provide all these services. There are problems when it comes to health, mental health, and physical health. Too often we see long waiting lists. Allow me to open a parenthesis about this at St. Anne's Hospital. As we know, St. Anne's is considered the hospital that receives World War II and Korean War veterans. Of course, their numbers are diminishing. There are few beds, 1 or 2, reserved for younger veterans. Well, imagine that not only is there a desire to have more beds for these younger veterans, but there's every reason to believe that we need more beds for them because there was a waiting list to go on the waiting list. There are no services in the long term allocated to latter-day veterans, if you will. That's a problem. That's what we have to work on and deploy more resources, certainly not by cutting back the budget for this. Of course, these cuts would have an impact on the speed and quality of services provided. Right now, of course, with the few resources available, the department is trying to make up for that, but there's still too much time that passes before a veteran can get a benefit. Sometimes we're talking about months and years before he or she can benefit. So, if the government were to cut back the personnel or the resources, that will have a very serious impact on our veterans. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the importance of healthcare research that is necessary for veterans. The needs are huge. We see that the benefit recipients are perhaps fewer in number than during or after World War II and Korean War, but if you look at today's veterans, they need a certain number of resources that should not be ignored. One mustn't think they need less. The opposite is true. They need more resources. We need more research in mental health as well as physical health. Let me put you in the context. A few weeks ago, or months ago, during Veterans Week, we had many veterans, including one in my riding, Mr. Pascal Lacoste. He rose to denounce the fact that he was experiencing difficulty getting care, as is the case for many other veterans. And what did we note during that Veterans Week? Well, many veterans from coast to coast to coast, all across Canada, came forward to express the fact that they're having trouble getting care. At that point, the Minister of Veterans Affairs indicated that he was aware that problems existed and that things had to improve. So he established a task force on veterans' health. We don't know exactly what that task force or committee is doing. We know that there have been a few meetings, but he had promised that the first topic that he would broach at that task force on veterans' health was exposure to impoverished uranium. He'd done that to reassure veterans, including the one in my riding, Pascal Lacoste, to reassure them that they knew that that was important to him, and yes, they were going to examine that problem. So, ever since then, radio silence. I was told to stay tuned. I put a question here in the House to find out what was going on, what was the mandate of the committee, if it was going to table a report to the House, but radio silence, nothing from Cabinet. This is shameful. This is a problem, and we will not be abandoning our veterans. We're going to push even harder to get more healthcare research, to get more investment in order to support these veterans and give a message to those who want to join the Army and let them know that when you become a veteran, we won't let you down. We won't leave you there without any services or care. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
For Vancouver Quadra.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP member gave a good speech, which I very much appreciate. I have a question. I support this motion, but it is a bit vague, I believe. Provide programs and services in a timely and comprehensive manner. Is there any framework to specify what that means? I'm asking the question because there was a veteran who was 90 years old in Vancouver Quadra who waited a full year to obtain a service. He was a prisoner in his own home while awaiting this. Is that reasonable? What could we do to make this a little more specific? The Honourable Member for Quebec. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague very much for her question, because she's underscored precisely what the problem is that we've been seeing. Too often, perhaps there are people watching us now today, families of veterans too. The whole population of Canada, which is concerned with veterans, they are there and they feel alone. They don't know if they're entitled to services. They don't know why they're not getting services more quickly. Too often, they start to see things very bleakly. I won't say exactly to what extent, but it's unacceptable to leave them alone with this kind of problem. We have to work on the speed, the quality of the services provided to veterans, provide better programs, and I think that's precisely the problem. This is exactly where we should not see the department have its budget cut back. What we're asking for is so simple, really. We're asking that the budget be maintained. We're not even asking for more money for veterans. We're just asking that it be maintained to make sure that the services are provided. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must congratulate my colleague, the member for Quebec, for her speech and her hard work in cooperation with our colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore concerning veterans. And I must admit that it is outrageous to see to what extent our veterans feel abandoned, neglected, left by the wayside. So the question I have, because, you know, we can't hide this fact, this is not the only area in which the government is negligent and has some approaches that are questionable. Let's refer to seniors who are being referred to websites when they don't even have internet service, or the ability to navigate many layers of those websites. So I'd go so far as ask my colleague, does she think that all these facade measures are just a way to not provide service? Say, no, we're perfectly accessible and available, but people don't seem to be able to benefit from this. The Honourable Member for Quebec. I thank my friend from Beauport-Limoilou for his question. We've seen that too. This government wants to cut 68,000 jobs across the country. All departments are going to be affected, not just Veterans Affairs. They'll give less service all over the place. Fewer programs, and that is a problem. I note this in my writing, and I hope this will be a wake-up call for this government. It must understand that it must reverse that decision and support this motion. I hope that all parties here in this House will show solidarity with veterans and with the entire Canadian public, because we all know a veteran back home. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always a great honor for me to rise in this House, in the House of Commons, to speak, especially when it comes to our veterans. I want to salute them, if there are any listening to us, veterans and their families, and tell them that all members, regardless of our political stripes and differences, we want to salute you and thank you for what you do, for you to have done and continue to do for our country, because veterans are at the heart of our society, they're at the heart of our democracy, and I think that all parliamentarians here can say thank you to our veterans and their families for what they do, what they did, and continue to do. Mr. Speaker, yes, it is an honor for me to rise here. It's an honor to rise as part of a government that has been investing itself heart and soul for the past 6 years to improve the lives of our veterans. I want to salute the motion that's been tabled by the member for Sackville Eastern Shore. And I also acknowledge that he does an awful lot for veterans. He's an honorable colleague that I respect a great deal. However, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that has to be clarified. When time comes to position oneself in favor of veterans, not just talking, but voting for money for our veterans, except with C-55, opposition members are not there for our veterans. They're not there when we need them to implement budgetary measures to improve veterans' quality of life. Mr. Speaker?
I certainly acknowledge the work of the member in front and the work of the opposition regarding our veteran and their great speech today talking in support of our veterans. But there are times, I think, when those same members wishes they would have stood with our government in support of our new investment for veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, time and time again, the Neo-Democrat, the Liberal, they have voted against the veteran, they have voted against our budget initiative, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I find it rich that the member for Sackville Eastern Shore would bring forward a motion questioning our government's support and commitment for our veterans and their family, which is rock solid. We have a motion in front of this House, Mr. Speaker, of course, that deals with providing programs and services to all military as well as RCMP veterans, Mr. Speaker. We are also serving RCMP veterans, and I want to salute them today, as well as their mother. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has a record of investing in our veterans and their family. And let's be clear today, I've said it over and over in this House, I've said it outside, we will maintain benefits to veterans, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in our veterans. However, Mr. Speaker, and let me be crystal clear, this will not prevent us from cutting red tape for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. Our veterans deserve that we streamline our processes, that we keep on improving our processes, and that we keep on making this hassle-free service that they deserve, Mr. Speaker. And for this, I seek the support of the opposition. Are they willing to maintain red tape, Mr. Speaker, for veterans? Are they willing to make cumbersome red paper for these and red tape for these veterans? Mr. Speaker, I think we have an opportunity today to say out clear that we will maintain veterans and benefits, but we will also make sure that we are making life easier for them when dealing with this government and dealing with Veterans Affairs. That's why, Mr. Speaker, in this actual form, this motion is not helping the veterans. Because our country must be there for veterans when they need us, and in a clear and plain language, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our government is committed to providing these men and women with the benefits and services they need and deserve. Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Portfolio of Veterans Affairs Minister within this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, because I can tell you that my predecessors have gone great lengths to improve the life not only of veterans, not only of our traditional veterans, but as well as our modern veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker. That's what this government is all committed about, and that's what this government record over the last 6 years is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have not seen such a commitment to our veterans since the close of the Second World War. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker. That's the truth. And you know what? The number tells the same story, whatever is the opposition might try to say. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, we have been making significant investments in the programs, benefits and services that our veterans, our Canadian Force members, and their families depend upon. Everything we do is a reflection of our commitment to supporting our veterans with the care they need, when and where they need it, and as long as they need it, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, in the last 6 years, Mr. Speaker, our government has consistently increased its budget for the Department of Veterans Affairs to improve the care and support we provide to our veterans and their family, Mr. Speaker. Increase the budget for the last 6 years, Mr. Speaker. Where was the opposition, Mr. Speaker? Opposing our budget initiative, voting against our budget, Mr. Speaker. Who are the members who have supported our veterans steadily, readily, Mr. Speaker, in this House for the last 6 years? You can find them here around me, Mr. Speaker. These are the Conservative members of this government, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank every single member that has supported our Veterans Initiative, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, we demonstrated our commitment once again when we tabled the 2013 main estimates. These estimates provide Veterans Affairs Canada with nearly $3.6 billion, an increase of $44.8 million. It's 1.3% of the overall annual budget, Mr. Speaker, of the main estimates. Voyez-vous, Monsieur le Président,
You see, Mr. Speaker, last week we went back and requested additional funds to make sure that our veterans could have access to the programs and services they are entitled to and that they deserve. Tomorrow I'll appear before the Veterans Affairs Committees, and I hope I'll get opposition support to approve not only the additional main estimates, or supplementary estimates rather, to finish the year, but once again, as has been the case in the past 6 years, we have increased our investment for this. Why? For a very simple reason. We are establishing programs that seek to meet the needs of the new generation of veterans.
A few weeks ago, I was in Winnipeg announcing the Cutting Red Tape for Veterans initiative. This plan will reduce cumbersome red tape and provide our veterans with the hassle-free service that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, that's why we need the support of this House to make sure that we are cutting red tape. And that's why we need to change that motion to make the lives of our veterans better when dealing with our department. As I said during the announcement, much of what is needed to make these improvements simply involves returning to the basics and overhauling how the department works, Mr. Speaker. With that in mind, we are putting in place updated and more efficient technology to significantly reduce bureaucratic delays. We are modernizing the tools that our officials are using when they are serving our veterans. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to raise the high profile of our officials working at this department. They are dedicating their heart and soul to make the life of our veterans better. And it's not always easy, it's not always perfect, but they are doing their best to make sure that the veterans get the best service they deserve in a timely manner, and that they, of course, respect the rules to which they are entitled and to which they have to apply. So, Mr. Speaker, we are providing our officials with a new tool. It's called the Benefit Browser. This tool is aimed at helping our employees to make sure that they get to all the services that our veterans can get. Monsieur le Président, j'ai annoncé notre...
Mr. Speaker, I announced our reduction of paperwork plan 2 weeks ago to veterans in Winnipeg. This seeks to ensure that our veterans can have access to the services they are entitled to quicker and with less paperwork. Mr. Speaker, something I am very proud of, and we heard the veterans on this, and we also heard from the Veterans Ombudsman. And what did they tell us, Mr. Speaker? They said, cut red tape, cut paperwork. And when you communicate with us, please do so in a clear and simple language. And that is something that we had begun a number of years ago, Mr. Speaker. And the Ombudsman recognized that there had been improvements made. He recognized that there are some 41,000 letters that are written each year and sent to our veterans from our department. But that was a 3-page letter, which was sometimes slightly difficult to understand, and sometimes the language used was somewhat bureaucratic. So what did we do, Mr. Speaker? We have changed our way of communicating. We've improved it by setting out the reasons for the decisions that are handed down. So that means, Mr. Speaker, that each letter that was sent to veterans will be divided into articles to allow veterans to follow the logical reasoning of the letter. Was the veteran's demand? What is the decision that was handed down? What was the evidence used to support the decision? What are the elements? What are the references used? The codes, the regulations? What are the tools that allowed us to make this decision? And what are the means the veterans has at his disposal to find this additional information? Or, depending on the case, if the veteran needs to appeal the decision. And, Mr. Speaker, that is at the core of our initiative to cut red tape, because by communicating clearly and effectively with veterans, we will be able to avoid a number of irritants, because there's nothing more insulting for anyone, not only veterans, but anyone, to receive a decision that one does not understand. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 weeks, our department has been communicating using clear, concise language with our veterans. And we have also had very good feedback so far from our veterans. We are monitoring their comments. They have been very constructive. And that allows our veterans to better understand the decisions that are handed down, and this allows them to avoid frustration.
We're seeing a difference already with our measure, with our consistent measures we are putting in place to make the lives of our veterans better. We have improved the response times at our National Call Center. We are reducing the amount of paperwork veterans have to complete for many of the health benefits provided by the department. As well, with direct deposit, now available for a number of benefits, veterans and their dependents are receiving their money faster. Faster, easier, simpler, Mr. Speaker. That's why I invite the member of Eastern Sackville to support the amendment we will be putting forward, because we want to make the life of our veterans easier, Mr. Speaker. That's true, Mr. Speaker. More than 41,000 disability benefits applications from veterans are presented each year, and now we are responding in a clear and plain language with the reasons for decision, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward, and we are going ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, we are cutting red tape, and you know what? This is only a beginning, because there are a lot of internal efficiencies we can make. There are a lot of ways in which we can improve the way the government, the department, is dealing with the veterans. Are we getting the support from the opposition to move forward and make the life of our veterans easier? That's what I hope, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you this is where we want to go. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our government will never be satisfied with the status quo. We will not do things just because they've always been done that way. We are looking forward, looking at ways we can improve. And what is mostly interesting, Mr. Speaker, is those improvements are coming from the veterans and from our officials who know how we can make things better. That's why, Mr. Speaker, in January, our very right honourable Prime Minister announced funding for another great initiative that, unfortunately, the opposition decided not to support, Mr. Speaker. But you know, they were alone because we got the support from the unions, we got the support from provincial government, Mr. Speaker, we got the support from workers, and we got the support from veterans because this program is called From Helmet to Hard Hats, Mr. Speaker. And you know what it's all about? It's to make a seamless transition to civilian life. That's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. The program Helmets to Hard Hats, Mr. Speaker, is aimed at making sure that veterans, a military who's leaving the forces can transition in a seamless manner into civilian life, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, this is a huge success. Every day I'm receiving calls from entrepreneurs who wants to hire veterans. I'm getting many groups who are willing to join in the Helmets to Hard Hat initiative, Mr. Speaker, because we are making sure that our veterans are going into high-paying jobs opportunities in the construction industry. You know who are the winner? Our country is the winner. Our veterans are the winner. And, of course, the economy is the winner, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we want to be on the on the top of the wave when talking of health and research and all aspects regarding our veterans' physical and mental health, Mr. Speaker. That's why I have established in December the Scientific Advisory Committee on Veterans' Health, Mr. Speaker. And everyone in the country, every veteran who is willing to get in touch with the committee can just click, Mr. Speaker, send an email at science@vac.gc.ca, and they will be able to submit their information to this committee who is working on health issues, the first one being depleted uranium, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are hearing the veterans, we are working with the veterans, and we are delivering. And that's not the only thing, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, thanks to the leadership of this government, Mr. Speaker, we have announced significant enhancements to the new Veterans Charter, which is at the core, Mr. Speaker, of our new program to meet the needs of the modern veterans. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we listened and took action with committees, with the Royal Canadian Legion, with all the great stakeholders of this country, and they told us that the charter that was initiated a while ago was not going far enough, Mr. Speaker. It needed to be adjusted to keep pace with the care and support they require. It's a living document, Mr. Speaker. And these enhancements, this is just what they are doing. Actually, within the next 5 years, this will be an additional investment of $189 million, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'll be going to the committee tomorrow to ask for additional funding, Mr. Speaker, because there is a strong uptake from our modern veterans into our new programs, Mr. Speaker. And actually, we expect that more than 5,000 veterans will benefit these programs, Mr. Speaker. Actually, if we talk of the accrued costs, we talk of $2 billion. Do you see the cuts, Mr. Speaker? I can only see you willing to cut my time, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, we are investing on veterans. We are moving forward. Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, je vous ai parlé brièvement des...
Mr. Speaker, I briefly mentioned the improvements to the new Veterans Charter, but obviously we have completed a number of initiatives, whether it be the creation of the Ombudsman's Office, the creation of the new Veterans Charter. We also put in place a number of programs, the VIP program, for example. We're moving forward. But there's something that took me aback in my colleague's speech when he said that he wanted to help me. Well, I can tell him how he can do that, how the member for Sackville Eastern Shore can help me.
Dear colleague, if you want to help the veterans, dear colleague, support the veteran, support our government, support our budget, and support the amendment I'm willing to bring forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, there it is, Mr. Speaker. If only I had voted for the budgets of the Conservative government where all of these initiatives were hidden. If I had voted for the budget, we wouldn't have a motion today, and every single veteran and RCMP member of their family would be well taken care of. There'd be no need for a 1866 number because everything would be taken care of. What utter nonsense, Mr. Speaker. It was that government, these Conservatives, that voted against the Veterans' First motion that the NDP put forward, and it passed the majority of the House. Mr. Speaker, it was the Conservatives that voted against it. On 3 separate occasions, they voted against ending the unfair clawback of their disability pensions as well. It was the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, that did that. But he says, Mr. Speaker, that this motion is really not good. But the reality is the minister willing to stand up and look in the camera and tell the Royal Canadian Legion, the Army, Navy, Air Force Veterans Association, the Ombudsman of Veterans Affairs, and all the other veterans groups out there that had said to him in writing and at the meetings they were all last month. It was unanimous. Every single veterans organization in the country, Mr. Speaker, said do not cut the Department of Veterans Affairs in the upcoming budget. So my question to him is very simple. Will the minister, on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, be voting for our motion tomorrow, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, veterans are at the heart of our actions, and I can reassure the member, Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the member very clearly, we are not going to stop improving our services for veterans without the necessary flexibility.
We're maintaining benefits to veterans, but we want to streamline and cut red tape, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I invite the member to support our motion to say, let's maintain our veterans' benefit, but let's as well make sure we are making their life better, Mr. Speaker. Will he stand up for veterans, Mr. Speaker? That's the real question. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can just imagine my surprise when I heard the minister say that there's been consistent increases in the Veterans Affairs budget over the last 6 years. The minister would be very well aware of a report prepared by Keith Coulter, a report over which there's a claim of cabinet confidentiality, a report that the disclosure of which has been denied by the committee. The Keith Coulter report eventually made its way into the Planning and Priorities report, and it advocated a $226 million cut to the Department of Veterans Affairs this year. Mr. Speaker, there was an excellent opportunity to take that $226 million and to reinvest it back to improve the services that are being delivered to veterans, to improve the benefits that are being offered to veterans. It was a missed opportunity. And for the minister to stand and to say that there have been consistent increases to the budget at the Department of Veterans Affairs is entirely inconsistent with the Planning and Priorities report of his own department and the secret Keith Coulter report. I would ask for the minister to explain that discrepancy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the numbers are talking. For the last 6 years, this Conservative government has increased its investment in veterans and their family. And, Mr. Speaker, this very member will have the opportunity tomorrow to support another increase in the investment of veterans at the Veterans Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my honourable colleague to update his data and to look at the real fact is that we are increasing our investment, not only for the for the last 5 years, but for next year as well. Why? Because we have supported budget initiatives that are making the life of our veterans easier, such as the enhancements to the new Veterans Charter, such as the Helmet to HoC initiative. Mr. Speaker, will the members support the investment this Conservative government has significantly been making for the last 6 years? He'll have a chance tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I paid specific attention to the response from the minister to my colleague here to my right, but I'm still waiting for the answer to the question. Do we understand from the minister's speech that our Conservative colleagues are going to be voting against the NDP motion? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. I would like to thank my Quebec colleague for her question, and I can tell her that we will be moving an amendment, a very clear amendment, that states that we want to maintain our benefits that we pay to veterans. And on that basis, I urge all my colleagues to support that motion. But I would like to say that, Mr. Speaker, we will not stop ourselves from cutting red tape for veterans, because that is what I hear from veterans themselves. I receive letters, emails, phone calls, because when I meet with veterans, that's what they tell me. They say, please make it easier for us to communicate with your department. Does my honourable colleague agree that we should cut red tape? She has a chance to agree by voting for the amendment that we're going to table, which states that we want to maintain benefits for veterans and that we want to continue to invest in them. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let the minister be aware that there are many hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are following this debate, that are interested in knowing in terms of, is this government committed to Canadian veterans? And they're looking for a very simple answer from the minister with the motion that has been put forward. The Liberal Party values the contributions that our veterans have given to our country, and we want to see a government see the valuable contributions and recognize that valuable contribution by the resources through pensions and so forth that are provided to our vets. Does the government support the motion that is being debated here today? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker.
We are supporting a motion that is helpful and that will streamline our processes for veterans. So, no, we won't support a motion. No, Mr. Speaker. No, we won't support a motion that prevent us from making lives easier for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. And will this member stand up in his chair and say, yes, I support an amendment that is saying, let's make the life of our veterans easier? Mr. Speaker, this government intends to keep on acting, delivering, and I think the member has an opportunity to listen to my speech. We are investing in the veterans like never before, and we intend to do so. Thank you. Good job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Léon.
Speaker, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, for over 6 years, with my colleague, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, we have always voted in favor of veterans. And each time I do so when I think of the services that my father rendered during the Second World War. And I still do so with the support that I give constantly to the Royal Canadian Legion.
To ask the honourable member, does he actually think that demagoguery coming from the other side helps veterans more, or that voting in favour of improvements to the lives of veterans helps veterans more?
The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank the member from Orleans for his question. And I would like to commend, Mr. Speaker, the member for the incredible work he does for his community, especially with the Royal Canadian Legion. I have attended events in his riding and to meet with veterans to ensure that we continue to improve the services provided to them. His question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Do we want to continue helping veterans on the Conservative side here? Of course. And is the opposition inventing numbers? Well, we've seen that here today, because when we look at the reality, never has a government invested so much in veterans, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
8. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my party and my leader, I want to thank from the outset the members of Her Majesty's Canadian Armed Forces and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for their service and dedication to Canada. I also want to thank the honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore for bringing this motion before the House today. The motion is timely as it relates to the unveiling of the federal budget at the end of this month. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, and my friends from the NDP will certainly remember that day last fall when the Liberal Party presented a motion to the Veterans Affairs Committee calling for public hearings into the cuts to the Department of Veterans Affairs. We presented that motion precisely out of concern that the Conservatives were going to continue with more cuts to the department. Cuts that will harm our veterans and impact their services. Cuts that will make it almost impossible for those who serve veterans to do their jobs. You will recall that embarrassing moment when the motion came up for debate. The Conservatives were opposed to my motion to have public hearings, and they voted against it. When the motion came up for debate at committee, some Conservative members didn't show up on time for the vote. As a result, the Liberal motion passed. It did so thanks to the support of the NDP members who, you should know, Mr. Speaker, were on time. As you might imagine, the Conservatives were very angry at losing a vote in Parliament. And instead of doing the honourable thing by accepting the Democratic decision to have public hearings, they took revenge. At the very next meeting, without consulting anyone in the opposition, including myself as sponsor of the motion and vice chair of the committee, the Conservatives brought in their own witnesses who dutifully, one might say robotically, recited the talking points issued by the minister. Hey, nothing to see here. Move along. All is well. Services will not be impaired. But the minister's witnesses did give evidence that up to 500 jobs, not including the lost jobs due to the budget cuts, or the transfer of the last Veterans Hospital in Canada, 500 jobs would be lost within the Department of Veterans Affairs. Once the Conservative witnesses had their say, they moved to an in-camera secret meeting. They emerged from that secret meeting with a motion that shut down public hearings. Mr. Speaker, I share this background information to highlight the fact that the opposition parties and veterans groups have been on this issue for many months, calling on the government to halt their cuts. But it's not just Liberals or the official opposition who are concerned about the cuts to veterans. The vast majority of Canadians want to preserve the benefits and services we provide to our veterans, including young Canadians. Just this past weekend, Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of participating in the annual Prince Edward Island Model Parliament. And these young people get it. They understand that veterans deserve respect. They had 2 days of debate, 2 days in which to identify their priorities and pass bills in their model parliament. One of the bills passed in those 2 days was the Veterans Tax Act, exempting veterans from provincial income tax. That displays a deep appreciation from young people for the sacrifice our veterans have made for Canada. These are people whose great-grandparents may know what it's like to be a traditional veteran, 3 generations removed. And many of them would be shocked to hear that the Conservatives are engaging in a process to cut money from the Department of Veterans Affairs. And if the example of our young people is not enough, let's consider what other countries are doing for veterans. The United States, in the midst of the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, is exempting veterans from any budget cuts. Likewise, the United Kingdom, also in the midst of a terrible financial crisis, has exempted veterans from budget cuts. And Australia. Canadians from all walks of life, from young people to our seniors, are wondering why the Conservative government is not, as well, exempting Canadian veterans from cuts. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister, or whoever else is responsible for reading the Conservative robo-script, will say, no, 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 the opposition is just trying to scare veterans. Well, that simply is not true, Mr. Speaker. The proposed 5 to 10% cuts and the ensuing job losses at the department will have immediate and lasting impacts on the quality of service to our veterans. And it must stop. The government must exempt veterans from cuts. Mr. Speaker, the minister's talking points repeat continuously, regardless of the question posed, that veterans' benefits are statutory or quasi-statutory, meaning those benefits are automatic and not subject to yearly budget considerations. Again, this is false. The fact is that the Veterans Affairs Committee approves the yearly estimate. As the minister himself a few minutes ago pointed out, the money that's allocated to the department by Parliament, and the committee could, at any time, decline to authorize those amounts earmarked for benefits. Veterans' benefits are not guaranteed, they are discretionary, and that discretion rests with the Parliamentary Committee and with Parliament. As indicated, tomorrow the committee will deliberate on the estimates. The committee has the right and power to reject the minister's request for approval of additional funds. Again, I repeat, the Government of Canada must exempt Veterans Affairs Canada from any budget cuts. Mr. Speaker, I want to disabuse another falsehood. The contention made by government that due to ongoing demographic changes in the makeup of veterans, almost all of the budget cuts will be achieved through attrition. Again, this is misleading. What this really means is that the Conservatives are on a death watch. They know that upwards of 1,500 World War II veterans and Korean veterans, as we call them, the traditional veterans, die each month. The Conservatives see the death rate as an opportunity to direct funds previously paid to veterans to other priorities, like more politicians, bigger jails. But if there are to be savings as a result of dying veterans, why wouldn't the government invest those savings into providing better and more comprehensive services for veterans? For example, it's disgraceful that a Canadian Forces member currently would receive upward of $13,000 for burial costs should he or she die in service, and yet veterans receive, if they qualify, around $3,600 when they die. The Last Post Fund has been pressing for years for an increase, to no avail. An uncomplicated application for a hearing aid from a veteran takes 16 weeks. In Halifax last week, we heard from a family doctor who has restricted her practice to caring only for veterans. She has a patient recently released from the Canadian Forces. While in the Forces, he was in regular need of nerve blocks. After his release, he's treated as any other civilian. The wait period for his nerve blocks, 18 months. This is wrong, and it must change. We also know that the department conducts a national client survey wherein they poll veterans, asking them how they view the services provided. These surveys, we now know, have very low participation rates among veterans and are now under scrutiny from veterans organizations. I had the opportunity last week to meet with the president of Our Duty, a wonderful veterans organization who released today a comprehensive examination of how the department conducts its national client survey. Remember, these surveys help guide the department in how they serve veterans. Suffice it to say, there are grave concerns about the very methodology used. I invite Canadians to review the study conducted by our survey. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make here is that the notion that the government can simply use savings from dying veterans to pay down a deficit that they have created is very offensive to veterans who want better, not fewer, services. And we know well the record of this government when it comes to cuts and providing services. My colleagues from Cardigan and Malpeque and Cape Breton Canso all remember how Canadians were impacted when services were cut. We all remember how cruelly this Conservative government treated EI claimants this past Christmas, when thousands of Canadians expecting their money waited for weeks upon weeks to get their money, all because the Conservatives failed them by cutting staff and services. More recently, within that same department, within Service Canada, the online service for job seekers has been out of service for weeks. Mr. Speaker, we need investment in services to veterans, not cuts. Consider what great work might be achieved if the government invested, for example, in the Veterans Transition Program at the University of British Columbia. This is a group-based therapeutic program that helps veterans make the difficult transition back to civilian life after physical or emotional injuries suffered in combat. This program is able to survive thanks to the Royal Canadian Legion. No thanks to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Now, the Department of Veterans Affairs could use the money that they are apparently saving as a result of the death of traditional veterans to invest in programs such as this. This program works. The committee saw it firsthand. It should be supported by government. Or consider the tremendous initiative led by Dr. Alice Aiken at Queen's University, who along with her team has founded the Canadian Institute for Military and Veteran Health Research, CIMVHR, dedicated to optimizing the health and well-being of our veterans and active military personnel through world-class research. Does the government not think that providing financial support to these efforts might result in new understandings and treatments for such issues as post-traumatic stress disorder, and in doing so provide better service for our veterans? Now, some Conservative backbench members of Parliament know that these cuts are wrong and will hurt veterans. I wish they would stand up and be heard. Mr. Speaker, let me close by suggesting that in the midst of this debate on cuts, there really is a meaningful context. Just 2 weeks ago, I spoke in the House about the life of the last surviving World War I veteran. Her name was Mrs. Florence Green, and she died this past September. She was 110 years old when she passed away. I expressed at the time how deeply meaningful it is to consider the sacrifice made by so many to fight tyranny and to defend the liberty, freedom, democracy, and yes, the right to vote without impediment. Tens of thousands of Canadians have given their lives for these rights. I really do believe that sometimes we forget that. We work, we're busy with life, and we sometimes forget that we really do owe our veterans a debt of gratitude. I would end by just saying this, and I hope my colleagues will remember this. We say to all those Canadians who served in our military in conflicts of past and present, you've already made your sacrifice. You stood for us, and now we must be there for you. And we say no to any cuts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Charlottetown, which, for those who don't know, is the headquarters of the Veterans Affairs Canada, which is in his town, and this honourable member knows many of the people who work at DVA, and he understands, just like anyone else, Mr. Speaker, that the men and women who serve their country have the unlimited liability when they serve. And we as parliamentarians, regardless of which party, government or opposition, have the ultimate responsibility to their needs. But I want to ask the honourable member this following phrase. Dan Slack told me today something I thought was very poignant. He said that we send the very best over to Afghanistan. We give them the very best of training. We give them the best of equipment. We give them the best mission in which to pursue the goals that are asked upon them. They're the very best. We hear that time and time again. But yet, Mr. Speaker, when they come back, they don't get the very best of services afforded to them if indeed they require help from Veterans Affairs. Now, I want to ask the honourable member one question as well. Does he believe, in the case of Steve Dornan, that he knows very well, Steve Dornan was a sergeant in the military who has cancer, possibly contracted from depleted uranium. The doctors and the specialists indicated that that was a possibility. Does he think that it's fair that Steve Dornan had to go to federal court and fight 9 years to finally get a benefit from the Department of Veterans Affairs? Or could he have got that benefit almost instantaneously by using the benefit of the doubt to help this veteran and his wife? Does he think that's the way we should be going? And will the Liberal Party be supporting our motion? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there was a couple of questions there. I'll deal with the last one first. Will the Liberal Party be supporting the motion? Yes, most certainly. As I indicated in my remarks, I thank and congratulate the honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore for bringing this motion forward. He is well aware that we have been wanting a public discussion into the budget cuts for months. We tried to get that discussion to happen on the floor of the committee and were eventually shut down. So this is a debate that's needed. It's welcome. It's overdue, and we will be wholeheartedly supporting the motion. With respect to Mr. Dornan's case, the legislation calls for the veteran to be given the benefit of the doubt. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is the interpretation of benefit of the doubt that's applied within the department isn't what should be plain on its face. And that needs to change either by a directive within the department to truly give veterans the benefit of the doubt, or a change in the legislation that makes it that makes it absolutely crystal clear that the present interpretation that's being given to those words is not what it should be. That would prevent the tragedies, the tragic cases that my colleague spoke of someone having to deplete their life savings and put up the fight of their life for 9 years in court to get what's rightly theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question for my colleague. The minister had claimed there's no cuts. The Conservative member, however, from Ottawa Orleans, said, and I will quote, "There may have been some cuts to veterans programs, but it can't hurt the dead," end quote. So my colleague made the point that there are many services that are underfunded. At the time I was on the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Health, we heard about members with post-traumatic stress disorder members or veterans who were unable to get the services they need, that there were no clinical psychologists employed by Veterans Affairs Canada. Health Human Resources were woefully inadequate. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what would be the impact on these needs if there were further cuts to Veterans Affairs budget?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Vancouver Quadra for that question. This has been an affliction within the Conservative Party since we started talking about budget cuts. It doesn't matter what the question is. The answer is there will be no cuts to veterans' benefits. It doesn't matter what the question is. If the question is, will you be cutting the budget of the Department of Veterans Affairs? Yes or no? The answer is there will be no cut to veterans' benefits. So what we see here is a play on words. There is absolutely no question, we have it in evidence before the committee, that separate and apart from the budget cuts that are being discussed here today, there will be 500 fewer jobs within the Department of Veterans Affairs. That will affect services. The $226 million that's been saved because of the death rate of dying veterans should be reinvested into understanding the more complex problems of the modern-day veteran. So there is absolutely no question that cuts are coming. We can see it with the minister's reticence to support this motion. Cuts are coming, and there will be an impact on veterans and those who serve them. Don't believe otherwise for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And many in this House today, including, of course, the honourable member from Sackville Eastern Shore and the member for Quebec, have enumerated some of the egregious cases, some of the most egregious cases of neglect on the part of the government, and the government loves to whip Canadians with the stick of anti-patriotism and letting down our brave servicemen and women. And yet in Toronto, for example, we do have homeless veterans. We have many homeless people, and among them a community of homeless veterans. And I'm wondering if the honourable member would like to speak to this issue and what it says about the government's real commitment to our men and women in uniform.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for that question. The Veterans Affairs Committee did have occasion to actually visit a homeless shelter in Toronto, the Good Shepherd Ministries, and there is some excellent work going on there. While we were at the Good Shepherd Ministries with the committee, the minister sent in an employee to tape record the meeting. That's where the priorities are. Within the Good Shepherd Ministry, the amount of money that is being invested by the Department of Veterans Affairs to help homeless veterans in Toronto is zero. There is an embedded employee, so there is an employee who physically has their office there instead of having their office in some other building. But the problem of homeless veterans, it's real, it's here, it needs greater support, it needs greater funding. Support for this motion would be an excellent way to make a contribution to that problem, a contribution that now is minimal, if not non-existent. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say I'm splitting my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It's with great pleasure today that I rise to speak on this Opposition Day motion put forward by the member for Sackville-Eastern Shore. And I want to start by recognizing that this member has been a tireless advocate for veterans, despite some of the comments that the minister made in his speech asking him to stand up for veterans. That's exactly what he's been doing since the day he was elected to this Parliament, whether it's in this Opposition Day motion or in the many private members' bills that he's brought forward for the consideration of this House, all of which have been opposed by the Conservatives. So I think there's no question about who has been standing up for veterans in this House, and certainly the member for Sackville-Eastern Shore is one of those. I also want to start by thanking veterans organizations across the country who provide many services to veterans, whether they're funded directly through Veterans Affairs or they're done through their own fundraising, through bingos, through other charitable events. I certainly know that in my riding, the veterans organizations raise lots of money for programs supporting veterans and also for other community organizations in my community. I also want to start by thanking the frontline staff at Veterans Affairs, who I know do the best they can to try and provide the best services for our veterans. But I want to start by repeating something I've said in the House before. I honestly thought the Conservatives would be different than the Liberals when it came to the treatment of our veterans. And if they would support this motion, that would finally prove to me that they've had a change of heart, that they've finally seen that our veterans deserve the full support of all members of this House of Commons. In opposition, they talked a good line. They talked about extending the Veterans Independence Program to all widows. They talked about holding a public inquiry and making sure there was full compensation for all the victims of Agent Orange. They talked about opposing the unfair reduction of veterans' disability insurance payments known as the SIP. But their record in government has been much more modest. In fact, it's been only a record of partial success. And the minister likes to talk about the continual expansion of the budget, which he apparently intends to undo in a single year. And so these cuts that he's proposing will actually devastate service for veterans. It's a kind of newspeak to imagine that we can have these cuts, we can have cuts up to $220 million, and somehow magically none of the services for veterans will be affected by those cuts. We have numbers being tossed around in various papers, some public, some not, of 300 to 500 staff reduction in Veterans Affairs. How in the world can veterans expect to get the services that they're entitled to as a result of their service to this country with those kind of cuts in the personnel trying to serve them? The minister and the government have tried to justify these reductions by pointing to a decline in what are now called traditional veterans, those who served in World War II and those who served in Korea. But what they're doing in a way, is really devaluing what I would call the modern-day veterans, those who served in peacekeeping operations around the world, and those who served in operations in combat like in Afghanistan. It would also ignore those whom I had the privilege of welcoming home last weekend, the HMCS Vancouver, returning from 7 months in an active combat zone in Libya. And so how are these modern-day veterans somehow less entitled to veterans' benefits than what are called the traditional benefits? So this new budget planning exercise we've been going through with the government reveals the real program of the Harper Conservatives. And this is, as I mentioned, cuts of somewhere, we don't know the exact figure, we'll soon find out, but somewhere between 150, 170, and maybe as high as $350 million out of a Veterans Affairs budget of $900 million. As I mentioned, cuts from somewhere between 300 to 500 jobs. And in a kind of newspeak, we are asked to believe that this somehow will result in better services for veterans. And just the other day in this House, when it came time to vote on Bill C-215, which was also proposed by the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, which I had the honor of seconding, this was the bill to end the unfair clawbacks of pension benefits for veterans and members of the RCMP, benefits which they paid for throughout their careers by paying into CPP, and a clawback which results in reductions of up to $800 a month for some of these veterans and some of the RCMP members. $800 a month would go a long way for those veterans maintaining their independence in our communities and not having to rely on provincial government or federal government services. But the Conservatives voted against that bill. So again, the Conservatives are clear, and they continue to make the point that somehow veterans should get by on their own, that they don't really deserve the kind of support that veterans have traditionally received in this country. And now that they have a majority, they seem to be on course for cutting that support. Even when allies like the United States and the UK have exempted their Veterans Affairs departments from the across-the-board government cutbacks, recognizing that a general cut in government spending ought not to apply to those who risk their lives in the service of their country. So, in contrast, what would an NDP program for veterans look like? Well, we would start by ending that clawback for retired and disabled Canadian Forces and RCMP service pensions. We'd extend the Veterans Independence Program to include RCMP veterans and all widows. We would grant marriage after 60 pensions and health benefits. We would provide better care for those who are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, shorten wait times for disability applications, and eliminate or reform the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. And there's a whole large number of members that I could go on to talk about, including something which may seem small, but has been a very big problem for many veterans and their families in my riding, and that's the lack of an increase in funeral benefits over the last decade. So even in death, where we place a hardship on veterans by refusing to increase those benefits. And the honourable member from Toronto, who sits in front of me, raised the question of veterans' homelessness. I think there's probably no greater shame for a country than those who have served their country in our forces end up being homeless on our streets and without the dignity of a home to call their own. I find it, again, as I mentioned, somewhat surreal to hear one of the priorities for the minister is to come up with clearer language so that when veterans get a denial of benefits, they'll understand exactly why those benefits have been denied. When, in fact, I would think we ought to be working on ways to make sure that they receive the benefits to which they're entitled and not finding better ways to tell them that they're not entitled to those benefits. There's also a disturbing tendency on the other side when it comes to seniors altogether, and many, of course, of our veterans are seniors. So there's a disturbing trend of referring to seniors as a burden on our society. We saw this in discussions about health care transfers, where seniors are, it is argued, are taking more than their fair share of health care services. We saw it in the discussions of the necessity to reduce the OAS, where somehow seniors who've worked and contributed all their lives will have to take less in the future. Excuse me. So now, once again, this is being applied to veterans, and the idea somehow that those who have served their country are not really entitled to fair treatment when they come back from that service. So I began my speech by talking about veterans organizations and all the things they do in their communities, and the staff of Veterans Affairs. Many legions across the country, I want to point out, do incredible work in their communities. And so in my community, one very good example is the charity fundraising that the Royal Canadian Legion in Esquimalt does. And a very specific example, we have a Esquimalt neighborhood house, which provides service to both military families and other families in our community. And when the Esquimalt neighborhood house needed a new roof, who stepped up? It was the veterans of the Royal Canadian Legion who stepped up and made a grant to a Esquimalt neighborhood house in order to help them put a new roof on and continue their services to families. So like all seniors in this country, veterans continue to contribute in their community. They continue to volunteer. They continue to raise money for charity. And so what I'd like to see us do is recognize the service they have given and the service they continue to give all across this country. I know that I'm drawing to a close here at the end of my time. I want to end by thanking all those who've served their country, whether in the Canadian Forces or in the RCMP. It's something I will try to remember to do on all the appropriate occasions, and not just once a year on Remembrance Day. And I invite all members to join me in those attempts to make sure that it becomes built into our Canadian culture to recognize the sacrifices made both in times of war and in times of peace in terms of defending our country. So today I do so by rising to support this opposition motion, Mr. Speaker. And I know that in the budget consultations that went on previously, every veterans organization in this country called on the minister to back away from cuts to the veterans organizations. So I hope when it comes time to vote on this, we'll see the unanimous support of all members of this House in recognition of the service veterans have given to their country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. This summer, together with the minister, I met a young veteran who fought in Afghanistan as a reservist. Alexandre Fontaine had trouble getting the same kind of health care as the regular Army members because he was a reservist. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether he thinks that that's fair, first of all, and secondly, to what extent he believes that services which are already difficult to obtain could get even more difficult to obtain for people like Mr. Fontaine.
First, Esquimalt Wanda Fuga.
I thank the member for Hochelaga for her question. I think it's very important that reservists get the same kind of benefits and treatment, especially when they've served overseas with the Canadian Forces, that other members of the forces get. I think we have to provide full recognition for that service. But we also have a distinction that's being made, as I said in my speech, between traditional and modern-day veterans, so that some of the veterans from World War II and Korea are entitled to different kinds of benefits than those who are available to modern-day veterans. And so if the government were right, and that reduction in the number of traditional veterans is taking place, there are certainly enough modern-day veterans who could make very good use of those services which they're presently denied.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's comments in regards to the senior pension issue, and I think that's something in which I wouldn't mind to kind of pick up on. Imagine if you're a veteran who has served in Afghanistan and you're approaching now age 55, and you hear about what's being debated in Ottawa, and you're hearing two things consistently coming out. Number one is that you're not going to be able to retire and receive OAS, old age supplement, and from 65, the government's looking at changing it from 65 to 67. So that's going to have a very profound impact on you. And now you've been hearing and you've been witnessing cutbacks in terms of Veterans Affairs that have been taking place. And again, we're trying to solicit support from the government in terms of making that commitment to our vets. So, as I say, you're 54, 55, 56 years old, and you're looking at this particular budget, and it's almost like a double jeopardy of sorts when you look in terms of your retirement years. I wonder if the member might want to provide comment on that and why it is that all Canadians should be concerned with the way in which our veterans are in fact being treated by this government.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Wanda Fuga.
Well, I thank the member for Winnipeg North for his question. As I said, I think there's a regrettable pattern starting to occur on the other side of the House where all seniors, whether they're veterans or not, are somehow seen as a burden on our society. And the idea that somehow what Canada should do is every family should take care of themselves. It's every person, he or she, should take care of themselves. And I guess the question I would ask back to the government is, well, where would we be if veterans had said that when we called upon them to serve their country? Where would we be if veterans had said, no, I'm taking care of myself and my family, and I don't really care what happens to my country or the rest of you? So I think you have to ask that question from both sides when we're talking about veterans and the benefits to which they're entitled.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to underline the comments of my honourable colleague here. I think that's a very important point that he's making here, which is that we asked our veterans to make overwhelming, overarching sacrifices. This isn't just any job. This is the job that governments must take a lot of time and deep consideration before engaging our military in any operation. And here we have veterans who've come back. They've done the job. They've done the job that our government's asked them to do, and they're being hung out to dry by a government that really does not stand up for veterans. My colleague brought up the issues of seniors in the military, and I wondered as well if he'd like to just continue that thought and talk a little bit about how we could better support our veterans.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, if you could short answer, please.
I thank the member for Davenport for his question. I guess the note that I'd like to end this session on is to think about also veterans' families. And about 10 days ago, when I stood on the docks when the HMCS Vancouver came back, the number of families, the 200 to 300 family members who were there, who also made sacrifices while their loved ones were away, risking their lives in the service of Canada. And so when we talk about cutting benefits to veterans, we're also talking about cutting benefits to their families, most often their spouses, and denying some of the things to which those spouses are entitled in their golden years. So I would ask us to think more broadly about veterans and veterans' families when we come to the cutbacks in Veterans Affairs.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former member of the military, it's a great pleasure for me to rise to speak on this motion. I joyfully remember the evenings I spent at the Canadian Legion on various occasions. It was always very pleasant, so I'm very honored to speak to this particular motion. Since 2007, the government strategic examination seeks to cut back various federal programs and services in all departments, but notably in the Department of Veterans Affairs. The goal of this is to identify possible cuts up to 10% in each department. When we're talking about Veterans Affairs Canada, 90% of its budget is spent directly on programs and benefits for veterans, and 70% of the staff directly delivers services to veterans. So I think there's not a lot of room for cutbacks there. Given that context, the calculation is quite simple. If Veterans Affairs Canada's budget is to be cut, services and benefits have to be cut somehow. And those go directly to veterans. The budget cuts and staff cuts will have no other result than reduce the services given to veterans in this country. They already have trouble getting access to some of these services, and many services have seen lesser quality over the years. There are problems, for instance, in follow-up on files. It's more and more difficult to contact an officer directly by phone because there are fewer and fewer call centers with less staff. If this keeps up, veterans will have more ease talking about their internet service provider hotline in India rather than a federal officer at Veterans Affairs in our own country. The time allocated to make decisions on veterans' needs has been reduced, but the wait time that veterans have before they receive services for physical or psychological health has not been reduced. We see cutbacks that force officers to work faster, work overtime, make decisions more quickly, and perhaps not have taken the time to do their work properly.
Numerous organizations right now have spoken out against the cuts to Veterans Affairs. For example, the Royal Canadian Legion, the Veterans Ombudsman, all of these organizations have highlighted the problems that these cuts will cost and the problems that veterans are already having because of staff cuts. Veterans who come back from Afghanistan or current soldiers need these services. They deserve them. I am a nurse by training, and when I talk about soldiers who come back from military ops, I know the consequences that they can have on people. For example, physical health problems, mental health problems, post-traumatic stress disorder. All of these are very serious consequences that need immediate care, but also follow-up. When I refer to soldiers who have been to Afghanistan, between 20 and 30% of them have mental health problems or suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, including physical wounds. Those are not problems that can be left for 2 years without doing something. I'm referring to serious health problems that call for immediate care and assistance. Since 2001, 40,000 members of the Canadian Forces have been deployed to Afghanistan, and some are still serving, but some of them have become modern-day veterans. If we count an average of 25%, that is 10,000 veterans, that many people have serious health problems because they served our country. These are figures that are submitted by DND. And so they show the crucial importance of taking the services owed to veterans seriously. Now, I've been talking about veterans, but what about the families as well? Most of our soldiers who come back to Canada after their missions, and unfortunately, some of them have never come back and will not come back. But in either case, families need services. They need support services because caring for someone who has post-traumatic stress disorder, it takes a great deal of devotion. It's very difficult, so these families need help as well. The children of these people need help so that they can support their mother or their father who are suffering from that problem. So when we talk about veterans, we're talking not only about soldiers, about service members, about former RCMP members, but we're talking about the families as well. And we must never forget that, Mr. Speaker. We are calling for the Department of Veterans Affairs to be exempt from cuts in the 2012-2013 budget. Their budget is essential if we are to maintain a certain level of service and program quality, as well as the benefits to which the veterans are entitled. We must not forget that this program already has a number of problems. It's not a problem where everything runs smoothly, so there are already problems, and thanks to these cuts, they would create even more problems. So I think that we are being very reasonable in our request that services or that the budget of Veterans Affairs not be cut. Now, every day in this House, between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, either the Associate Minister of Defence or the Minister of National Defence stands up and tells everyone that I do not support our troops when I call for accountability, when I call for answers that Canadians are entitled to with regard to the F-35 program. However, I think that when we're talking about our men and women in uniform who have come back from serving in missions, who have devoted a number of years of their lives to our country, who have risked their lives, and who have been fortunate enough to be able to come back, who need psychological, financial, and professional support, we are told that there will be cuts to the budget. So the government seems to be able to afford jets that aren't yet airborne and whose price is constantly climbing and whose delivery date we don't know. But it seems to not be able to afford to support our veterans who come back from serving our country. And I don't think that makes any sense, Mr. Speaker. makes you wonder who is really supporting our troops in this House. When this government formed the official opposition, it said that it would extend program services for veterans to all widows of veterans of the Second World War and the Korean War, but it didn't do so. This government called in 2005 for a public inquiry into Agent Orange and complete compensation for veterans who were exposed thereto, but it didn't do so. The government pledged in 2007 to take measures concerning the unfairness of the CISIP program for members of the CF personnel who were released for health reasons, but it didn't do so. In 2005, this government pledged to take measures to reform the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, to replace it by a tribunal composed of medical services personnel who were qualified, but it did not do so. So I don't think this government really is supporting our troops. So we want them to support us when we call on no cuts to be made to the Veterans Affairs Department. The NDP has long asked for this government not to cut services to veterans, and it proposed a number of measures to improve services to veterans. Health excellence centers, greater access to hospitals, a reform of the new Veterans Charter, an increase in expenses allowed for funerals, concrete action against homelessness of veterans. And so when I see what we have proposed, that is supporting our veterans. We still wanted the government to put an end to the clawback of disability benefits for veterans from the RCMP and the CF. We want them to extend the Veterans Independence Program to former RCMP officers. We want pensions and disabilities for people who get married after the age of 60, improved care for people with PTSD, reduction of wait times for disability benefits, fair treatment for the calculation of annual leave for Canadian Forces members who want to enter the public service, and the elimination or the reform of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. So for many of those measures, that is what I call supporting our troops, but the government's not delivering. So to support our troops, it is essential that the budget of Veterans Affairs Canada not be cut. That is the only reasonable attitude that this government should take to support our veterans. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions, very simple questions, Mr. Speaker, for my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Does she not agree that it is possible to protect our veterans' benefits while achieving savings if we have a bureaucracy that works more effectively? I was part of the public service. She was part of the public service. It is always possible to find a more effective way to deliver on the goods, and this is no exception. Secondly, how does she justify her position in favor of keeping a large bureaucracy within Veterans Affairs while being a member of a party that votes time and time again against our program seeking to renew Canadian Forces equipment, whether it be for new armed vehicles or new jets? How does she reconcile those two positions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I said this, as I said at the beginning of my speech, 86% of the Veterans Affairs Canada goes directly to benefits and services for veterans. So I do not believe that it is a department that has a very large bureaucracy. Almost all the money goes to programs and services. And right now, despite that, there are problems with the services. So I don't think that at Veterans Affairs Canada the problem is with the bureaucracy. I think that there is a lack of funding that makes the services difficult to access. Right now, the public servants are doing overtime. So I don't think that the problem is with the bureaucracy. That is why that I think that we should not, the budget of Veterans Affairs Canada should not be cut.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister repeats time and time again that veteran services will not be affected. But what he does not say is that he will maintain the level of the budget. Is it possible to provide services at an acceptable level if cuts are made as are projected in the next budget? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would urge this House to do some very simple math. 90% of the Veterans Affairs Canada budget goes directly to services and benefits. They are seeking to reduce the budget by 10%. So concretely, what they want to do is eliminate all the public servants because we shouldn't be cutting services and benefits. So what they're saying is that if you want to eliminate 10%, then there's no staff at Veterans Affairs. There are no offices, no telephones. Do the math. You'll find out it doesn't work. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to congratulate my colleague for her very passionate and informed debate. We can sense all the respect she has for the Canadian forces. So I would just like her to talk about the sense of despair that many veterans feel because they're not being listened to with regard to their needs. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I think that when we talk about this sense of despair, we're talking about a lack of logic. Military members are used to reacting quickly. We ask them to respond very, very swiftly in extreme situations. But what happens when they have extreme situations in their lives, when they have health problems, when they have crises, that we're asking them to wait for weeks and weeks before receiving health care? I think that is what is behind their sense of despair. Whereas all their lives they have been used to rapid reaction, rapid responses to certain situations. On the contrary, when they are confronted with the system, they have to deal with eternal decisions that take forever. There is no logic. Things don't make any sense compared to what they are used to. And because they receive these kind of orders, and this doesn't comply with what they have known.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed a pleasure for me to join this debate here in the House of Commons with regards to the quality of care for Canadians' veterans. However, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that there's been some misinformation that's been put out in this House today with regards to cuts or possible cuts to veterans' services and benefits. Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues have corrected in question period a number of times, including the Minister, Mr. Speaker, I have to say once again that I am pleased to set this record straight. As the Minister of Veterans Affairs has mentioned and just did in his speech, our government will always ensure that there are the necessary funds to provide Canadian Forces members, veterans and their families with the care and the support that they need. Yes, the number of traditional war service veterans served by the Department of Veterans Affairs is decreasing. Yes, that is true, Mr. Speaker. And while there are younger veterans entering the systems at Veterans Affairs, the overall number of veterans served by the department is decreasing. However, Mr. Speaker, their needs also must be addressed. And if you look at this government's record over the last 6 years, you're going to see that the benefits provided have actually expanded. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, all of the programs to which veterans are entitled are quasi-statutory. And many people will ask what exactly this means. Mr. Speaker, you know it, this side of the House knows it. Unfortunately, there maybe is some uncertainty on the other side. What this means is that the Government of Canada must provide these funds to administer those programs. I'll say that one more time just for clarity, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada must provide the funds to administer those programs. Veterans have the right to various programs and services that they need, and therefore the Treasury Board sets aside whatever money is necessary each year to make sure that the department can continue to provide those benefits. And so I think that the member and his motion really are either misinformed or they're trying to misinform. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Minister of Veterans Affairs has said it very nicely and very clearly. He has summarized that the improvements our government has made over the last 6 years have been in the name of veterans. We know that the needs of veterans are changing, that the care of veterans are evolving, and therefore it stands to reason that the way and the how veterans access and receive those benefits should change as well. Our government recognizes this and has chosen to act and to invest in new programs and initiatives and not just maintain the status quo. Veterans Affairs Canada is changing to create a more responsive environment for veterans to make sure that they have faster and easier access to the benefits that they deserve with as little less stress and as little stress as possible. I should just say, Mr. Speaker, that I am splitting my time with the member from Huron, Bruce. I do apologize, I didn't say that sooner. The department serves close to 215,000 modern-day veterans, war service veterans, members of the Canadian Forces, members of the former members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and their families. Each of these people in these groups have their own individual needs, and it is our job to ensure that these needs are met effectively and efficiently. You may ask, Mr. Speaker, how are we achieving this? Mr. Speaker, a lot has changed, and the Minister announced his Cutting Red Tape for Veterans initiative just 2 weeks ago. And most of these changes have come in the form of enhancing frontline services and reducing processing times. When the Minister launched the Cutting Red Tape for Veterans initiatives, which will provide our veterans with a hassle-free service they've asked for without bureaucratic roadblocks, Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of resounding responses from veterans saying this is exactly what we've been asking for. We've also taken action in the following areas, Mr. Speaker. We are communicating with veterans in plain language. Information provided to our veterans, whether it be the decision letters or the brochures on benefits and services, it will be written in a language that is easy to understand, Mr. Speaker. We have invested in technology which allows the department to make greater use of digital imaging and electronic records. We have supported the Helmets to Hard Hats program, which helps veterans trying to find high-paying opportunities, see those opportunities in trades and areas where they can use the skills that they've developed in areas where they're needed. And we've implemented direct deposits for some VIP payments or reimbursements for treatment benefits. We've also reduced 1/3 of the time it takes for veterans to receive a decision on applications for disability benefits. We have cut in half the time that it takes for a veteran to receive a decision on applications or rehabilitation programs. And we have established an Afghanistan and serious injury unit to fast-track the benefits for Canadian Forces members and veterans who have become seriously injured or ill while serving in Afghanistan or elsewhere. We've added additional case managers to areas of high demand across this country to deliver one-on-one service for veterans. And they've been given more authority to approve vocational rehabilitation plans and work with the veterans to resolve complex challenges. And we have reduced the amount of paperwork veterans have to do when they apply for Veterans Independence programs, which now helps 107,000 veterans, survivors, and their caregivers remain independent in their homes for as long as possible. That's an impressive list of accomplishments, Mr. Speaker. Long overdue, some would say, yes, but nevertheless, real progress that has made by the department to update the care for Canada's veterans. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that the work is far from done, In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs has stated very publicly that he intends to lead by example. He wants his department to be one of the most efficient and responsive in all of government. After all, Canada's veterans deserve nothing less. As the Minister stated in his remarks, Canada's veterans have done far more than their fair share to build our great country, to defend our shared values, and to make Canada's red maple leaf an enduring symbol of peace and freedom around the world. This government is doing its fair share in ensuring that they are well looked after. Mr. Speaker, the motion of the member...
Order. Order. I unfortunately must interrupt the member as the time for government orders has expired. When the House returns to this matter, the honourable member for Peace River will have 2 minutes remaining in his speech. Statements by members. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the world-class healthcare facilities and neighbourhood service agencies of which I am so very proud in Don Valley West. We are blessed with excellence in healthcare through the staff and researchers at Sunnybrook Hospital and K-Wing, the largest veterans centre in Canada, at Lyndhurst Centre, a place of excellence providing the best in spinal cord research and rehab therapy services, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, Holland Bloorview Kids Rehab Hospital, serving children with disabilities, Bob Rumble Centre for the Deaf, serving the needs of hearing disabled in the GTA. For community services, I mention with pride Flemington and Thorncliffe neighbourhood organizations, New Circles, Afghan Women's Organization, March of Dimes, and Flemington Legal Services. All of these great organizations geared to assisting the residents of Don Valley West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my esteemed colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore for his unparalleled support of veterans during his time in this House. Today, the New Democratic Party is calling on the government to shield Veterans Affairs from budget cutbacks. Tomorrow, we are calling for all-party support to ensure that programs and services to all military and RCMP veterans are protected. It would be an affront to ask them to give more, Mr. Speaker. My family has had a long and proud record of service to Canada, starting with my great-grandfather, Harold Riley, who served in both World Wars. Veteran Services, Mr. Speaker, kept my grandmother in her home with dignity until she passed away in 2010, and I will not accept that the same services would not be there for future veterans. I will proudly vote yes to this motion to honour their memories and service to Canada, and I call on the government to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognise that the City of Pickering, in the Great Riding of Pickering Scarborough East, has unanimously passed a motion thanking and honouring the service of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces and the many other civilians in supporting roles who served in the combat mission in Afghanistan that ended in July 2011. Many of those who served were from Durham region. I thank City Councillors David Pickles and Deputy Mayor Doug Dickerson who brought this motion to City Council. Canada's armed forces have made a significant contribution to the stability and the rebuilding of Afghanistan over the last decade. 158 Canadian soldiers made the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan, and Pickering residents and Royal Canadian Legion Branch 606 members crowded bridges and honoured these men and women as they passed through the city of Pickering on the Highway of Heroes. Lest we forget, lest we forget.
We'll never forget.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Alas, last week Vancouver lost an inspiring advocate for our community. On February 28th, former councillor and two-time mayoral candidate Jim Green lost his fight with cancer. Jim was a well-known progressive force in municipal politics and a key architect of solutions to improve our city. He was a passionate doer with a fountain of ideas which he implemented in one of Canada's poorest neighbourhoods, the downtown East Side. Jim founded Blade Runners, an internationally recognized employment program that provides life skills training for at-risk youth, as well as United We Can, a charity that offers residents of East Hastings jobs to clean the streets of their neighbourhood. The Portland Hotel Society, which provides supported living space for the hardest to house people, owes its existence to Jim, among others. Less than a week before he died, Jim was awarded Vancouver's highest honour, the Freedom of the City Award, for his exemplary citizenship, service and leadership. Jim lived according to the idea that you can actually change the world for the better and enjoy it at the same time. On behalf of the citizens of Vancouver Quadra and Vancouver, I offer my deepest condolences to Jim's family and all who he touched.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, Red Deer was proud to host the 2012 Scottish Tournaments of Hearts as women's curling teams from all across this great nation vied for the Canadian Championship. And what a show these teams put on. Excellent shot making, thrilling games, and heart-stopping action ensured that curling enthusiasts were treated to the best women's curling on the planet. Host Committee Chair Sherry Rickman and her crew of 528 enthusiastic volunteers did a wonderful job of welcoming curling teams and fans to Red Deer.
Well done.
From the unique opening banquet at the Sheraton Hotel to the great entertainment at the Heartstop Lounge, right through to the final ceremonies at the Westerners NMAX Centrium, curling fans were treated to one of the best Scotties ever. We will now cheer on Team Canada's Heather Nedwin and her Alberta teammates as they compete for the World's Championship in Lethbridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. On Saturday, February 25th, the second provincial Power Chair football tournament was held in Quebec at the Centre Communautaire des Chutes. In the Beauport sector, the local team, Les Éclairs du Pivot, hosted three teams in hotly disputed matches: the Saint-Jérôme Pitbulls, this year's champions, Montreal's Junisport, and the Dragonniers from the Madeleine Bergeron School in Quebec. Power chair football is an adaptation of soccer, which is played in electric wheelchairs. The athletes have outdone themselves. They participated with disabled participants from across Quebec in mutual, respectful atmosphere. Ms. Véronique Denis, who is the honorary chair of the tournament and is in a wheelchair herself, said that, "I think that all athletes in organizations like the Pivot prove that society that disabled people have a place in society." I fully agree with you, Ms. Denis.
Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, as an alumnus of the University of Regina, I was very disappointed to hear that my alma mater is experiencing anti-Semitic activities. Recently, the University of Regina Students' Union passed a one-sided resolution to join the boycott, divest, and sanction movement against Israel. The motion was passed at the end of the annual meeting when, as the student newspaper reports, by the time the motion to boycott Israel came up, a lot of people had left and the remaining crowd members were anxious to join them. We have the ironic situation where a student organization, while proclaiming its support for political freedom and democratic discussion, did just the opposite. Calling Israel an apartheid state is abhorrent and insulting to all Israeli citizens, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim. The University of Regina's administration needs to disavow any support for this offensive motion. I do not believe the U of R now supports the suppression of all Israeli academics, that it endorses anti-Semitism, or that it sees Israel as an apartheid state. To counter this resolution, President Timmons needs to say so.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Today is the 59th anniversary of the death of the left-wing dictator Joseph Stalin. During a 30-year reign of terror, show trials, purges, war, and religious persecution, Stalin oversaw the deaths of tens of millions. Even a partial death toll is almost incomprehensible. 15 million shipped to the Gulag, including my own father. Millions of ethnic minorities killed during forced relocations. Hundreds of thousands of priests, monks, and nuns killed, and more than 50,000 churches destroyed. And an estimated 10 million Ukrainians starved to death during the Holodomor. Millions of Poles sent to labor camps during World War II, and 20,000 Polish prisoners of war massacred at Katyn, all part of a decades-long litany of crimes against the Polish people. This horror during a time when Pierre Trudeau sympathetically claimed the Soviet Union is making tremendous strides. Remind us that the beginning of statism is the end of freedom, and that the moral perversions of Marxist theory can only be put into practice at gunpoint. Let us never forget the evil that Stalin represented.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the citizen involvement of 160 people from my riding, as well as more than 14,000 others across Quebec. I sincerely thank all of these people who have done something concrete for the advancement of this country, proudly displaying their ideals. They are refusing to be muzzled, and they accept the risk tied to their position and have become officially members of the New Democratic Party. They are therefore pathfinders for thousands of other supporters who are fearful of the cuts that their organizations could suffer if they officially side with a party other than the one holding the purse strings. This shows the unease linked with the conservative style of management, because they favor their political friends. However, this movement has been launched, and day after day will continue to demonstrate to all Canadians that the only party that puts the interest of individuals before that of big corporations is the NDP, and that people will always find an attentive ear with our party. Mr. Speaker, 2015 is tomorrow, and tomorrow we will find with the people of this country all of the reasons to be proud to belong to Canada.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I was appalled to learn today that in Libya the graves of Commonwealth troops, including at least one Canadian who fought in Libya during the Second World War, were smashed to pieces in the Benghazi War Cemetery. Just a few short months ago, we saw the brave men and women of the Royal Canadian Air Force successfully participating in a UN-mandated, NATO-led mission to protect civilians from the former Gaddafi regime. And today we see the graves of Canadian airmen destroyed by a group of extremists. I would like to commend the Libyan National Transitional Council for their promise to pursue those who are responsible for destroying the graves of brave individuals who fought against those who had oppressed their fellow man during the Second World War. Most importantly, I would also like to commemorate the great sacrifice of the Canadians who laid down their lives in the defense of freedom and democracy, and pay tribute to those who continue to serve around the world to defend these important values today. We owe them so much, and Libya owes them so much. Let us never lose our appreciation of service and sacrifice.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, the preservation of language is an essential aspect of cultural heritage. More than 60 First Nations languages are spoken from coast to coast to coast in Canada, and this unique and fundamental part of Canada's cultural mosaic must be preserved. What's encouraging, Mr. Speaker, is the growing number of young Aboriginal activists stepping forward to preserve these languages, working tirelessly across the country to sustain a unique cultural identity. I would like to praise the work of First Voices and First Nations activists that are leading the way to the revival of First Nations cultural heritage. On this side of the House, we salute their efforts. The full contribution of First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples to building Canada has never been fully recognized and honoured. New Democrats are committed to a new partnership to address long-standing neglect and injustice. We are committed to building together a Canada where Aboriginal languages, knowledge and culture are respected and reinforced, and where First Nations communities across the country can stand with hope and pride.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Last week, West Nova was mysteriously added to the list of alleged calls. But Gordon McPherson, the campaign manager for Liberal candidate Robert Thibault, says he has no memory of anyone complaining about calls during an election. The media quote Mr. Thibault himself, remembering the incident. He said, "I had one person call saying he got repeated calls at odd hours from a caller saying he represented the Liberal Party." There it is, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals paid millions of dollars, making hundreds of thousands of phone calls in these ridings, and they now claim they received these calls from the opposition. The opposition's exaggerated allegations demean the millions of voters who cast their votes in the last election, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
That's right. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to pay tribute today to St. Francis Xavier University basketball coach Steve Konchelski. Already the winningest coach in Canadian university sport history, he reached a new milestone on January 7th with his 800th victory. As a player, he led Acadia University to a national title in 1965 and was chosen tournament MVP. Coach K has led the St. FX X-Men to 3 national championship victories so far, and he's taken Canada's national team to 3 Olympic Games. He served as assistant coach of the Canadian team for 16 years and as head coach for 4. He's been inducted into the Acadia Sports Hall of Fame, the Canadian Basketball Hall of Fame, and the Nova Scotia Sports Hall of Fame. He is known as a class act, a man of intelligence and humility. But perhaps the greatest tribute to Steve Konchelski comes from his players, who say he always demanded a lot from them, both in the classroom and on the court. I invite all members to join me in recognizing Coach Steve Konchelski on his 800 victories.
The honourable member for Regina Lumsden Lake Centre.
Hugh Wilson, who died last Friday, was one of the quiet giants of our age, whose rigorous common sense was an antidote to the intellectual poison of so much of the 20th century academic philosophy. Wilson is best remembered for his broken windows theory of policing, which held that the failure to police supposedly minor breaches of the social order, such as vandalism, defacement, art and graffiti, as well as drug use, undermines a community's sense of security and mutual trust, leading to more broken windows and crime.
That's right.
This insight ran counter to the soft-on-crime ideology of the sociologists and criminologists of the day. But whenever policymakers enacted Wilson's ideas, such as in New York, crime went down, and the intellectual bankruptcy of his opponents was exposed. But Wilson's legacy is much broader. At a time when moral philosophers were denying the very possibility of truth, Wilson tested their claims against the reality of lived experience, and he showed them to be hollow. As Enlightenment imperialist, he reintroduced the moral sense of Aristotle and Adam Smith to a new generation of policymakers and reminded us that an ounce of
Order. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the privilege of travelling to St. John's and Halifax with the Veterans Affairs Committee to study the delivery of frontline health and well-being services to our Canadian vets. We heard from Jim Lowther and David McLeod about the unacceptable and preventable tragedy of homeless veterans. The very least presenters should have from elected officials is a respectful and attentive ear. After all, isn't the goal to ensure the heroes who served our country so faithfully receive the care and help they need? I was appalled by the disrespect and inattention by committee members on the government side. Sleeping wasn't the only affront. Others laughed inappropriately or wandered in and out of the room with more attention to a BlackBerry than to the people who'd taken their time to come out and speak. A late and grudging apology, Mr. Speaker, just doesn't cut it. Our veterans, all Canadians, deserve better. After witnessing what I did last week, I wonder what action the Conservatives will take to honour all of our veterans.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend's Vancouver province described a photo of the interim Liberal leader and Liberal loyalist Jaspal Atwal. Let me share with the House the rap sheet on Mr. Atwal. Mr. Atwal was convicted of the attempted murder of Malkiet Singh Sidhu. He even admitted to pulling the trigger. He was also charged with the beating of former Liberal MP Ujjal Dosanjh in 1985. Someone should tell Terry Mileski at the CBC. I wonder what Mr. Dosanjh thinks about the interim Liberal leader being photographed with Mr. Atwal. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Atwal's Liberal connections run even deeper. In the 2011 election campaign, he helped bankroll the Liberal Party's campaign in Fleetwood, Port Kells. Is the interim Liberal leader going to defend his friend, Jaspal Atwal? Is the interim Liberal leader now so focused on the relentless pursuit of power that he will associate with anyone for an easy vote, even a convicted criminal like Jaspal Atwal?
Oral questions. Questions orales.
Oral questions.
Of the opposition.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give this government an opportunity to make a correction concerning fraudulent calls. Last week, the Prime Minister stated that only the Liberal Party had made such calls from the United States. Now we've discovered that the Conservative Party also made calls from the United States using American firms. Will the Prime Minister and this government apologize for having misled Canadians? Mr. Speaker, many things are clear. So the opposition would not accept the results of the last election. The Liberals paid millions of dollars to make calls to hundreds of thousands of voters. They hired American firms to make many of these calls. Now the opposition is trying to generate exaggerated allegations with no proof, no evidence, to explain the fact that voters rejected them at the last election. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this government should try to stop blaming others and assume its responsibilities for once and shed light on this entire scandal. The Prime Minister said that these calls are calls that the Conservative Party of Canada made to its supporters, calls to warn people that their polling station had changed, but there had not been any change in most of these ridings. Can the Prime Minister explain that? Can his government explain that today? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member has offered no evidence of these allegations. These are exaggerated allegations that cast doubt on the millions of voters who cast a vote. Voters and Canadians have given us a strong mandate. That's democracy. That's the reality. The opposition should accept that fact. Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Conservatives said they never use U.S. companies, but that's not true. We know it now. Calls were made telling voters about polling station changes in ridings where there was none. 31,000 individuals contacted Elections Canada. That's the reality. Now Conservatives MPs are blaming Elections Canada for this mess. Does the government realize Canadians are losing confidence in this process? Do you care?
Just remind the honourable member to address comments to the chair, not directly at her colleagues. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can confirm the Speaker cares deeply to the Leader of the Opposition. Now, what I would also say to the Leader of the Opposition is what the Prime Minister said last week was absolutely 100% accurate. The Conservative Party and our callers, we're all out of Canada, Mr. Speaker. All the calls came from Canada. What the member is alleging is absolutely false. The facts and the stories were, in fact, false. No voter ID calls were made from the U.S. On behalf of the Conservative Party. But what we can also say is that the Liberal Party paid millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, to contact hundreds of thousands of voters right across this country. It appears they may have given them some wrong information.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm holding a picture from the website of RAC9 owner Mac Meyer, holding a Government of Canada check that says, "for some services rendered." Now, the only problem is there is no public record of this payment to RAC9. So I want to ask the government, what exactly were the services rendered by RAC9 to the Conservative government? Which government departments? Were these tendered contracts or sole source contracts? And will they table in the House all records of all invoices and contracts between the Government of Canada, any department, and RAC9?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, this member may have some issues with RAC9, and those may be personal issues. But what we can say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition is clearly having a very difficult time accepting the results of the last election. What we know, and these are the facts, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal Party paid millions of dollars to contact hundreds of thousands, I would argue probably millions of voters right across this country. And it appears they may have given them some incorrect information. These exaggerated allegations demean the voters of this country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, another photo from Matt's website shows an impressive stack of servers that he calls his political superweapon. Now, we know that the Conservative Party paid for the services of this political superweapon during the last general election because we have the invoices for that. But why would the Conservative government be buying the services of a political superweapon? Why would Canadian tax dollars be going to hire a high-tech political superweapon? And who did the government intend to use that political superweapon against?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party does in fact have a political superweapon. He's from the riding of Whitby, Oshawa. He's the finance minister of this country, and what he's done is led this country through one of the most challenging economic circumstances that we have ever witnessed, and he's done so in a fashion that I can tell you Canadians from coast to coast to coast applaud. That's why so many voters came out and voted in support of the Conservative Party. What is clear and what is factual in this case is that the Liberals made millions of calls. They spent millions of dollars to contact hundreds of thousands of Canadians. It appears they may have given them some incorrect information.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing we do know for certain, and that is that the member from Mount Royal, in his riding after the election, that there was a poll taken in his riding by Campaign Research, Inc., in which they said that the member from Mount Royal, as a matter of fact, that in fact he was stepping down. So the question I'd like to ask the government is, the Speaker of the House, in ruling on that question, said in fact that the taking of that poll, which was apparently authorized by the Conservative Party, was reprehensible. Does the government agree that in fact that tactic is reprehensible, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
What's reprehensible, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition, specifically the Liberal Party, is having a very hard time accepting the results of the last election. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, and it's a fact that the Liberal Party and their riding association spent millions of dollars to contact hundreds of thousands of households across this country. It appears that they've probably given them some incorrect information. The exaggerated allegations of the member opposite and the leader of the Liberal Party demean the millions of voters who cast their ballots in elections right across this country, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that after the election, in the riding of my colleague from Mount Royal, there were calls made, authorized directly by the Conservative Party. It is the Speaker of this House that described these tactics as reprehensible. So let me ask the question again. Is this government prepared to accept the Speaker's ruling stating that these are reprehensible tactics? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the real question is the Liberal Party prepared to accept the result that Canadians gave us during the last election? Canadians voted in massive numbers. There was an increase in the voter turnout rate, and they rejected the Liberal Party in a historic way. Now the Liberal Party is trying to find an explanation for its extraordinary defeat. So, Mr. Speaker, you have to accept results of an election. You have to accept democracy. That's what we do. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, that they can't even answer an interesting, clear, factual question. A poll that was commissioned by the Conservative Party. The Conservative candidate said, it wasn't me, it's the party. The government House leader says, it's okay, it's just free speech. And the Speaker of this House said, it's reprehensible. I'm asking a very simple, direct question to the Government of Canada. Do they agree with the Speaker of this House that such a tactic, spreading false information, carrying out a poll based on a false assumption, is reprehensible? Does the government agree with that, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it is reprehensible to make baseless smears in this House, unsubstantiated smears. That's what the leader of the Liberal Party has in fact undertaken for more than the past week. The leader of the Liberal Party knows full well every household that they called, every originating phone number that they called them from, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, when those calls were made. When is he going to make those phone records public? Because I believe when those phone records are made public, the Liberal Party will in fact have fingered itself for each and every one of these calls that they allege to have taken place, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite. Mr. Speaker, last week I asked the Conservatives to explain themselves regarding a new in-and-out strategy piloted by RMG to fund calls a nature that is unknown. I got a bizarre, wild imagining about Liberals in North Dakota that had no relationship to this at all. What we do know is that a defeated candidate in Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard said, I really can't say whether I got my money's worth or not. So we want to know, what was this money used for? Where were the calls made? Are we going to have to send the RCMP in Conservative Party offices again to find out the truth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member should not replace facts with noise, but that's what he does every time he rises in this House. The fact is that the Liberal Party spent millions of dollars for hundreds of thousands of calls. Now it's up to the Liberal Party to explain what happened with those calls. Making allegations with no evidence will not change the result of the elections, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't remember having asked anything about the Liberal Party. However, it's funny. They denied the first in-and-out scandal until they had to plead guilty and pay the maximum amount of fine, so they should be careful. Before having his arm twisted, another defeated candidate stated about the RMG contract, I got no report. The campaign of the Conservative candidate for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata-les-Basques was only a letterbox for RNG invoices. What was this money used for, and in what ridings did it get used? What was it used for? Mr. Speaker, these unfounded and exaggerated allegations are an attempt to devalue the historic participation of Canadians in the last election. Canadians voted for us with a strong mandate in order to manage our economy, create jobs, and manage the security of our country. That was the democratic decision of Canadians, and the opposition cannot erase that by making false allegations with no evidence.
James Bay. Deny, blame, change the channel. Mr. Speaker, every day the Conservatives come up with a new story to divert attention away from Conservative election fraud. The problem is their story is starting to stumble on itself. Early last week, it was the kid from Guelph. Then the Prime Minister told us it was Liberal call centres in the United States, and the Conservatives had never hired any call centres, which was false. Now we find that the Conservative Party thinks it's Elections Canada who is behind robo-fraud. So, Mr. Speaker, what is it this week? Do they believe with the agree with the member from Saskatoon-Wanesco now that Elections Canada is trying to make this government look bad? Who is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, it's very clear the opposition has a hard time accepting the results of the last election. But it's also clear, and it's factual, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. It's an absolute fact that the Liberal Party paid millions of dollars to contact hundreds of thousands of households right across this country, Mr. Speaker. It appears that apparently they gave some people incorrect information. They may have even called them at inappropriate times of day, Mr. Speaker. But the Liberal leader is sitting on all of these facts, won't release their phone records. I think he should have to. But something's also clear. These allegations demean the voters of this country.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'll tell you what demeans the voters of this country, Mr. Speaker, whether it's Vladimir Putin or Pierre Putin. Citizens have a right to vote without being interfered with or having a monkey wrench, and they deserve better than to have a minister stand up day after day and mislead the Canadian people. Last week, the Minister of Defence said it was a kid from Guelph. Case closed. Well, now they're saying we don't know what's going on in Guelph. Now we're hearing that the Conservative Party is trying to blame Elections Canada, because obviously blaming the little Liberal Party isn't following through either. So why would this government stop playing the blame game and come clean with the electoral fraud that's happened under their watch in their party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to blame the little Liberal Party, nor am I attacking the outrageous allegations of the NDP. I'm merely pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that they have been making these baseless smears for more than a week. There is no substance for their argument, Mr. Speaker. Our campaign, as our campaign manager said yesterday, has repeated, and others have came forward, we were absolutely punctilious in following all the rules of Elections Canada.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Last June, Conservative Party fundraiser offices in the same office as RMG from Toronto solicited Fernand Coulombe, an 89-year-old from Montmagny, to get a $200 donation. Mr. Coulombe says he never promised anything, that this is the letter he got. Thank you for your generous promise of a $200 donation. Does RMG have a mandate to do its own fundraising under the Conservative banner? Is this aggressive kind of donation a known tactic by the Conservatives? So once again, let's be transparent here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, talking about transparency, during the election, Canadians took part in a very transparent way by giving us a very strong mandate in order to manage this government and create jobs for our economy. The opposition is now trying to explain this historic defeat by making false allegations, unfounded, baseless allegations, which undermines the participation of Canadians, and one must celebrate democracy, not attack it. Now they're saying false calls from Elections Canada to get donations. The Conservatives say they have nothing to hide, but they refuse the fact that Elections Canada has the right to require documents from political parties to make sure Elections Act is respected. Are they afraid that their documents has embarrassing information in them? Instead of attacking Elections Canada, the Conservatives should give it all the necessary powers to investigate. What are they waiting for? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Elections Canada is the appropriate agency to conduct this investigation. We accept that responsibility it has. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Des-Jets-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. In late August 2011, the Minister of Industry stated, and I quote, "I made representations to the Minister. We have a great centre that's well located, and we had positive recommendations from the department." That justifies the investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. Even though the Minister is saying he's baffled about this, will he admit that he personally intervened in this, that he wants to move families from Rimouski to Thetford Mines, and that his father's associate has interests in the building where the centre is located? I want answers. Will the Ethics Commissioner too? Mr. Speaker, this is ridiculous. It's not true at all. In choosing a place in Thetford Mines 5 years ago, the Minister was not part of that decision. That was a decision made by the officials at Public Works. And when we want to improve and consolidate other offices, the decision as to where to locate an office will be made according to the same process.
The OECD, Moody's, Fitch, and the IMF are all warning that reckless cuts could throw Canada back into recession. That fragility of the economy has been acknowledged by private sector economists today. The Conservatives ignore this and move full speed ahead with their costly prisons agenda, and with F-35s whose price tag continues to grow with every new problem. Now, budgets are choices. The Ontario government is cancelling the next round of corporate tax cuts. So if even the Ontario Liberals are listening to the public and the NDP, why won't Conservatives listen to and put families before prisons, before fighter jets, and before corporate tax cuts?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is the party that is putting families ahead of everything else when it comes to Canadians. Just to be very clear, we are on track for modest growth here in Canada, and we're in relatively better shape than others. We are focused on implementing the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, and we're looking forward to March 29th when we'll introduce the Economic Action Plan for 2012. But what we have said repeatedly is that we have made necessary decisions to stimulate, and we will do so if necessary. But right now, as the AAA rating agencies have said, and I quote, Fitch said recently, achieving fiscal consolidation and the balanced budget targets are important to maintain credibility.
The honourable member for Westminster.
If we look at the growth rate in 2011, Canada under this government is ranked 131. That doesn't give this government much credibility. For the New Democrats, the seniors come before fighter jets, social services before prisons. The Conservatives are making poor choices. Why not make Canadian families and seniors a priority in the next budget? Why not use common sense? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated earlier, it is this party, this government, that puts families first. This is the government that spent $3 million in the pockets of families because of some cutbacks in taxes. Maybe my colleague hasn't heard, but StatsCan announced last week that the Canadian economy has progressed 1.8% in the fourth quarter of 2011. That's progress, and we're going to continue in this vein. We will increase economic growth here in Canada.
For Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservative campaign in Guelph had a non-disclosed commercial relationship with RAC 9, the company Pierre Potin used to defraud Canadian voters on Election Day. We know that fingers were initially pointed at a 23-year-old Conservative partisan involved in the Guelph campaign, and since having been thrown under the bus by the Minister of National Defence, he's come out and urged the guilty party to come forward. If the Conservatives admit that an electoral fraud took place, and even the Minister of Defence thinks it had to do with the Conservative Party, why will they not hand over the evidence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what's alleged to have happened in Guelph is unacceptable. We want to get to the bottom of this. The Conservative Party of Canada, and I understand the member from Guelph, are in fact assisting Elections Canada in this regard, but this member can do even more to assist, Mr. Speaker. He can go to his leader and he can ask his leader to provide the call records from the Liberal Party in the last election, because they've made a lot of unsubstantiated allegations, Mr. Speaker, but we believe very firmly that when they make those records available, it will become very clear that the Liberal Party has in fact contacted hundreds of thousands of households. They made a lot of calls in the last election, Mr. Speaker, and they're the source of all these complaints.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, employees of a Conservative call centre in Thunder Bay have publicly confirmed that they were told to misdirect voters to the wrong polling stations. Some of them even reported this to the RCMP. What is the government doing to ensure the Conservative Party hands over all scripts that these call centre employees were forced to use to Elections Canada and the RCMP for investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Elections Canada made some 127 polling location changes, late changes in the last election, affecting more than 1,000 polls. We contacted Conservative supporters, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they were aware of changes, and we contacted Conservative supporters to make sure that they got out and vote on Election Day. It's also clear that the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, spent millions of dollars to contact hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of homes right across this country. It appears they've given them some incorrect information, but the Liberal leader is sitting on all of this information while he makes unsubstantiated smears.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that the robocall scandals touches the very foundations of our democracy. The regulations concerning robocalls comes under the CRTC, which has the necessary powers to investigate rapidly and effectively. We know that the government wants to cooperate with Elections Canada in its inquiry. Will it also ask the CRTC to intervene? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Elections Canada is the appropriate organization to conduct this investigation. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the emergency meeting on the F-35 program in Washington was held, but the Conservatives are still singing the same old tune. The partner nations in Washington almost all have a Plan B. The NDP has been calling for a Plan B for months, but the Conservatives are ignoring us. So I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, whether the Minister finally listened to the concerns of our allies concerning the flaws in the F-35 program. The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely listen to our allies who know far more than the member opposite about what's going on. I met with our allies, received an update on the program's progress and challenges. As no contract has been signed, the perspective gained from discussions with our allies and industry partners was extremely valuable. Mr. Speaker, as Canada's CF-18s are nearing the end of their usable lives and must be replaced, I'm proud of our actions to provide our Canadian forces with the best equipment they need while protecting Canada's sovereignty.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, that response reminds me of the tale of the Emperor with no clothes. We have here the briefing note for the Minister that reveals the government's concerns with price, production, and ironically transparency dating back to at least September of last year, and yet they continue to mislead Canadians, saying over and over and over again that the F-35 is on track. And again, last week we heard the same line coming out of the Minister's emergency dinner and schmooze with Lockheed Martin in Washington. Mr. Speaker, when will the government give Canadians the truth about the F-35?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the only emergency here is the NDP's desire not to help and support our military men and women. Mr. Speaker, the member has his facts wrong. This is a complex file. The member has shown a complete lack of understanding of the complexities and facts. And, Mr. Speaker, he is misleading Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the F-35 fiascos, the Conservatives won't come clean, and they're just not getting the job done on behalf of Canadians. But on another topic, Mr. Speaker, under this government, CSIS has faced a slew of problems and controversies, and now we're hearing concerns around CSIS turning up unannounced in Canadians' workplace. What guidelines are in place to ensure that surprise workplace visits from CSIS officers are not used to harass and intimidate Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that our security officials conduct investigations in accordance with Canadian law. But if the member has constituents with specific complaints about any action by CSIS agents, I would encourage them to file a specific complaint with the independent review agency. There's an independent review agency that oversees the actions of these security officials, and that's where he can go.
Makes sense. I have an updated.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, the safety of Canadians is a priority for everyone, but surprise workplace visits made by CSIS can have very serious repercussions for those concerned, even if the goal is only to collect information. According to an Access to Information request, this policy has not been reviewed for over 6 years. Honest Canadians are concerned about the unfair consequences of these visits, and rightfully so. Will the government review and update this policy to respond to public concerns? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Repeat again, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that our security officials conduct investigations in accordance with Canadian laws. If the member has any specific complaints that the laws are being broken or otherwise unethical behaviour is being engaged in, he is free to contact the independent review agencies that reviews all complaints.
Makes sense. Honourable Member for Nipissing, Timiskaming.
Our government's top priority remains jobs and economic growth. Booming Asia-Pacific economies have shown great interest in our natural resources. In fact, there is $500 billion in potential investments in our resources sector that will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. Our regulatory system can be duplicative, inefficient, and excessively lengthy. Could the Parliamentary Secretary update the House about what our government is doing to reform the system in order to grasp Canada's full potential.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this excellent question. We know reviews for major projects can be done in a quicker, more streamlined way while still enforcing strong environmental and safety standards. An inefficient regulatory system does not lead to better environmental outcomes. Projects that are safe, that generate thousands of new jobs across the country, and which open up new export markets must not die due to unnecessary delays in the approval process. Mr. Speaker, our government will take the actions necessary to responsibly develop Canada's natural resources.
The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, our veterans only want one thing: access to services more quickly and that meet their needs. Today, the NDP tabled a motion that wants to honour veterans by exempting its department from budget cuts. The motion is simple. It doesn't cost the government anything. All we're asking is that it maintain the budget of Veterans Affairs Canada at its current level. Can the minister give us one single reason why he should not support our motion? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, there's a very good reason why we want to support the benefits for veterans, but also to cut red tape that all veterans suffer from. And that is why I would urge the opposition to support our amendment, which seeks to maintain the benefits for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. I want them to make a concrete gesture. I want them to stand up in this House and support our veterans and to get rid of bureaucracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, 87-year-old Art Humphreys, before he died, a World War II veteran from Musqueam Harbour, asked for a lift to get in and out of his basement, denied. Sarah Atwood, 90-year-old World War II veteran, denied access to Camp Hill Hospital. 90-year-old Ted Schreiner from Bedford denied VIP services. Now Louis Dion, 97-year-old veteran from North Vancouver, was told in order to get VIP, at least an answer on VIP, it would take a minimum 16 weeks before we get back to you. Why is this government trying to balance its books on the heroes of our country?
Whoa. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member will understand I cannot comment on the specific, but I can tell the member, Mr. Speaker, that as of today, 107,688 veterans are benefiting for the Veterans Independence Program, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because it is a good program that is aimed at helping veterans. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Our government expanded the VIP program to provide benefits to eligible low-income and disabled survivors of certain veterans. Mr. Speaker, why has the veteran voted against our extension of the VIP program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Hold the presses, Mr. Speaker.
Whoa.
There's a Conservative awake during a question about veterans. Hallelujah, Mr. Speaker. But I would like the minister, on his desk now is the file of David Kurtz. Served in the Merchant Marine in the 40s. Served in Korea 2 tours. In June 2010, denied geriatric services. January 11, denied VIP. January of this year, denied a reassessment. And again at the end of this month, denied veterans benefits one more time. He's 86 years old. Why are you denying David Kurtz the rightful benefits that he earned after serving his country so valiantly? Why are you benefiting?
Once again, I'll just remind the honourable member to address his comments through the chair and not. I didn't cut off anyone's anything. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the member can get very excited, but the fact remains that our officials are working to provide the best services to our veterans. That's what they are doing on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, all over the country. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we are providing them with the tools that they need and the money that they need. I invite the member, the NDP member, to support our budget initiative so we can continue to support our veterans. And Mr. Speaker, let's get rid of bureaucracy, of wasteful bureaucracy, and support our veterans for real and stand up our veterans by voting for.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if he wants to get rid of the politically appointed HoC of places for Conservative failed members of the political party, get rid of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board and put that $11 million back into programs and services. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow in this House at 5:45, these people over there, the Conservatives, have an opportunity to once and for all tell all the major veterans organizations that supported the NDP motion to not cut the Department of Veterans Affairs and to ensure that all veterans and RCMP members and their families get the benefits in a timely and comprehensive manner. Will the Minister and the Conservatives be supporting our motion tomorrow?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear the opposition wants to maintain red tape. That's what the opposition wants to do. We want to maintain benefits to veterans. If the member is serious about getting unanimous consent, he will support our amendment to have certain that benefits will be maintained. Mr. Speaker, our veterans all over the country are telling me, cut the red tape, Mr. Speaker. Is the member ready to cut the red tape and get rid of wasteful bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker? That's the question.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, with the cons in crisis over fraudulent election calls, they may have thought that the public had forgotten about their plans to raid OAS pensions. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, just so you're ready. Today's seniors and baby boomers built this country, and they want to know why the government has an endless pot of money for new jets and jails, but only scraps for our seniors. Canadians may have been tricked by fraudulent phone calls last May, but they're not going to be tricked into believing that an OAS cut is good for them.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has made a commitment to protect seniors and to protect the pensions, and that's exactly what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, we're protecting it for those seniors who are currently collecting OAS, those who are near retirement, and for future generations. But if the honourable member is so concerned about seniors, then why did she and her party vote against pension income splitting, vote against raising the age tax credit for seniors, and so many other things that we've done to help seniors keep more money in their pockets?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, now the minister's returned from his F-35 problems conference in Washington. Can he tell the House whether he talked to his American and UK counterparts about their scaling back or outright cancellations of the program? Will he purge the government's contempt by filing the F-35 cost report as demanded by the Finance Committee in the last Parliament? When will he file a Plan B, and will he tell the House when we get the planes, how much they cost, and how many we will be getting?
Good point. The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to host our international partners in the Joint Strike Fighter program at our Canadian Embassy in Washington on Friday. I can assure the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, that we are all working these issues through. Good progress continues to be made, and we will always be vigilant with our taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, and will continue to monitor the program closely, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, a senior Environment Canada regulator has all of a sudden been appointed to head a new pro-industry oil sands group. And the Conservatives tell us that that is perfectly normal again. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are setting up a revolving door between the government and the industry. Can the Minister of the Environment explain to us what the term conflict of interest means?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell my colleague that Dr. Dan Wicklum, the previously Director General of Environment Canada's Water Sciences and Technology Directorate, is on assignment, temporary assignment, unpaid leave, as the Chief Executive of the Canadian Oil Sands Innovation Alliance. We anticipate his assignment will bring new opportunities to strengthen the relationship between the Government of Canada and oil sands industry. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, while on assignment, he is subject to the rules of ethics and conflict of...
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I know the Conservatives have trouble with the concept of conflict of interest, so let me help them with an example. When a senior Environment Canada regulator suddenly becomes the head of a pro-industry oil sands group, there's a pretty obvious conflict there. And so while the government may want us to believe that there's nothing to see here, Canadians aren't buying it. So the minister thinks that there isn't a conflict of interest here, so I'd ask him to define conflict of interest.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, Dr. Wicklum is on leave without pay. He is subject to the values and the ethics code for the public service, and this code is clear, Mr. Speaker, on the measures to be taken by public servants to avoid real or perceived conflicts of interest. Dr. Wicklum's assignment agreement stipulates he cannot provide information to COSIA or its members that relies on information that is not publicly available.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are faced with a number of important and increasingly complex financial decisions for themselves and their families. Unlike the NDP, our government understands the needs of Canadian consumers. Since 2006, we have introduced strong, new pro-consumer rules for credit card companies, established a code of conduct for the credit and debit card industry to help small business, and created an independent task force on financial literacy. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform this House of even more initiatives our government has introduced to help protect Canadian consumers?
Financial Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
We asked for more. Well, here we go. Our government is helping to protect Canadians with pro-consumer measures. We're ensuring Canadians get clear and direct information on financial products so they can make the best decision to help their families. That's why we introduced new measures to empower consumers, including banning unsolicited credit card checks and implementing a new code of conduct on mortgage prepayment information. We also finalized measures to shorten the check holding period to 4 days and give immediate access to the first $100 of any check Canadians cash. These are important measures to help Canadians make the right financial decisions and have timely access to their own money.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, to the Chief Government Whip, he is no doubt aware of the reports last week where the member from Calgary West fell asleep at a parliamentary committee during a presentation on veterans' homelessness. The member subsequently denied this and launched, this may sound familiar, an unsubstantiated smear campaign against the veterans group who went public with it. These veterans are angry and offended. They're ready to sue him and are seeking his removal from the committee. Will the Chief Government Whip respect the wishes of the veterans and remove the member?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member has done the right thing and apologized. And Mr. Speaker, this government has the utmost respect for our veterans, and especially for those who dedicate their life to each other. Now, Mr. Speaker, how can we show respect to veterans? How can we show real respect in this House for veterans? Is by supporting our budget initiative. And every single member of this government, Mr. Speaker, has supported for the last 6 years our increases in the investments of our veterans, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Les Aliments. Mr. Speaker, important climate research is being threatened, and major projects have been abandoned because the Conservatives did not keep their promise to invest $35 million in this area of science. The Conservatives reneged on their commitments, and the Pearl Arctic Research Station is going to have to close its doors. Why is the minister ignoring decades of investments and sacrificing our reputation as a scientific leader? Will the government save Pearl? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Budget 2011 did indeed provide $35 million over 5 years to the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada, known by its acronym NSERC, to support climate change and atmospheric research at Canadian post-secondary institutions. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that this arm's-length body will determine worthy scientific research projects over those 5 years in dispensing the $35 million.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Montesquieu.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Syria has hit a new low as the Assad regime continues to unleash violence against its own citizens and blocks the delivery of humanitarian aid from getting to those who need it the most. Recently, the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated that Canada would be considering new measures to bring pressure on the Assad regime. And would the Minister please update this House on the latest steps taken by our government?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank the member for his question, his interest in this regard. I think all Canadians are appalled at the deteriorating situation in Syria. Today, we, for the sixth time, increased the severity of our sanctions against the Syrian regime to be some of the toughest in the world. And effective immediately, we've announced that all of our Canadian diplomats have left Damascus. The safety and security of Canadian personnel is our top priority, and that is something, decision we took not lightly, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work with others, including the Arab League, to bring every single diplomatic pressure to bear to ensure that the people of Syria are protected.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
At a time when the government needs to take action on rail services, the Conservatives are cutting $200 million on Ria Rail. Millions of dollars that can make travel safer, like installing the locomotive cab voice recorder or the positive train control system and advanced automatic brake system that will prevent deadly accidents. Instead of wasting billions on failed fighter jets, why won't this government invest in rail safety?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers remain with the families of the victims of the tragic accident that happened some days ago. Rail security is very important for our government, which is why we have taken strong action and delivered results. Once Bill S4 is adopted, we will have implemented 83% of the recommendations made in the Rail Safety Act Review Panel, and our actions help to decrease the numbers of rail accidents since 2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all very concerned about the escalating tensions around Iran's nuclear intentions, the growing evidence that they may be developing nuclear capabilities. Canada must work as hard as possible to avoid conflict. In this light, are we not concerned that our new trading partner, Sinopec in China, is the largest buyer of Iranian oil and undermining the sanctions?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're tremendously concerned about three things going on in Iran. Obviously, the enrichment and the IEA report of their nuclear activities cause all of us substantial concern. We're concerned about the deteriorating human rights record of the Iranian regime, and that's why Canada's led efforts at the United Nations to bring light to this huge problem. We're also concerned by the intervention that Iran takes in neighboring countries supporting international terrorism. We will work to take every single diplomatic effort necessary in concert with our allies and others to ensure that Iran does not obtain nuclear weapons, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Dag Terry Anderson, President of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Norway. It being 3:05 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question at the second reading stage of Bill C-23. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
One, two, three. Test.
La mise au vote porte sur la question.
The question is on the previous question at second reading stage of Bill C-23.
Seconded by Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's. Move that this question be now put. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupé.
Mr. Troupé.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Lozo.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTequac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTequac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Mr. Alan Welling.
Mr. Alan Welling.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Savoie. Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Sitzabaïsen.
Mrs. Sitzabaïsen.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Monsieur Dussault.
Dussault.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiort.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiort.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce, la Chine.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Coderre.
Monsieur Coderre.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour 140, 140. Nays contre 118, 118.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is as follows. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Tave, moved that Bill C-23, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed? No? Oh, all those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velikot.
Mr. Velikot.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta, Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta, Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Marnicky.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernews.
Mr. Bernews.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Madame Moore, Abitibi,
Madame
Témiscamingue.
Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Sitzabaïsen.
Ms. Sitzabaïsen.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Boutin.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Ravignac.
Ravignac.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Hassaynia.
Madame Hassaynia.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentides-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentides-Labelle.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Codard.
Monsieur Codard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 263, 263. Nays contre, aucun, nil.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Order. I'll just ask all honourable colleagues who need to carry on conversations to do so outside of the chamber, so the House can move on with routine proceedings. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the summary of the Global Centre for Pluralism's corporate plan for 2012.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements. Oh. Sorry, is this tabling of documents, or is it tabling, or is this a report from interparliamentary delegation? Okay, we're almost there. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, its participation in the parliamentary seminar, Taking Legislative Action to End Violence Against Women and Girls, organized by the Interparliamentary Union of National Assembly of Burkina Faso in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, and the one in Liège, Belgium from May 1 to 5, and the one on Cooperation and Development Committee and meeting on the Parliamentary Network for the Fight of HIV/AIDS in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, May 23 to 27, and the seminar on the roles of women in political, civil and family life and on implementing the APF's Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Violence Against or Discrimination Against Women of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, which took place in Budapest, Hungary, October 26 to 27, 2011.
Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committee.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Discussions have taken place between all parties, and I believe that you will find consent for the following motion. That, at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member of Sackville Eastern Shore, all questions necessary to dispose of this motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred to Tuesday, March 6, 2012, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon. Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by people from all over Canada who are concerned with the proposed mega quarry at Melancton Township in Dufferin County, that it would be the largest open-pit quarry in Canada at over 2,300 acres. They're concerned with a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that this mega quarry would initially have 150 truckloads per hour of aggregates leave the quarry heading south, and 150 empty truckloads returning to the quarry, and other trucks transporting 52 tons of explosives to the quarry per day on local roadways not designed to carry such traffic. The petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada conduct an environmental assessment under the authority of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act on the proposed Highland Company's mega quarry development.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first petition is from a number of constituents of mine who are calling on the government at this time of the forthcoming budget to protect foreign aid spending by this government, who are bringing to the attention the department's being asked for savings plans of 5 to 10% in preparation for the budget, but that CEDA has $5 billion a year, being only 2% of the budget, and they've been frozen for 2 years, resulting in an effective cut of nearly 5% in real terms when measured against inflation. CEDA's work results in substantial improvements in the lives of many of the world's poorest people, goes towards training teachers in regional limited education, improving health care, providing access to clean water, and many non-governmental organizations in the development sector depend on CEDA as a source of funds in order to run their own programs. These are young people, Mr. Speaker, who recognize that youth are suffering from the recession in Canada, but they still support strong foreign aid budget and call upon the government to exempt the Canadian International Development Agency from budget cuts in the 2012-2013 federal budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second petition is from a number of residents of my riding and surrounding ridings who are calling on the government to reverse the decision to close the Newfoundland Labrador Marine Rescue Coordinating Centre in St. John's to reinstate its staff and services. And they oppose the decision because they want the government to acknowledge and understand that the closure will mean services will suffer and lives will be at risk. Mr. Speaker, they emphasize that the St. John's Rescue Coordination Centre staff have a unique knowledge of the area of ocean and coastline, but also a unique knowledge of the people who are engaged in activity on the ocean, in particular the fisher persons, the crews, the locations, the dialect and language in which they speak, and their unique knowledge is extremely important to the efficacy and safety provided by that Marine Services Coordination Centre.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition regarding CCSVI. Former Deputy Surgeon General and Director General, Laboratory for Disease Control, Dr. Michael Shannon writes, quote, having lived through the restructuring of the Canadian blood system in the late 1990s and helped to enhance both the regulatory and public health components of Health Canada, I consider the lack of definitive action on the part of governments, government agencies such as CIHR and NGOs extremely disappointing. The petitioners call for the Minister of Health to consult experts actively engaged in the diagnosis and treatment of CCSVI, to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials at multiple centres across Canada, and to require follow-up care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present a petition from citizens concerned about nuclear disarmament. And I note that the majority of these signatories are from the fair city of Nanaimo on Vancouver Island. The petitioners take note that there are some 22,000 nuclear weapons in the world. They note that the UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, has proposed a summit on nuclear disarmament. The petitioners are calling upon Parliament to issue an invitation to all states to gather in Canada to begin discussions needed for a global legal ban on nuclear weapons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to get up and present a petition of hundreds of names from my riding on the east coast of Newfoundland and the Avalon Peninsula, calling upon the Prime Minister and this government to maintain the retirement age for OAS security benefits. Many seniors look forward to this benefit as they reach age 65. Pushing it out to age 67 will only affect the lowest income seniors and deprive them of over $30,000 worth of benefits over that 2-year period. Low-income Canadians are also more heavily reliant on OAS and the GIS. The petition is calling on the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada not to touch old age security.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition from a number of constituents in beautiful Langley, British Columbia. It says that whereas Canada is the only Western nation to have the same policies as China and North Korea, having no laws restricting abortion, and whereas Canada's Supreme Court has said it is Parliament's responsibility to enact abortion legislation, they're calling upon the House of Commons to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with 4 petitions. The first of these petitions deals with an issue that's very timely for the Minister of Finance's attention, and that calls for Canada to end subsidies to the oil and gas industry. This is a commitment the Prime Minister made in 2009 at the G20 summit in Cincinnati, and yet we have not delivered on it. These petitioners are from Kelowna, BC, and they also request the Government of Canada cease and desist international lobbying efforts in favour of the fossil fuel industry. Second petition I'm presenting deals with the issue of affordable housing. The government used to provide a tax benefit that encouraged the building of purpose-built apartment units. Since that tax credit ended, we've seen a decline in the building of rental units. In order to advance affordable housing, these petitioners endorse the position of the Canadian Federation of Municipalities to bring that back. The next petition, Mr. Speaker, deals with issues of human rights, particularly the attitude of the Chinese government towards the human rights of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong, and it calls on the Government of Canada to put all reasonable measures forward to persuade the Government of China to respect human rights and to stop persecuting practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, petitioners from Ontario, British Columbia, including some from my own riding, from Salt Spring Island and from Pender Island, call on this government to stop promoting the Enbridge project, the 1,200-kilometre pipeline to Kitimat, and the highly risky, irresponsible concept of supertankers plying those waters. These petitioners ask the government to step back, await the evidence before promoting any private sector project to send our bitumen crude to China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I too, like the member from Newfoundland, we hear from seniors across the country, and this petition is in regards to the senior OAS. The Government of Canada has made a decision that's going to have a very profound negative impact on seniors across this land, and they want to be able to express their concerns, and they're calling upon the government to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and respect the needs of our retiring seniors, whether they're today or tomorrow, and support the OAS and other senior pension programs. At the very least, maintain or, if not, enhance those programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed.
Agreed. So ordered. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 19 minutes today. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides,
Orders, business of supply, resuming debate on a motion by the member for Sackville Eastern Shore regarding military and RCMP veterans.
For Peace River has 2 minutes remaining in his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I probably won't take all of that, but I just want to complete my speech or come back to it and basically say, Mr. Speaker, that the motion that we have before us today from the member from Sackville Eastern Shore ignores a critical point. Our government has been very clear that we will maintain benefits for veterans. However, Mr. Speaker, this does not mean that we cannot find internal efficiencies and ways to cut red tape and improve service to our veterans. That in mind, Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the member from Huron-Bruce, that the motion be amended by replacing all of the words after the words committing to in Section A with maintaining veterans' benefit and. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore if he consents to the amendment being moved. There is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce. Order. Excuse me. I jumped the gun. Questions and comments for the honourable member from Peace River? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After having heard the speech of my colleague, I must say that I'm always surprised. In any case, it's something we've heard constantly from the government side. That is, that we could even go so far as to say that they are slightly hysterical about this whole thing. They're going on a witch hunt. They're kind of obsessed with this initiative to cut red tape. I mean, I've seen the same thing with small businesses with another member of this government. So they're trying to catch flies, but they're leaving utter disorder in the rest of their house to the detriment of our veterans. So I would like to know from my colleague, could he stop distracting us from the main objective of this motion, which is to properly look after our veterans by taking concrete measures under the NDP motion instead of bringing forward problems that don't actually exist.
For Peace River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I think veterans will have ever heard that red tape at Veterans Affairs hasn't been a problem. I am blown away, Mr. Speaker, at the suggestion that member just made. He suggested that no veteran has ever experienced red tape being a problem within the department. I think, having spoken to veterans in my constituency as well as veterans across this country, that one of their largest frustration is, number one, dealing with the red tape in terms of waiting for documents to be sent in and hearing back, and then the vocabulary that's used in rendering the decisions. Mr. Speaker, this is the crux of the problem. We're dealing with it. I think that anybody watching this will clearly identify that the member opposite, I'm hopeful that it's just his own personal opinion and not the opinion of the entire NDP party. But if in fact it is, I think that will demonstrate how out of touch the NDP and clearly this member is on this issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for this speech. I would also like to honour our veterans, their families, the fallen, and those still serving. There is no commemoration, praise, or tribute that can truly match the enormity of their service and sacrifice. We owe them a debt of gratitude we can never repay. Instead of trying to repay our obligation, we let them down on so many issues. For example, too many injured veterans go without the care they need. Too many veterans do not receive the support they have earned. Too many veterans have nowhere safe to sleep at night. It is truly shameful that a 92-year-old veteran in Edmonton ever had to say to me, "There is a long road to go to make this right, and you must not give up because we never did." Does the honourable member think that our veterans deserve better and that they need more services, more supports, and not less?
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is absolutely right that our veterans deserve the best care that we can provide them. They have given us a debt of, we owe them a debt of gratitude for the sacrifices that they and their families have given to Canada. Mr. Speaker, clearly there have been problems, and starting with our government's action to reform the Veterans Charter and the actions that have been undertaken for the last 6 years, it's a litany of changes that have been brought into place, all intended to make it easier for veterans to get the care that they need. It's been an expansion of the care that's available to veterans and their families. We are committed to standing with our veterans and to standing with families of veterans to ensure that they have the care. We have done that for the last 6 years. It was unfortunate, the mess that we found ourselves when we first took over this department, as were many departments, Mr. Speaker, but we are going to continue to find efficiencies, continue to provide the service, continue to provide the care to our veterans and their families, and I'd ask for all members of this House to support this government's initiatives in doing just that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be able to rise today and speak on this important topic relating to our veterans and the services that we provide them through Veterans Affairs. Before I start, though, I would like to thank veterans of past, present, and future for the work that they've done for all Canadians, the proud work they do, the job they do day in and day out, despite conditions or locations. They answer the bell every day. When they sign up to the Canadian Forces, they sign a contract to serve this country with unlimited liability. It can include their life and physical impairment. So for that, we can never do enough for them. And I believe as parliamentarians and as Canadians and Canadian taxpayers, we owe it to them on the other side when they come through to support them with programs and be able to deliver those services on a timely basis that truly reflects the service and commitment that they've given to us. So when we start the context from that, and I think every single parliamentarian in this room here today believes that, and I really believe that virtually all Canadians at home believe that commitment that they make and that we make in return. If we put some context to the service that we provide to Parliament or to veterans, I think we need to go back to 2006 and really look at the new Veterans Charter, how and why that came into place, and really the new commitment and the new level of commitment that all parliamentarians of the day made to veterans. And certainly the previous level of services through the Veterans Act was one level, and with the new Veterans Charter, I really believe that it raised the bar and really created a new atmosphere, an atmosphere and a level of service that wasn't mandated by bureaucrats, but this was from the grassroots. This new Veterans Charter was brought about because veterans were asking for different services, and so this is where the new Veterans Charter came from. And especially the model with which it was brought in with, and that it was a living document. A document that wasn't set in stone forever and always, a document that could evolve with the changing needs of our veterans. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, as we look from 2006 to late 2010 and early 2011, we'd seen the evolution of change, the changing needs with our veterans in just a few short years. Because of the fact that the Veterans Charter is a living document. We began to investigate. We heard from different groups of what they would like to see, where the shortcomings were with the Veterans Charter, and changes were made. And it was passed unanimously in the House and brought into effect in the fall of 2011. And a couple of the highlights, and certainly I've had the pleasure to serve on the committee since I was elected in 2008. A couple of, I'd say 2 or 3 highlights certainly were to do with the earnings loss benefit, providing minimum income for those who were injured that do qualify, and that brought them to a level of $40,000 minimum, despite where they were on the income scale or their pay grade. In addition to that, the permanent impairment allowance, and I think that is key. That was brought to $58,000 for those who are the most severely injured, and I think that is vitally important to recognize that there are commitments that we need to make both at the department and at taxpayer level to support those who have been severely injured. In addition to that, and I think all members who were on the committee in the last Parliament would attest to, was the lump sum benefit, and that veterans were asking for flexibility around that. Maybe instead of taking a lump sum, to look at maybe making installments, almost like an annuity, if you will, over a number of years to suit their lifestyle as they saw fit. So these are some of the changes that we saw as the new Veterans Charter evolved, and I think those were good changes. And there was many more, but for the purpose of this speech, those are some that we can focus on. I think another thing that we can look at that's important, and I think it's also a vital contribution that the past Veterans Ombudsman made, Colonel Pat Strogren. I had great respect for what the gentleman had to say, and the fact that he was able to speak his mind, and specifically on behalf of veterans. And I applaud him for the courage that he had. But one of those was on, obviously, the service delivery of the department. And one of the things that I think most Canadians would assume would be that all government departments and bureaucracies operate at the highest level of technology and current day technologies that most corporations and businesses will come to know. But in fact, one of the most important things in Veterans Affairs that aren't electronic are actually the veterans' health records. And this is something that the department is embarking on. It's part of their transformation agenda. Vitally important to be able to deliver faster and more efficient services to our veterans. And in addition to that, all the other IT software systems that will work so that all members inside the department have much better way of communicating with one another, because it just doesn't come out of one department in one city or town. This is coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, and the better and the higher use of technology, the better services that we can provide to our veterans. Similar to what President Obama in the United States embarked on in 2009 with his Transformation 21 initiative, where they as well were working on making their health records electronic. A friend of mine who's serving in the military, I had a discussion with him about his medical records and how it worked, where he was stationed in Petawawa, and I found it amazing in the year 2012, this is how documents are handled. So I'm happy to see the departments move forward. In addition to all the things I've discussed, let's look at some things that the department provides funding to and commitment to at the very grassroots level. I had the great opportunity late this past year to go to the Glenrose Rehabilitation Hospital in Edmonton. And truly all Canadians would be proud of the level of technology, service, and care that is provided there. It was really astounding and impressive that in Canada that we have such a high degree of services that we can provide veterans, young and old. And we were able to see what they are doing right from one end to the hospital, right to the very end. And in addition to that, some of the corporate partners in Alberta have really helped out to bring forward some of the latest technology at Glenrose Rehabilitation Centre. So when we look at services, we need to really take a look at those. One interesting comment Veterans Advocate Michel Drapeau said back at the end of August was he said this isn't a cost issue. He says this is an internal issue when we're looking at the services delivered to veterans. So I guess the point is no matter how much money the department has in their budget, we can never do enough. There would never be enough to really put into perspective the level of commitment, the level of sacrifice that all our veterans have provided. The point is that we have to work internally. We have to work internally to find out why and how we can deliver services in a more timely and more efficient manner. It's true, nearly 90% of the budget, it's over $3.5 billion. 90% of that every single year is delivered directly in services and benefits. It's the 10%, Mr. Speaker, that we really need to work on so that we can deliver that 90% in the most efficient manner as possible. A couple of interesting things that we've heard from in committee this past year. One that I was particularly touched on was the CanVet vocational rehabilitation. And these folks, there was another group that came in as well. These people help place veterans into the workforce. They do a great job working on their resume, working on the individual to really meet the needs of the employer. Veterans Affairs works with these groups to help find out, and they place thousands of veterans every single year. Helmets to hard hats as well will be a great portal, a great avenue for veterans to find jobs and make a links with corporate in the corporate community to find them meaningful and gainful employment. And we know they have so much to add. They've had great experiences working with teams, really working through tough conditions, and I think they have a lot to offer both the old generation that's working today, but also the new generation. So I know my time's running short, and I could talk all day about all the great services and benefits that Veterans Affairs provides, but you know what? We always need to work harder. We always need to find new ways to serve our veterans. I don't ever think we should ever say, this is where we're happy. The sky's the limit for what we can provide our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague who's on the committee of Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs very much. He's a well-respected member, and I have an awful lot of time for this fine man, sir. I think he's a decent parliamentarian and a good advocate on behalf of veterans in that regard. But he also knows, he's heard the testimony from many people within Veterans Affairs, of people who are very, very frustrated. Now, I've heard the government talk about the cutting of red tape, and he knows all too well that one of the largest problems we have within the Department of Veterans Affairs is something called the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. He knows them very well. He knows that the vast majority of them are political appointees, that they've never served a day in uniform, either RCMP or military. And none of them are considered a doctor. Yet they get to adjudicate on medical evidence and then eventually deny them in many cases. If the government wishes to cut red tape, and this is my question, if the government wishes to cut red tape, would he agree with me then we should get rid of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, take that $11 million and reinvest that back into programs and services for veterans, RCMP members and their families?
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, I think that's a fair question, and I think we could all form our own commentaries on the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, and let's be honest, there's room for improvement there. I don't think anybody in this House today should say they're perfect, and that's just the fact of life. And there does need to be improvements with the Review and Appeal Board, and I would look forward to any suggestions the member has to make improvements, to provide efficiencies. And I don't think getting rid of it is probably the first step that we should take. We should try and make some improvements and push forward for that, because at the end of the day, they're supposed to be there to provide a second set of eyes for the evidence that's being provided in the first case. So thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank the member from Huron-Bruce for his comments. I serve on the Veterans Committee with him and share his interest in service delivery and improving service delivery. This member, Mr. Speaker, is one who is genuinely concerned about that, and regardless of partisan or non-partisan overtones, and I commend him for that. One of the things that he said toward the end of his speech is that we can't do enough for veterans. We can't say that this is the level and we're not going beyond it. But in fact, isn't that precisely what the proposed amendment wants to do? The proposed amendment says maintain. So status quo is good. Whereas the main motion, the motion that we're debating, allows for the monies that are no longer being spent on dying veterans to be reinvested. So the very thing that he advocated for at the end of his speech is, in fact, the substance of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what he's trying to do is actually twist around what I said, because really what we're talking about here is service, okay? We are maintaining the benefits that veterans receive, and that's the most important thing. But on the service side, the delivery of those benefits, the sky should be the limit. We should strive every single day. The people in the department should strive every single day to think of better ways to deliver those services to the veterans. And, you know, down the road, as the veterans' needs evolve, and we look at the new Veterans Charter, and there needs to be changes or enhancements, sure, let's go for it. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in this House that would vote against improvements to the Veterans Charter. And quite likely, we're a year in since we looked at it. In the next year or two, it'll be time to take another look at it. So sure, as time moves on, let's take a look. Let's see where we can make improvements. Let's see how the needs of our vets that are returning from Afghanistan. Let's find out what they need. There's lots of opportunities, and I think this is one, and why Veterans Affairs works so well is it's not partisan. We're all in this together, so I'd like to see things move along.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share my time with the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and I hope you find that acceptable. I thought the member might think that was a great idea. Speaker, let me just begin my remarks by saying how sad it is that it's even necessary to have this debate. And I want to thank the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, who has been the leading voice, not the minister, not the government, not the prime minister. This member has been the leading voice standing up and fighting for veterans and RCMP and their families day after day after day. And it's to him we thank him for bringing this forward and giving us this chance. But as I say, Speaker, what a shame. How sad. What a sad commentary on this government. That while we still have uniformed citizens in the theater of war, whether there's a declared war or not, they're in the theater of war, they're in uniform, and they're dying. That's the only reality that Canadians care about. Put any label you want on it. And there's not a Canadian, short of a mom who doesn't have milk and food for her baby, who's prepared to say that the health care and respect and dignity of those fellow citizens that don that uniform and go into harm's way on our behalf should be given every single support necessary to give them that life and dignity, assuming indeed they got to bring their life back home. So how sad it is that in this context we have to bring forward a motion that says on bended knee, please don't cut the benefits to our veterans. How shameful that we would have to do that. They aren't doing it in the United Kingdom. They're not doing it in the United States. They're not doing it in Australia. But here in Canada, we have to have a debate about whether or not our veterans' services and benefits will be protected from the austerity budget that's coming at us. You listen to the government on any given day for years when they were in opposition or in government. And Speaker, no one really, short of my friend from Sackville Eastern Shore, can stand up and mouth the words of respect and dignity and service and loyalty and all the great attributes that are well deserved to be heaped upon our veterans. So they're really good at the words. And they're even better at doing the saluting when the ships are going off from our shores. Lots of flags, lots of bands, lots of support, lots of words about how wonderful these Canadians are. But what really matters for those of us that are here who can't do anything other than say thank you, want to be sure the one thing that we as Canadians can do who aren't in government is to give our voice and our support to a policy that says you will not cut veterans programs, you will not cut veterans benefits, and you won't harm their families. So they'll make the speeches. But never forget, they've got the power, they've got the money, they could make this whole argument redundant. You know what? If you listen to their speeches, we should be in this place right now questioning whether or not they're pandering to veterans by giving them so much. Because to listen to their speech, they're the most important people in the whole nation. But Speaker, when the bands are gone and the ministers and senior military officials are gone, and when they come home, if they're lucky enough to come home, and they have needs, where's the band for them then? Where are all the parades for those who are suffering mental health issues, whose physical lives have changed forever, who can't breathe right, can't walk right, they don't have a sexual life? All those things that are real, that you live with when you're alone. And it must seem so much more lonely when you don't even think your own government's on your side. And that's the shame of why we're here today, because this government is great at making the speeches, and they're great at taking the credit when they're prepared to buy big military assets and beef up the military budget. But why aren't they here standing up for those veterans? The women and men, the reservists in uniform, who do the one thing, the biggest thing that a country can ask of a citizen. Put on this uniform, take this gun, and go over and fight over there. Don't ask why. Don't ask what it's about. Don't question whether you should be there. Just go there and do the job. And Speaker, that's proudly what our armed forces do. But in return for that blind support, is that they be cared for when they come home, and that their families be taken care of if they don't come home, or if they do come home, that their families given a chance to get back on a normal path. While the rest of us benefit from what they've done, they just ask for decent dignity. And that's what this is about. The government's going to say, well, we just need to change a few red tape rules. It's the bureaucracy that's the problem. It's red tape that's the problem. Not us, not our budget. But if that were the case, Speaker, these galleries would be filled with veterans who are saying yes to the government's idea. Boy, oh boy, you get that red tape cut. You make sure that the austerity program is front and center in Veterans Affairs, because we know that if you get rid of the red tape, then we'll get the benefits we got. They're not here saying that, Speaker. They're not here, and they're not going to be. Ask the legions how they feel about this idea. There's a voice that actually represents our veterans. And Speaker, they're both angry and terrified at the prospect of having what little benefits our veterans get be on the chopping block. We've tried on a number of occasions. Again, thanks so much to the leadership of the member from Sackville, Eastern Shore. We brought in an NDP Veterans First motion in 2006, and as I recall, the government of the day and the now government was quite pleased to stand up and support it and probably gave all the right kind of speeches. They didn't do it. Words are cheap. Programs cost money. Benefits cost money. And yes, you have to hire some people, bureaucrats, who will administer it. So you can call bureaucrats evil or fantastic, depending on whether or not they have the programs there to administer to help the veteran at the end of the phone or the end of the computer hookup or standing right in front of them. This is not about red tape. This is not about bureaucracy. This is about a political will that either this government has or they do not, to stand up to their highfalutin words about what they say about our veterans and whether or not they're prepared to put real money behind that. And Speaker, at this point, nobody's demanding, at this very moment, we are before and will continue, but at this moment, it's not a demand for any great expansion of programs. All they're asking for, think about it, they gave up their life, they were willing to give up their life, in many cases they did. And all they and their families and representatives are asking for is please don't take a meat cleaver to the Veterans Affairs Ministry. To give our veterans the same respect that the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia has shown to their veterans. And so, Speaker, I end certainly with very passionate remarks, but I'm sad and bordered on disgusting that we even need to have a debate like this. Be interesting to see how the government votes. Then it'll be interesting to see if they do actually support it, whether it finds its way into policy. Who knows? They talk one game and do another. I'm proud to stand here, support this motion, and let veterans of Canada know that they are not alone, that the vast majority of us in this House do support our veterans, and we're prepared to say so on any day we're called to. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the Minister has said repeatedly in this chamber, and as I have mentioned repeatedly in this chamber, benefits to our veterans will be maintained. There's no debate, there's no discussion, nobody has ever once suggested that benefits to our veterans will be reduced. In fact, it's our Conservative government that has brought in the most sweeping improvements to veterans' benefits in some 60 years through the new Veterans Charter. The opposition parties voted against funding for the new Veterans Charter. Perhaps the honourable member opposite could explain why he chose not to vote to fund improvements to the new Veterans Charter and to assist our veterans.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Speaker, again, nice words. You get the impression everything's going to be fine. Well, if that's the case, then why, at his last news conference, did the former Veterans Ombudsman, whose job it is to stand up and speak for veterans, say this, quote, "It is beyond my comprehension how the system could knowingly deny so many of our veterans the services and benefits that the people and the government of Canada recognized recognized a long, long time ago as being their obligation to provide. We agree with that. Why doesn't the government?"
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Hamilton Centre for his very passionate remarks. We heard in question period that the apparent enemy of veterans is red tape. And what we really need is to not pass the NDP motion so that we can get at the red tape, which leaves me a little confused. And so I would ask the honourable member if the elimination of red tape within the Department of Veterans Affairs is inconsistent with the spirit of the motion.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
I make sure I understand the question. Is cutting red tape through Speaker inconsistent with the cuts? Can you, of course? Well, okay, I think I understand where the member is coming from. Certainly, every ministry should be reviewing constantly for efficiencies, for redundant red tape. Of course, it's a matter of course. But I've been through the Mike Harris years, Speaker, and I know a red herring when I see one. This is all about pretending that red tape and bureaucracy are the problem, because we can all understand that. It's all pretending there's some bottleneck, and we can just remove that. All the great benefits would just flow forward. Well, we're hearing from the former Veterans Ombudsman, not just me as a Member of Parliament, but the former Veterans Ombudsman saying that currently the benefits are not getting through and that there aren't enough benefits and enough services. So we're going to ignore this red herring and we're going to focus on the real issue, which is to, at the very least, maintain the Veterans Ministry that now exists to serve the people that we hold in the highest regard, our fellow citizens in the armed forces.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Hamilton for being so passionate about this issue. I'd like to ask my colleague, the 90% of the departmental budget is allocated to delivery and legislated benefits and services. So now the government is going to cut anywhere between $170 and $300 million out of the $900 million budget. So by cutting that much money out of the budget, how can you not cut services?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague and good friend for that question. And the answer is you can't. There's no way that one can remove that much money from a budget that already has such a large percentage. I'm not on the committee, 90%, I'm sure it's close to that. But regardless, any amount of money cut out of supposed red tape at the end of the day is going to leave some veteran or their family member without a service or a benefit they're entitled to. That is not acceptable, and this motion is to say you're not going to make it worse under the guise of austerity and come in there with a meat cleaver and start hacking away, because every dollar out of that ministry means some veterans not getting a service they're bloody well entitled to and the rest of Canada wants them to get.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the environment, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina on airline safety, and the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood on national defence. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to get up and speak on an issue as important as this. I am somewhat intimidated to have to follow the member from Hamilton Centre who speaks on issues as important as this with a level of passion that I think we all should pay some attention to. I want to say how pleased I am to speak in support of the motion that was introduced by the member from Sackville Eastern Shore. That reads as follows, that in the opinion of this House, the government should, A, honour the service of Canadian military and RCMP veterans and their families by committing to not cut Veterans Affairs Canada in the upcoming budget, and B, provide programs and services to all military and RCMP veterans and their families in a timely and comprehensive manner. You know, it's interesting. I've been paying attention to the debate that's been going on today, and listening to members on the government side talk about how everything's fine. They're saying that if there are going to be cuts, not to programs and services, but to red tape, or somehow to the bureaucracy, is not going to affect the services and the programs. And I got to tell you that I find that hard to believe on a couple of levels. One is that 90% of the funding in Veterans Affairs goes to programs and services. So if you're going to cut that department by 5 to 10%, then I'd like to see how you're going to do it without affecting programs and services. That's number one. But the second part of that is that the government are arguing this point in a way to suggest that everything in the department right now is fine. And we know, we've heard the member from my colleague, a fellow colleague from Nova Scotia, talk in this House repeatedly about the problems that our veterans are facing trying to deal with this department. Again and again and again, cases come forward that are denied for no reason. There's not sufficient reason given. The seniors, the veterans that are now in a frail condition, that need support, that need services, whether that be health care or otherwise, are not able to get them, or are put through such a ringer of process, Mr. Speaker, that it just adds to their burden. It adds to their burden. And I'm telling you, it's you know, and it's been said by others much more eloquently than I, that these are the women and men that have fought, have served on behalf of this country, in defense of this country, and in defense of democracy, in defense of the UN, that have made unbelievable contributions to this country and to generations in this country for many years. And this government seems to be turning their back on them. And it's interesting, it's not just this government. This has been going on since 1998. The Auditor General said first in 1998 that claims are being denied repeatedly without sufficient justification. The veterans are not getting the services and the supports that they deserve. And here we are in 2012, and it's continuing apace. Just recently, in February, Guy Perron, the Veterans Ombudsman, said in a new report that veterans are not being given adequate reason why their requests for disability benefits are being turned down, and that they are not getting timely and comprehensive services and programs. Mr. Speaker, this is the recent Ombudsman. We heard from the former Ombudsman. We've heard from Auditors General. I mean, the problem continues to exist in this province, or in this country, and I appreciate members opposite getting up and talking with their hand over their heart about how much they support and believe in veterans and people that serve in the military and for the RCMP. But that's not good enough. We have to do more than that. We have to work harder. We have to be committed to putting the money there, the resources in place, in order to make sure that people who we are quite prepared in this House, well, we're not, but the government has been quite prepared to send these men and women and put them in harm's way in different parts of the world. And these people have gone willingly, made many cases the great sacrifice, and we are not prepared to support them and their families when they return for that kind of commitment. I don't understand it. I can't fathom it. It's wrong, and we are trying to do everything we can to turn it around. Mr. Speaker, I believe I have 4 minutes left. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just raise we've heard the government say, well, there's fewer veterans. There's fewer veterans, right? They're dying off. But in fact, there are more veterans. The veterans are continuing. I mean, they may just remember that they dedicated women and men to fight in Afghanistan. And recently, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Peter Devlin, stated before a Senate Committee on National Defense, over 40,000 Canadian Forces members have deployed to Afghanistan since 2011. They've examined this situation, and they've suggested that 30% of those people, of the people studied, received some form of mental health care. 8% of those were diagnosed with PTSD, and a further 5% with some type of Afghan-related operational stress injury. What about those people? Don't they deserve support and services from this government, Mr. Speaker? We have to do something. We have to take a stand in this House to make sure that the government does the right thing. Its allies in the United States and the UK They have said that the Veterans Affairs, that veterans will not be subject to austerity. And I would suggest that if the government is so convinced that its red tape review will in fact have the kind of effect it will and will recognize the savings it will, then they would be prepared to exempt this department and find the money elsewhere through those kinds of red tape. Even so, even if that's the case, Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes? I just want to mention that in terms of the kind of services and the fact that services aren't available, I have a constituent, 86-year-old David Kurtz, who's been trying for 2 years to get services from this government, from this department. This is somebody that's served in the Navy, the Merchant Marines, and the Merchant Navy, that has contributed public service-wise, that has been a contributor, and he has been getting denied services for 2 years straight. He's going to have to go before an appeal, undoubtedly, to get any action. The member from Sackville Eastern Shore is keeping an eye on this file, as I will, and we'll try to make sure that we get a positive resolve. Mr. Speaker, in light of the government's willingness to consider protecting some of this budget, I want to move the following motion, a motion seconded by the member for Saint-Jean, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after should and replacing them with the following. Honour the service of Canadian military and RCMP veterans and their families by A, committing to not cut Veterans Affairs Canada benefits in the upcoming budget, and B, committing every dollar identified through the strategic and operating review of the department to programs and services for military and RCMP veterans and their families, and C, providing programs and services to all military and RCMP veterans and their families in a timely and comprehensive manner. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Who's the second? It's my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore if he consents to the amendment being moved.
Yes, sir.
The amendment is as follows. The honourable member... No, but I need this. Mr. Chisholm, seconded by Mr. Brahmi, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after should and replacing them with the following. Honour the services of Canadian military and RCMP veterans and their families by A, committing to not cut Veterans Affairs Canada benefits in the upcoming budget, B, committing every dollar identified through the strategic and operating review of the department to programs and services for military and RCMP veterans and their families, and C, providing programs and services to all military and RCMP veterans and their families in a timely and comprehensive manner. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the speech of the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and I would like to remind the member that for the last 5 years, our government has increased its investment for veterans that more than $200 million, Mr. Speaker, and so is it expected to invest even more in our veterans next year. And the veterans will certainly agree with me that it is important to maintain our benefits to veterans. And I would like to ask him about his third amendment, which is about responding to our veterans in a timely and comprehensive manner. Well, Mr. Speaker, we agree, and that's why we want, and would the member agree that, is he agreeing that we want our veterans not to be taken into red tape? We want our veterans to not to be taken apart by a wasteful bureaucracy. Do the member agree that we need to do the best for our veterans, and in order to do so, we need to be able to streamline our processes as we are willing to do, and as this government has consistently been doing for the last 6 years by investing in our veterans, not into bureaucracy and red tape.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say a couple of things. One is that in terms of the minister patting himself and his department and his government on the back, is flies in the face of the words of the Veterans Ombudsman in February of 2012, who said that veterans are not being given adequate reason why their requests for disability benefits are being turned down, and they are not getting timely and comprehensive services and programs. That's not the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour telling you that. That is an official, an officer of this Parliament that is responsible for dealing with this issue on behalf of veterans. And he has said, as did the previous Ombudsman, as have Auditors General, that the government is not up to snuff. Even so, my amendment has said if the government is convinced that they can get savings through operational review, then do it, and let's make sure that the services and the programs do not get cut for veterans in this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend for an amendment to this motion. I would hope that the members of the Conservative Party and all members of this House would now see that this motion should be passed. The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore has, as other members have mentioned, been a stalwart defender of the rights of veterans, and all of us are very concerned that declining veterans' benefits, declining to care properly for our veterans, is a growing national scandal. And I would love to see this amendment passed, and I ask my honourable friend who's moved this motion if he believes with this amendment this motion can have the unanimous consent of this House.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question and the comments. The amendment is only intended to hold the government at its word. Members opposite, including the minister, have spent some time today talking about how they're not going to affect programs and services for veterans. That's what they've said. They said that they are going to go forward with the cuts, but they're going to do it through cuts to finding red tape and somehow mysteriously finding some saving. All I want to do, and I think members in this chamber would agree, is let's make sure that we hold the government's feet to the fire. You find through your operational strategic review savings, make sure it goes directly to the programs and services for veterans so they are not affected. Put your money where your mouth is, and let's get this done, and we can have a unanimous passage of this amendment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga East Cooksville. Mr. Speaker, Canadians recognize that the RCMP is Canada's largest police force with a strength of over 20,000 members. In addition to those still serving, there are approximately 15,000 former members of the force who have commenced retirement. Mr. Speaker, we should never forget that these proud men and women have served our country both domestically and internationally with distinction, whether on special assignment and traditional police functions, and to protect and to serve Canadians, be it at home or abroad. The question is, how do we provide appropriate care for these officers and retired veterans of the RCMP? What is available to this group as they age and are in greater need of long-term or complex continuing care?
Mr. Speaker, programs in place today allow for benefits for current and retired RCMP regular and civilian members who have sustained permanent, work-related illnesses or injury. These benefits are similar to those provided under the Canadian provincial territorial workmen's compensation regimes administered through Veterans Affairs Canada. Since 2002, Veterans Affairs Canada has administered the RCMP's disability program that applies to all serving and retired RCMP regular and civilian members, their dependents and survivors. Through this administrative arrangement, Veterans Affairs Canada performs an initial assessment to determine if a disability can be attributed to the RCMP service. Veterans Affairs offers a form of redress for denied claims and serves to analyze applications made for subsequent disabilities and/or a deterioration of an original pensioned condition. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP disability pension is designed to compensate a member and/or their dependents if they become disabled or, in the extreme, a member pays the ultimate sacrifice and is killed while on duty. This financial support is in the form of a monthly, tax-free, lifetime, indexed payment. Payment can also be granted for pain, suffering, as well as for the loss of life dependent upon the mitigating circumstances. Under normal circumstances, a single disability pensioner will receive a smaller monetary benefit than a disability pensioner with dependents. This recognizes that a disability not only affects the individual officer, but the financial well-being of the entire family. Other allowances are available for disability pensioners who require specialty clothing for an amputation or to incorporate a prosthetic limb. Aid is made available for disability pensioners who face challenges performing their daily activities and require assistance to support feeding, bathing, dressing, medication administration, and various other day-to-day activities that you and I take for granted. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP disability pension provides a wide range of financial support as a pensioner's condition worsens or as they age, as they deteriorate physically or mentally. The amount of financial benefit paid varies based on the extent of the helplessness, pain, discomfort, loss of enjoyment of life, and shortened life expectancy of the pensioner. We also provide many services to disabled pensioners, including program counseling, case management, and assistant referrals, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, the goal is to ensure that these deserving Canadians get the assistance they need. Basic health care for an RCMP officer is similar to provincial health care coverage, and the RCMP supplemental health care is similar to extra coverage that Canadians purchase through their employer or on their own. When an RCMP member with a work-related disability leaves the force, they are no longer covered by the RCMP health regime. The care for the disability condition falls to Veterans Affairs. Former regular members, disability pensioners, and civilian members, while serving or not, disability pensioner will both receive a VAC health care card indicating the type of treatment specifically tailored to each disability pensioner. Veterans Affairs treatment allowance benefits and services are made available to specifically address conditions for which a disability pension has been rendered. These benefits and services include daily living aids such as walkers, canes, etc. to improve mobility, ambulance services, audio or hearing devices, hospital service both in and outpatient services, nursing services which are critical to their well-being, prescription drugs, related healthcare services such as psychological or physiotherapy, special equipment such as bath lifts, chair lifts, etc., and vision care. These services are critical for disability pensioners who have left the force. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to add that the RCMP has worked closely with the Department of National Defence and Veterans Affairs Canada with respect to the development of a joint network for operational stress injuries. The RCMP has collaborated with Veterans Affairs and the Canadian Forces in the establishment of sharing of access to operational stress injury clinics right across Canada. This service helps our members who have served our country domestically and internationally. To clarify what an operational stress injury is exactly, I provide you with the following definition, which states that an operational stress injury is, and I quote, any persistent psychological difficulty resulting from service related to duties performed by a Canadian Forces member or occupational duties for an RCMP member, unquote. This includes, Mr. Speaker, but is not limited to post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety disorders. This cooperation allows the RCMP members to receive care from these very specialized clinics. We are taking care of our people and recognize the impact their duty to their country can have on their well-being. The RCMP also recognizes that our police officers need additional support when facing personal challenges. Daily, police officers face stressful situations and often see horrific sights. The RCMP has a proactive, peer-based employee assistance program. They are a group of trained employees who assist fellow RCMP officers and their families during difficult and stressful times. The RCMP family also takes care of its own when they have passed on by providing some financial support for costs associated with members' funerals. As an organization, the RCMP continues to review its programs and practices while working closely with Veterans Affairs Canada to ensure that our employees and disability pensioners receive appropriate care. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me for the opportunity to outline how the RCMP and Veterans Affairs Canada work together to provide care for disability pensioners of our National Police Force. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. I'd like to ask my colleague, the international allies, including the UK, the US, and others, have made a commitment to protecting veterans against budget cuts and reductions in programs and services during examinations of government strategies. Will the current Conservative government do the same thing, yes or no? Thank you.
For Northumberland.
Let me begin by thanking the member for his questions, Mr. Speaker, and I will respond in this way. We currently are finding savings within the administration of all of the Government of Canada, including every department and including Veterans Affairs. We're not cutting back on actual services as the opposition actually infers. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, in one of our last budgets, we committed the largest lump sum commitment to veteran services in recent memory. I believe the amount to be close to $2 billion or in excess of $2 billion. Mr. Speaker, we did that because our veterans deserve no less. And we will continue as a government to provide those kinds of services that our veterans, both the Canadian Armed Forces and the RCMP, deserve. So for the member to get up and his cohorts to get up and suggest that we're cutting back is somewhat less than factual, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. Veterans across this country want real change. One veteran told me that because a compensatory reward was initially withheld, he ended up homeless. Here are a few more comments from our country's extraordinary heroes and their desperation. We're all suffering and we need help. It's not only the guys we lose overseas, it's the guys we lose here to suicide. They might as well have died overseas. We've all contemplated it. The thoughts are relentless. When I contemplate suicide, it is relief. It means stopping the pain, no more fights. Telling me my appointment is in 1 month when I've got 2 barrels loaded doesn't really do a damn thing, does it? Does the honourable member think our veterans need more services, more supports, not less, or a reduction in red tape?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, I also like to thank this member. She and I had some other questions before. You know, we're not cutting back on services to veterans as previous Liberal governments did. But let me just say this, Mr. Speaker, about issues surrounding mental health of people who gave their all for this country. Number one, we have opened up in the Canadian Armed Forces special clinics from right across this country, increased the services for those members and their families who suffer from the stress of separation and the stress of having a member back in their midst, a loved one, whose all of our hearts go out to them. So we've increased that. We've brought in special programming specifically designed for veterans who are experiencing, and I mentioned it with regard specifically to the RCMP, specifically designed to treat and more so, Mr. Speaker, more so, to have their peers and their supervisors see when their mental health is brought into question before they may even realize so themselves. So we are not, nor have we cut back on those services. As a matter of fact, as I've just said, we've increased those services.
Questions and comments? Questions commentaires? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his speech on the RCMP. My grandfather, George Harris, had the honour and pleasure of being part of the RCMP's musical ride when he served many years ago. And like many other family members, they received services from Veterans Affairs and were well taken care of by Canada, and I'm proud as a Canadian to say that we did that. But my question is to the member, if there are no cutbacks coming, then why the harm in supporting this bill?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West, a short response, please.
Well, having served 30 years in a deployed police force, I can appreciate the member's appreciation for us and for police officers, and of course, realize his family connection. You know, Mr. Speaker, they say, well, why not support this? Why not support that? Let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. As I have said before, we are going to find deficiencies right across the breadth of this government, as Canadians expect us to. And that includes every department, including Veterans Affairs. But as the Minister has stated, and after Speaker and Speaker on behalf of the government has stated, we are not going to cut back services to pensioners, to veterans. As a matter of fact, we've done just the opposite.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased for several reasons to take part in this debate. The motion before us involves an issue of particular importance since it concerns the fate of Canadian Forces veterans and former members of the RCMP. This motion provides us with the opportunity to discuss a subject that our government takes very seriously. It also allows us to illustrate the measures already in place that ensure the well-being of those brave men and women who wear a uniform. By tabling this motion, the member is implying that our government has been neglecting our responsibilities with respect to our veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, nothing is further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, many other members of our government have talked about the wide array of programs and supports available to veterans and how we continue to increase spending in this area. But so far, no one has touched on the issue of mental health support. I would like to focus my remarks on the topic as I feel it's the area which we have provided exceptional programs and services to Canada's veterans. Veterans Affairs Canada, in collaboration with the Department of National Defence, has created a network of 17 mental health clinics across the country to offer specialized services to veterans and Canadian Forces and RCMP members suffering from operational stress injuries caused by their service. There are currently 10 such clinics administered by Veterans Affairs Canada. 9 are outpatient clinics located in Fredericton, Quebec, Montreal, Ottawa, London, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. The 10th is the residential treatment clinic for operational stress injuries at St. Anne. Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment and talk about how these operational stress injury clinics work. While continuing to live in their community, veterans attend appointments at the OSI clinics. They are offered a clinical assessment and a variety of treatment options, including individual therapies, group sessions, psychoeducation sessions, and other resources. The clinics' teams are made up of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, mental health nurses, and other specialized clinicians who understand the experience and needs of veterans. Loved ones can be involved in the treatment, and eligible family members can also receive services. Treatment approaches in OSI clinics are based on best practices and are tailored to meet each client's needs. The team works closely with other healthcare or community organizations to ensure appropriate follow-up as needed. A referral to other centers may be part of the treatment process depending on the needs of the client. When there are difficulties with addiction or substance abuse, these centers provide specialized treatment. Telehealth services help ensure that veterans are provided with easier access to emotional support when they need it. Coast-to-coast support is available to help these brave men and women overcome challenges of complex mental health injuries. I know the Canadian Forces offer similar supports as well through their 7 operational trauma and stress support centers. These new services significantly enhance the country's support so veterans and their families living with mental health conditions. Today, there are more services and programs available, more services available than ever before to support them. There are also more frontline health specialists than ever before to ensure that support is effective. Integrated support centers located on 24 bases and wing give staff from Veterans Affairs Canada and DND the opportunity to offer early intervention and support. Working side by side, the frontline employees from Veterans Affairs Canada and DND develop personalized case plan for each individual veteran to support their re-establishment in civilian life. The two organizations have also created a very successful peer support network called the Operational Stress Injury Support Program. Specially trained peer support coordinators who have first-hand experience with operational stress injuries and the loss of loved ones provide vital personal support to Canadian Forces members, veterans, and their families. For those in distress, assistance is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through the VAC Assistance Service Line. Veterans and their families can access counseling and referral services, including support for mental and emotional health concerns. In addition, more than 4,000 community mental health providers are registered to provide care and support and professional counseling services in veterans' local communities. There are over 200 clinical care managers registered across the country who are dedicated to providing intensive support daily, if required, to veterans with complex needs. I don't know how much time I have, Mr. Speaker.
About 4 minutes are remaining in his speech.
There are health professionals such as occupational therapists and mental health nurses who build strong support relationship with the veterans and the family to help them follow through on their case treatment plans, help them link to community resources they may need, and contact them with health professionals who can help them and their family with recovery. Mr. Speaker, nearly 15,000 veterans suffering from mental health problems receive some form of assistance or support from the department. Our government takes it very seriously, and I want to assure our veterans, all members of this chamber, that we are fully aware of the importance of the terms of our responsibility in this regard. We are not neglecting our duty to these brave men and women. Their dedication to this country is a constant reminder that our government, in turn, must serve them with equal devotion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the situation as it truly is. This government has put in numerous tax measures to the tunes of billions of dollars, and that's aside from the GST cuts, tax breaks for large corporations. So we're talking about a total of tens of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money that has been wasted, that has allowed this government to create artificial crisis upon artificial crisis. Currently, the veterans crisis is another of these artificially created problems. So this is what I would like to ask my colleague. It's given the delay in the processing of veterans' files, given all the inadequacies of the current system, wouldn't he defend with us the maintenance of the same level of budget in order to avoid cuts?
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Well, and I would like to repeat what was said in this House many times before, that there will be no cuts to services provided to veterans. This government has been increasing services for veterans, and the quality of services. And maybe the honourable member remembers that the greatest costs to services for veterans occurred in 1995 by the previous government. Some of those services were fully restored, some are being restored by this government. Is being dedicated to providing services to veterans and enhancing the services, and this is what we are doing now.
Questions and comments?
For Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, who is also a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, for his remarks and for his interest on the mental health of veterans. He rightly pointed out that there are 17 occupational stress injury clinics across the country. And my question for the honourable member is this. Should we be satisfied with that? Is that enough? Is the problem of mental health within our veterans community fully and adequately served at that level? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the honourable member, for his question. And the answer is very simple. Whether there is a room for improvement, there is always room for improvement. And I think Minister of Veterans Affairs stated many, many times that our goal of this government is to improve services for veterans. Of course, there is a room for improvement, and we're working to improve services, to provide more services, to keep providing more and better services to our great men and women in uniform who serve this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to commend my colleague from Mississauga East to Cooksville. He's of Polish origin. I'd like to thank him for his excellent speech and emphasize how important it is to help veterans who have mental health problems. And that's why we have our 17 clinics and some 15,000 veterans who benefit therefrom. But as the member says, we need to continue and go forward. My question for the member is did the veterans in his writing, did they ask us about improving our services? Did they ask him to have us cut red tape? So, because we've got them mired in this kind of bureaucracy, and it weighs the processes down. So I would like to know whether the member has had requests from veterans in his riding to cut red tape and get rid of bureaucracy so they can have access to better services. And I would like to thank him for supporting our programs, such as Helmets to Hard Hats. Unfortunately, the NDP voted against all that, but I would like to thank this member who supported veterans.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent question. Of course, I am in touch with veterans in my riding, and all veterans are looking for services that are simplified. And cutting red tape is very important. Many people, many veterans are really confused with some paperwork they have to fill out. Therefore, they're looking for us to cut the red tape, to simplify the procedures, that they can access their benefits the faster way, and that they won't have to spend a lot of time on bureaucracy, but enhancement of these services is required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before the House this afternoon, and I'd like to advise you that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Gatineau. I'd like to begin my comments today on the motion by thanking the MP for Sackville Eastern Shore for his sponsorship of this motion, and more than that, for being an unwavering voice and a principled champion of our soldiers, our veterans, and of equal, if not greater importance, their families. He already knows this, but let me assure him and this House and those listening today with this speech that he is not a lone voice, but that many of us on this side of the House will be speaking in support of this motion and in support of the respect for our veterans and their families. This motion and its call for an exemption of the Department of Veterans Affairs from cuts in the upcoming budget is nothing other than a call on this House to fulfill its part of a bargain made with this country's soldiers, veterans, and their families. The bargain I speak of is not an explicit one. It does not take the form necessarily of a legal contract, and importantly, the terms of the bargain were never even formulated as demands by our soldiers, our veterans, and their families. Their part of the bargain was an offer, not a set of demands, an offer to serve this country, recognizing, fully cognizant of the fact that such an offer may ultimately cost them their lives. And to be clear, that is not a bargain just between our country and our soldiers, but includes the family of the soldier. Parents, wives, and children are all part of this bargain. The soldier's fate is their fate. The soldier's bargain, for better or worse, is their bargain. I was reminded of this early on in my tenure as a Member of Parliament. I met with the president of a rather large local community service organization in Beaches East York to talk about the organization and what it does and the services it provides to our community. But after we'd had that discussion, it seemed what he really wanted to talk to me about, recognizing that I was deputy critic of military procurement, was about his family and his experience growing up, having lost his father in action in the Second World War, and the difficulties for his mother raising a family without their father around. And what he wanted to impress on me is his desire that I bring to this House, while an MP, a respect for veterans and an advocacy for veterans to ensure that they are respected and that the wives and families, the widows and families of veterans are respected and provided the services and benefits that they so deserve. This issue of the family came home to me again when I spent 4 days aboard a frigate through the parliamentary program just this last summer, and I had a lot of time to talk to the service members of the Royal Canadian Navy while on board, And the conversation that kept coming up was a very personal one about their families and the difficulties of being a member of the forces and keeping a family together, keeping in touch with their children, keeping alive their relationship with wives and girlfriends. And so when we provide the uniform and we assume the authority to demand of our soldiers that they meet part of the bargain to put themselves at risk upon demand in the service of our country, we have sealed the bargain, and it is up to us now to live up to our part of it. A veteran is defined on the Canadian Veterans Advocacy webpage as someone, whether active duty, retired, or reserve, who at one point in his or her life signed a blank check made payable to the people of Canada for an amount up to and including his or her life. But it is not reasonable, fair, or right to accept that offer and not also assume a responsibility on ourselves to firstly ensure that we never, ever take such an offer lightly or for granted by placing our soldiers in harm's way for anything other than the most critically necessary of circumstances. But nor is it reasonable, fair, or right to accept that offer without making our own promise in return to ensure that our soldiers will forever be treated with respect and will never want for care. And importantly, to ensure that their families will forever be treated with respect and never want for care. And in this vein, the Royal Canadian Legion Dominion President, Patricia Varga, wrote a letter to the Prime Minister last fall, appealing for what we are appealing for today by way of this motion. And in that letter, she talked about our moral debt to our veterans and urged the Prime Minister not to reduce our financial deficit on the backs of our veterans. More recently, Brian Forbes, chairman of the War Amps Executive Committee, wrote a letter to the Minister of Veterans Affairs expressing concerns about the combination of cuts emanating from the department's strategic operational review and the anticipated budgetary reductions. According to Forbes, and I quote, "Should Veterans Affairs Canada's budgetary capacity be impacted at this time, it is our considered opinion that the department will be unable to fund crucial legislative improvements in order to fulfill its ongoing commitment to the overall veterans community." In this letter, he cites serious, quote, "serious outstanding concerns," end quote, with respect to the traditional veteran programs and the unfinished work and unfulfilled promises with respect to the modern-day veteran. He concludes, and I quote again, "Given these serious concerns, this is clearly not time to be suggesting any diminishment in the budget or resources of Veterans Affairs Canada. In our judgment, the financial responsibility and debt of gratitude that all Canadians owe to traditional and modern-day veterans should now and in the future remain a paramount consideration in any evaluation of a federal deficit reduction plan." So we have both the Royal Canadian Legion and War Amps Canada, and we've heard already about the position of the Veterans Ombudsman, and today this party here in this House calling on the government to follow the lead of other allied nations such as the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia to exempt Veterans Affairs Canada from budget cuts in the upcoming budget. Mr. Speaker, virtually every day in this House, in response to questions on the F-35, members of the government side rise to accuse the NDP caucus of not supporting our veterans and our men and women in the service. Just today, the Minister of Defense responded to a question about the F-35 with this, and I quote, "The only emergency here is the NDP's desire not to help our military men and women," end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, my father was a veteran of the RCAF and the Second World War, and although he never talked about his service voluntarily, his sons were incredibly proud of his service, and when he died, they draped his coffin, we draped his coffin, with the RCAF flag, and we sat upon it a picture of my father in his uniform. And my father was just one of thousands of veterans who served this country and who should be so respected and honored. So today, Mr. Speaker, the rubber hits the road for this government. They have yet another chance, because they failed already on several occasions, to demonstrate in some real, concrete, and meaningful way to live up to their hyperbole, to walk the walk, as we say, and to ensure that our veterans and their families, their services and benefits are sheltered and held safe from the austerity that this government is about to visit on this country. And in closing, I'd like to add this. As requested by a constituent of mine this morning, who's an associate of the delegation that appeared before the Veterans Committee last week. And that is that this government, if they truly respect veterans and want to honor veterans and their families, that they remove the member from Calgary West from the Veterans Committee. He has shown incredible disrespect for the veterans community and undermined the work and the effort of those who appeared before the committee to give voice to the serious concerns of the veterans community of this country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the course of the debate today, we've heard government members, including the minister, imply that it is necessary to defeat this motion in order to be able to tackle red tape. That if the motion passes, then veterans will be burdened by red tape. In my respectful submission, this is nothing more than a red herring. It is entirely possible, in fact, it is incumbent upon the government to tackle red tape, whether this motion passes or not. I invite my honourable friend to offer comments on that observation.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
I thank my colleague for that question. And Mr. Speaker, of course, all of us here in this House have a responsibility to ensure that our government functions effectively and provides the services and benefits efficiently to the people who should be in receipt of those benefits. So to the extent, Mr. Speaker, that there's red tape in Veterans Affairs, then of course I fully support the removal of that red tape. To the extent that there still exists red tape in Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker, I think is quite an indictment of the government across the way. They've had 6 years in government to remove red tape in that particular department and ensure that our veterans get the services and benefits that they so deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has put forward a very reasoned and very balanced amendment to this motion. It's an amendment that would allow us to put our veterans front and centre. Our Conservative government has already invested some $2 billion with the enhancements to the new Veterans Charter. These are enhancements that both opposition parties voted against funding. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the opposition member could tell us why he won't accept our amendment that would put our veterans front and centre instead of constantly putting big union bosses front and centre.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure where the union bosses come into this debate, but quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, this government has had a number of years to put veterans front and centre, and they have failed to do so. And we have a number of validators of that, including the Veterans Ombudsman, who talks about the challenge of getting benefits and services through to the veterans of this country. And also, Mr. Speaker, I think it's funny, we talk about the Conservative government who came to change Ottawa, but Ottawa's changed them. All we hear from that side of the House is this bureaucratic language about cuts and red tape and the removal of such somehow providing benefits for our veterans. Mr. Speaker, it strains credibility that cuts to Veterans Affairs Canada, a department, Mr. Speaker, 90% of which funds goes to funding services and benefits for veterans, could survive cuts and still provide those benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a gentleman watching us from Kingston, Ontario, former RCMP intelligence officer, and he is extremely livid. I won't say what else he said at the government. His phone number, by the way, because he wants the minister to call him, is 613-352-8765. He wants to tell the Conservatives exactly how RCMP veterans are treated in the Department of Veterans Affairs. So he's asked me to ask the minister to do so. Can my honourable colleague tell us why do we have to raise these issues over and over and over again to get the attention of the government to help these men and women that so bravely served our country?
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
There it is, buddy.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for raising the issue of a citizen from Kingston, my hometown. I'd like to talk to him myself sometime. As to the answer about why this government fails to respond to veterans and to the opposition and their support of veterans is a matter of speculation, but they've had 6 years to do so. Mr. Speaker, they have failed miserably to do so, and that record, I think, speaks for itself about their priorities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore is rising on a point of order.
The gentleman's name, Mr. Speaker, is Eric Ribiere, 613-352-8765. Thank you.
Afraid to say that's really not a point of order, but it's a matter of debate for the House. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand correctly, the name of the person was Mr. Bibière. In case the minister didn't hear, and the number was 613-352-8765. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, the honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore. Yes, I know which riding he represents. And my colleague, the member for Quebec, who has seconded the motion. I admire their passion and their persistence day after day in making sure that our Parliament does not forget veterans. This is essential because we send these people into conflict zones, they put their life at risk, and when they come back, we can see how strong our society is in how we treat them. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I don't understand how the Conservative government is unable to support a motion that simply says that in the opinion of the House, the government should honor the service of Canadian military and RCMP veterans and their families by committing to not cut Veteran Affairs Canada in the upcoming budget. I don't see anything really questionable about this. I understand there will be cuts, but B, provide programs and services to all military and RCMP veterans and their families in a timely and comprehensive manner. I don't know if we're allowed to say the time, but I find it astonishing that it is 5:15 in the afternoon and we are still debating whether we should be able to tell veterans that we agree with this motion. In my riding of Gatineau, I have 2 legions, and annually, every November, I am among those who attend and remember the events. We have to remember our history. We know that all of our veterans, those who have sacrificed their lives, who have returned wounded, either spiritually, physically, or otherwise, in defending their country, we see these people with their hand over their heart. But to see these people is one thing, and to act is another. We have wreaths that we put on the cenotaphs to commemorate some of the war events. It isn't very difficult to put a wreath on the cenotaph, but it is a little bit more difficult to provide services to those who come back wounded. And if we do not do this, then that is why we have to have this debate today. In November 2010, Mr. Speaker, I was here on Parliament Hill. A few years before, I was the host of a radio program here in the National Capital Region. I was asked to do something a little different, which was to go to Europe, and I stopped in Holland. My colleague, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, will appreciate this. When I was in Holland and I saw the crosses in the cemeteries representing all of our military personnel who fell there. It was very moving. Our men and women had given the ultimate sacrifice in defending Europe from the greatest demon who has ever lived, that is Hitler. And I was very moved by what I saw there. All of these people had done these heroic things. And in November, I wanted to do something that my radio station managers did not want us to do. That was to have a minute of silence. And I was told that costs a great deal of money. You can't have silence on the radio for 60 seconds. But our phone-in show, which did have a minute of silence, was probably, in all of my radio career, one of the most emotional moments. If you could have seen, Mr. Speaker, how people responded to that period of silence, the 1 minute of silence, it was something really wonderful. People feel we don't talk enough about our vets. They come back wounded. They have difficulty finding employment. And today we are debating this issue and talking about red tape and various other things, but there are people who are dying, and I'm not very proud of ourselves when I hear this. After that radio event, I thought more about the events of November. A new organization was being set up called the Veterans Advocacy. And there was a move to create the first National Veterans Day of Protest. So this was being promoted to help our veterans. And it seemed to me that there was something wrong with this idea, because if we were looking after our veterans so well, why did we need a day of protest, a national day of protest, to simply point out the needs that were just ordinary needs? There was something wrong with this equation. So I decided to take part in the Day of Protest and speak to those who attended. I met with two extraordinary people who certainly gave me a great deal of food for thought. Mike Blais, who is a retired military member, and he has been working diligently and persistently, like my colleague, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore. Day after day, he has worked hard on these issues.
And the other person was the former ombudsman, Pat Stogren, the former ombudsman for Veterans Affairs. And in July of 2010, he held a press conference to denounce the way veterans are being treated. And a few days later, surprise, surprise, he lost his job. Luckily, or in fact it was very sad, but fortunately his successor is saying the same thing. They don't have the services they're entitled to. And throughout the day, while questions were being put to the members opposite, not one has been in a position to say, well, they've been saying we put money here and there, but nobody can say and look into the cameras without smirking and say, our veterans are receiving exactly what they need in terms of services. Mr. Speaker, the rest of it is a big mess, to put it mildly. It's an affront to people who have gone to the front lines, not even knowing whether they'd come back or not. If there's not a greater sacrifice than that, it's something that requires services. They're entitled to have a decent life when they come back, to have services, to live in dignity. If there's I think that we're failing miserably if we can't provide that. Apart from what we're hearing day in and day out here in this House, people are putting their hands to their hearts and saying, we're here for our soldiers, for the army, but the opposition doesn't believe in the army. But we see, in fact, the reality. And the reality is what I've expressed, and I think it's shameful to see the colleagues opposite, the Conservatives, stand, and as they will tomorrow, to vote down this motion and the amendment. I say shame to the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask a couple of questions of the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Now, we are looking at a motion here, but the difference is that in this House, when we support bills and budgetary measures, in fact, what she said that on Remembrance Day, she said she attended ceremonies, and when she meets with the veterans, how can she explain to these people that the veterans have refused to take action for veterans because they refused to support the creation of the Ombudsman's office, the person whose job it is to oversee veterans? How is it that the veterans didn't support that they refused the credits to improve the fate of modern veterans who are injured, seriously injured? Mr. Speaker, how can she explain to veterans that the NDP refused to open 5 operational stress centers? She talked about mental illnesses. So my question for her is this: if the veterans are saying that it's important to take action by supporting government measures, conservative government measures, well, they're also talking about cutting bureaucracy because they deserve first-class service and we need to reduce bureaucracy for them. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is so symptomatic of the kind of comments and questions we're receiving from the Conservatives. They always use the budget, which includes tons and tons of other issues, and where they're not always enough either. What the Conservatives are always asking us to do is to take action, but we know what the levels of the needs are. They say, vote for us, vote for this level down here. That's unacceptable. So why would we accept something that is simply a slap in the face? It's not worthwhile, and even veterans have been telling us that that's not what they need. So the minister can come up with all kinds of examples, but the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, how is it that we need to have a veterans advocacy group, an ombudsman? Why do we need an ombudsman for our veterans who year after year reports and provides a report that isn't flattering at all for the government, and the government simply uses a few little examples to try and explain their untenable position, and I simply won't to play that game, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated the member's for Gatineau's speech. I'd like her to react to the second point that we made in the amendment. If the government is really serious about wanting to reduce costs, what we're proposing is for all these reductions to be converted into benefits that will go to and help the people who need them. If the government is really serious about wanting to cut costs and reduce bureaucracy, the administrative burden, then what we're proposing is for that money to be redistributed to the veterans. I'd like to hear her comments on that. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question from my colleague, the member for Saint-Jean, and I salute to the excellent work that he does on this important issue. The amendment to my colleague for Sackville Eastern Shore. Why are the names of those ridings so hard to remember? For the member from Nova Scotia, then. And the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour moved an amendment. And now there is clearly no reason for the Conservatives to oppose the motion. Because if they're right in saying that there's too much red tape, well, the savings that they can be made there can or shouldn't be put out to buy F-35s, no. Or shouldn't go to tax cuts for large corporations. Let's take that money and put it where people need it. Our veterans need assistance. They are lacking services. So it was a brilliant amendment, and it really pulls the rug out from underneath the Conservatives. For the people who are listening today, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that they will understand that they can't rise tomorrow and vote against this motion.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for West Nova. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss how our government cares for and supports Canada's men and women in uniform, our veterans and their families. I feel strongly about the importance of caring for and recognizing a group of individuals who have sacrificed so much, but who have asked for so little in return from our nation. Our government is providing veterans with the support they need, when and where they need it, and that includes supporting them as they make the transition from military to civilian life. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House are all aware of the unprecedented amount of money budgeted over the last 6 years to support veterans, be it for the implementation of the new Veterans Charter and its enhancements, the expansion of the Veterans Independence Program, or the network of operational stress injury clinics located across Canada. All of these efforts will make a lasting difference. But what about the families of veterans, those who may not wear a uniform but serve our country nonetheless? They are the strength and the foundation of the Canadian Forces member, both while in service and when he or she transitions back to civilian life. When an individual joins the Canadian Forces, he or she does so by choice. But, Mr. Speaker, that choice can take a very heavy toll on the family of that veteran. Whether it's being left alone while their loved one is deployed or trying to transition to a civilian life after years of being a military family, in many cases it's the spouses and the caregivers who provide stability and balance at home while the veteran recovers and finds her or his place in the civilian world. Our government understands that, and that's why we're proud supporters of the new Veterans Charter. When the Charter was first introduced in 2006, its goal was to get the best results for our veterans and their families. I want to stress that again, Mr. Speaker, veterans and their families. The needs and expectations of these veterans and their families are evolving, and as the Minister has clearly stated, we need to evolve with them. To keep the status quo would be an enormous disservice to those who have put their lives on the line for our country. So in recent years, our government has made substantial changes to the programs and services to bring about the well-being and stability of our veterans in their civilian lives. I want to take the opportunity this debate presents to look at what we are also doing for our military families and to remind Canadians that these families deserve our support and respect. The best example of this care and support provided comes in the form of case management and rehabilitation services available to veterans and how the family plays a very major part in developing their individual case plans. It is crucial that a spouse, parents, children, or ideally all of those individuals be full partners in a veteran's recovery. They are a critical support system. And they need to know that their loved ones are going through, how they're progressing, and how the family can help. They are involved every step of the way through the transition process. At the same time, families also need to know that there is help for them to have their own support systems. The Military Family Resource Centres are wonderful places to start, as is our network of family peer support coordinators, and I had the great privilege of meeting with many of them last week. Both Veterans Affairs Canada and the Department of National Defence have created a very successful network known as the Operational Stress Injury Social Support Program. Specially trained peer support coordinators who have first-hand experience with operational stress injuries and the loss of loved ones provide vital personal support. We met with the spouses of veterans. We met with the spouses of Canadian Armed Forces members. And these are the very folks providing the peer-to-peer counseling. Family members have said that having someone to talk to who has already been there is incredibly supportive and comforting. Our government has also invested more money in the network of operational stress injury clinics. These are the clinics that serve our veterans and Canadian Armed Forces members who are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Veterans Affairs Canada and National Defence have worked together on this initiative to create a network of 17 mental health clinics throughout the country. While continuing to live in their community, veterans attend appointments at the OSI clinic. They're offered a clinical assessment and a variety of treatment options, including individual therapies, group sessions, psychoeducation sessions, and other resources. The clinical teams are made up of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, mental health nurses, and other specialized clinicians who understand the experience and needs of our veterans. The team works closely with other healthcare and community organizations to ensure that there's appropriate follow-up within our communities. And loved ones can be involved in the treatment, and eligible family members can also receive these services. As of today, there are 10 of these clinics operated by Veterans Affairs Canada. The Canadian Forces offers its support through 7 operational trauma and stress support centres. Support like this brings back stability and strength to the family unit. As a result, veterans can make better use of the other services we provide, services such as career counseling, vocational assistance, and job placement. And the spouse of a deceased or severely injured veteran can get the training he or she needs to find work and help bring financial stability back to the family unit if the veteran is unable to benefit from these services. That means everyone can focus really on what matters most, getting better and getting stronger. These initiatives I've mentioned represent only a few of the actions taken by our Conservative government to provide assistance to Canada's veterans and to their families. When it comes to easing the transition from military service to the civilian world, we believe family is first and foremost the most critical social support system. Knowing that their families' interests are important, understood, and supported keeps our existing forces strong. I want to assure Canadians, veterans, service men and women, and their families that we are working hard to provide them with the services and benefits when they need them and where they need them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Brome.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her remarks. I would like to know, however, her speech is full of good intentions. However, what I note is that the Conservative government claims that it supports our troops, but the fact is it doesn't support them as soon as they have an opportunity to do so. They've refused to pay benefits. They've disclosed medical information. My question is the following. When will these attacks by the Conservative government against our veterans stop?
Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Our government takes the privacy of our veterans very seriously. When it comes to providing benefits to our veterans, it's our Conservative government that's actually enhanced the amount of benefits available to our most severely disabled veterans. I find it amusing that the opposition party would even raise this issue, considering they consistently vote against funding these enhanced benefits to our most seriously disabled veterans. Frankly, they should be ashamed of themselves and their track record.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try not to be amusing. I heard the Parliamentary Secretary in the course of her remarks say that to keep the status quo would be an immense disservice to our veterans. Yet the amendment proposed by the government side is to maintain veterans' benefits. Now, I'm not an English major, but I'm having a little trouble trying to figure out the difference between status quo and maintain. And so I would ask the honourable member, why not take the savings that are going to be encountered through the strategic and operating review and fund the Veterans Transition Program? The honourable member got to see this program firsthand. It's an excellent program that's receiving nothing from this government. Why not plough the savings from the strategic and operating review into the Canadian Institute for Military and Veterans Health Research? Why not? Is the status quo...
Mr. Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Liberals had some 13 years to do right by our veterans and never did. They did nothing on Agent Orange ex gratia payments. It took our Conservative government to fund that. They never once created the Office of the Ombudsman. It was actually the Conservative government that created the Office of the Ombudsman. It was the Conservative government that brought in the Bill of Rights for our veterans. Our Conservative government constantly stands by our veterans. Our simple proposal today is that we will maintain all benefits to our veterans. But any savings that are to be found by eliminating inefficiencies in our bureaucracies ought to be had immediately. And I don't understand why the opposition wouldn't support such a simple premise.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister of Veteran Affairs for all that he does for this country. And my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. As a retired member of the RCMP, I'm much appreciative of the benefits that I receive yearly on behalf of the Veterans Affairs. But more importantly, the one thing that I would like you to expound upon is that my son served in the last combat mission in Afghanistan from November of 2010 to July of 2011. And I was blessed with the fact that we recognized that we were phoned every month to ensure how our family was doing while he was serving overseas. And I wonder if you could just explain some of the programs that are available to the families again while their loved ones are serving overseas.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member. And if I might also, through you, Mr. Speaker, thank him for his service to our nation and that of his son. It is just very much appreciated. Yes, putting our families front and centre is a priority for our government. As the Canadian Armed Forces members are serving overseas, the stress that is put upon our family members back home is sometimes unbearable. We've created a number of peer-to-peer support centres for these family members to offer them assistance and support. But more importantly, we want to make sure that we offer some assistance to our veterans when they return home to transition back into civilian life. And our committee has actually been focusing on this in the last weeks.
Resuming debate, pour la prise de débat, the honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I must say thank you. Nice to see you here. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, I think this has been an incredibly important discussion that we're having, and I want to start by making something very clear, and I think that my colleagues on the committee would agree. I don't think there's a member in this House that doesn't support our veterans. I think every elected member understands the importance of what these great people have done for our country. So whatever disagreements we may have, I think they're in the spirit of how can we make it better, how can we continue to support. So I just want to get that on the record because we don't always agree on everything. I'd also want to point out that there's an important day tomorrow when the Minister arrives before the committee to discuss the main estimates, and it will be a very fulsome public discussion about what is going to take place, what isn't. So I want to get on the record again. As the Minister said many, many times, there will be no reductions in services to veterans. Legally, he cannot do that. So we are fully, as a government, going to support the services that are provided to veterans. Whatever else goes on, whatever one wants to add to it, that's a different kind of discussion. But let's be really clear. There will be no reduction in the budget in terms of services to veterans in Canada. We just wouldn't do that. I'd also like to point out, because I'm supposed to use some of the document prepared for me, I just want to make mention of the fact that there's some important anniversaries coming up, and part of what we do is commemorate what our veterans have done. And certainly we know next month there's a special anniversary, special celebrations for the 95th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. And it's one of 4 important battles over there, but I do point out this one is always special because what it did was really show that Canada was becoming a nation and recognized around the world. On April 8th, some 500 cadets will gather here in Ottawa, and it's a very, very touching and moving ceremony. It's recognition of the vigil they do all night, recognition of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. It's right here in Ottawa. If people are around, I'd encourage them to go, because one of the great things we see in recent years is the take-up amongst young Canadians for what veterans and what the military mean to our great nation. And they are, every year, showing up in greater numbers and showing their understanding and importance of what our veterans have done. So that's a certainly important event. Also, as I thought one of these years I might get to go, the minister leads a delegation to France to actually, with some 5,000 students and a number of veterans, a number of military representatives, to actually be in France and see that very special place and commemorate with our great Canadians how important that not only the monument is, but the whole event, the whole recognition of Canada being recognized in France for what it's done. So we certainly think that's important. I want to just remind us that that will be coming up next month as well. As well, there are a number of other programs and services, and I wanted to just touch on those because I think we overlook something sometime. And I think anybody in the committee would agree this year that we had a number of great witnesses come in. Many have started initiatives on their own or in partnership with the department. But in every case, there's a phenomenal growth in the services taking place for veterans in Canada. And there's a whole recognition, and I know certainly my colleague from Eastern Shore remembers when we saw the peer group come before us a couple of years ago. There's a whole recognition of all the new challenges that veterans face, whether they be physical, mental, financial, whatever. And I see continued progress take place, and I think a lot of it's in recognition, although there were cuts that took place in the mid-90s. They were unfortunate and took a long time to bring them back. I think now it's a matter of continued growth and recognition. There was a former minister who said to us quite often, and it's so true, we can never do enough for our veterans. And that'll, I think, always be the case. But we can never stop trying. We can never stop listening. We can never stop reaching out and tell them how much they mean to this great nation of ours. So even though we may disagree on timing of that, I think it's important to remember that the efforts that are being made show that every year there's an improvement over the year before. We also know there are a lot of veterans that need special care, special attention. And I know the talk has been about cutbacks and reductions and so on, and I think the test is going to be when the budget comes in, and I'll just smile as I look at my colleague and say, this is the year for you to vote for the budget and support the veterans in a meaningful way. And I think it'd be so marvelous to just see you stand up that day and say, it may not be everything, it may not be all that we want, but you know what? This government is doing the right things for the veterans of Canada. I want to hear the member from the Eastern Shore stand up with great praise and great enthusiasm and do that day for us. I know he'll be up, that's for sure. I'd also, I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, all kidding aside, that as we look at the issues that are facing, the issues to come, the fact the modern vets need a whole special recognition. I would agree with many of the points made over the recent years that there were problems. Whether it's privacy and other issues. The fact is there has been a response to those, and I think continued response is necessary. What we do, and has been pointed out by other speakers, not just recognizing the services, but as the department becomes more efficient, it means more of the money should be spent on the veterans and perhaps less of the money spent on bureaucracy. And we won't get into the debate today about the things that maybe should stay or go or whatever. That'll continue in the years to come. But I'll tell you one thing, whatever we end up doing as colleagues in this House, I think we end up at the end of the day saying we have to keep trying. Every day, every year, we have to keep remembering what these people have done. The modern vets are coming home, and I said earlier about one of the meetings we had a couple years ago, these peer support groups, which are becoming so important. Because there are homeless vets. There are lots of problems that vets face. And what we learned is the best approach is if you can take someone who's been there in their shoes and have them be the lead and the contact with veterans who've gone through it, they will make the contact. They will bring them in. Something that probably I couldn't do and most of us couldn't do. They've been there and they've suffered, they understand, and they want to help. We have to listen to these people. We have to support these people. and make sure that they're given the supports that they need. That's our job. And I think I see a lot of opportunity for improvement there. I probably left a few things out that were in my comments, but I did want to use the opportunity to say that tomorrow is an important day. The minister's going to be with us at the committee. Committee members have their opportunity to get into detail, but please go at it with a full understanding and comprehension that we start by saying there will be absolutely no reduction in services to veterans. We just will never let that happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Nova Scotia and his comments. And I may say, Mr. Speaker, in a nonpartisan way, he does an excellent job as chair of the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs. For that, I'm greatly appreciative. But he also knows, Mr. Speaker, he also knows he talks about we need to do more and we can never do enough. He's right. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, when a disabled veteran or their family member who's 86, who's 90 years old, who's 97 years old, as I said with Mr. Dion for North Vancouver, I've raised this in the House. Does he honestly think for a second that a 97-year-old veteran who just had a pacemaker put in at a hospital and his 89-year-old wife should have to be told, we're going to get back to you in 16 weeks if we may help you? This is just one of thousands, Mr. Speaker, of issues that we deal with on a regular basis. Does he not think that the answer should be, we'll help you immediately and we'll fill in the paperwork later? Does he not think that would be a much better way to go?
The honourable member for West Nova.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree in principle. Obviously, how would you disagree with a vet of that age and put it in? I'd also remind people in the House that every year we see the numbers of support and satisfied veterans in terms of getting service going up. The vast majority of veterans get the services that they need and want. There are these that certainly deserve our attention, and certainly we have to focus more on, one, the eligibility question. They deserve the benefit of the doubt. I don't argue at all. Secondly, and the member knows that, we are seeing the times of wait, the wait times actually begin to shorten, and that's one of the major commitments take place. We've all been frustrated as members dealing with veterans to see how long it's taken sometimes to get an answer, positive or negative, and certainly we want to continue. So on that point, we would certainly agree.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to commend the honourable member for his work as the chairman of our committee. I know that I haven't made it particularly easy for him. It would be great if more of the committee business was done in public, but he's a good man doing a good job, Mr. Speaker. He said in the course of his remarks that tomorrow is a very important day because the committee is going to consider the main estimates. But he also said that legally we cannot reduce the amount that's being paid for veterans' benefits. Is he prejudging the outcome of the vote tomorrow? Does the committee not have the right to examine the numbers that come before it, to discuss them, and to decide whether or not to pass them? If they're legally bound, what are we meeting tomorrow for?
For West Nova.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope I didn't misunderstand my colleague from Charlottetown. What I said, we are legally bound to maintain the level of services to veterans. I hope he's not suggesting at tomorrow's meeting that any members of the committee would talk about reducing support to the veterans, that actually reduce the amount of money going to veterans. I'm not trying to be presumptuous of the committee, but I can tell you one thing. This side of the House is going to absolutely vote to support and maintain the programs and services available to the veterans of Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to add my voice to those of the two official critics to commend the work of the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, but as well as the work of the whole committee in itself, which has provided an excellent report on remembrance, especially as we approach the centennial of the First World War, which is very important. And the member raised the Battle of Vimy. This is at the very heart of this country, and I would wish that every member and every Canadian could seize the sacrifice that was done by those Canadians at that time, Mr. Speaker. And certainly tomorrow I'll be more than happy to appear in front of the committee where I will present for the current fiscal year an additional budget of $43 million will be required. And for the next year I will be seeking support for an additional main estimate of $3.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. I hope I will get the support of the member as well. My question to the chair of the committee and to the member, if I should say, is we've seen today a motion, but isn't it more important to vote when there are budget initiatives? What to expect from a party that is consistently voting against veterans? Shouldn't we be more proactive and support our veterans? And as in his writing, as he heard member asking for streamlining processes so we have more money for veterans and less for bureaucracy. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Nova, a short response, please.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the question of the minister. I was getting a lot of helpful advice around this corner of the House, so I may not have got the full intent, but I did get the sense about voting for the budget. And it's kind of a segue to say, first of all, I heard one comment. No, I was not there at Vimy Ridge. I didn't see it personally. Maybe older than some members, but don't in the Battle of the Somme. But I want to end by saying that I absolutely agree. The real test is in the budget itself. And the Minister of Finance, obviously, when he brings that great document forward, is one more member of this House that totally is aware of and support of the veterans. So I know that the member of Eastern Shore is going to have to really contain himself with his enthusiasm to get up and vote when he votes in favor of the budget that comes in this year. I look forward to that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since a number of MPs wish to speak, I will be sharing my time with the member for Burnaby New Westminster. Mr. Speaker, last week I experienced one of the rare moments of unanimity within this House because together we supported Shannon's dream. It is one of those subjects that should always receive unanimous support because it is so important. And such should be the case for the treatment that we give our veterans and members of the RCMP and their families. The political class, we must remember, does not take part in wartime missions or peacekeeping operations, but rather it is the one that decides the missions that often, quite often, endanger the lives and the health of those who choose to wear the uniform. Our soldiers defend our values and our freedom on behalf of all Canadians because we ask them to do so. All members in this House bear this large responsibility when they decide to send our troops to a foreign theatre of operations and must take particular care with regard to the respect, treatment, and consideration they are due. It is our duty, in fact, to remember, and this must go beyond the respect we show during Remembrance Day ceremonies. Our respect must take the form of concrete action, which day after day will give our veterans a little bit back of what they have given in terms of sacrifices so that their fellow man can live comfortably in a world of freedom and justice. I am very surprised given the government's attitude towards our veterans. The government is currently multiplying funding announcements to celebrate a war that occurred a very long time ago. And I'm talking about commemorating the War of 1812. And the memory of these soldiers who died during that war seems to be of greater concern to our ministers than the reality of our veterans of today. We are troubled by the extraordinary focus by this government on this past conflict and the amounts spent on these celebrations. To build a nation, first we must recognize those who today contribute to Canada's presence abroad and who take part in our diplomacy and military actions. In another theatre of activity, our RCMP veterans deserve recognition in actions, not just in words. A few weeks before the tabling of the federal budget, it seems that the Conservatives have once again decided to take the path of equality rather than equity. I'd like to explain this difference with a very simple example. If a teenager and myself were to share a pizza for dinner equally, we would each get half of that pizza. Once the meal was over, the teenager would no doubt still be hungry, given the needs of that young person's body to grow, whereas I probably would have overeaten and would have caused my cholesterol levels to spike. And yet the premise from the beginning was attractive, sharing equally, but equitable sharing seeks to ensure that the teenager and I would not be hungry. Either of us would not be hungry after the meal, and this means that we have to share the pizza differently. Why that example, you might ask? Well, for months, the message that the government has been sending to us is that everybody has to pay by leaving in the state's coffers the equivalent of a 5 or 10% cut. Applying such a simplistic recipe is not a very brave political program. Governing cannot be summarized as simply doing mathematical calculations to draw up a budget. It means making equitable choices to meet the needs of each group by explaining why the situation is like that. The government must act with this kind of courage. The simplistic approach could say that for each veteran who leaves us, there should be a corresponding drop in credits related to that budgetary item, but that would be forgetting the fact that Canadians often want a more equitable society, and they want the state to be there for those who have helped them to the death sometimes.
Moreover, veterans' needs today are very different from those of yesterday. Wars have changed, and returning veterans need appropriate care and services for themselves, for their families. We are dealing with a new generation of veterans who often have psychological problems. This costs money, but we must be clear in wanting to spend the money it takes. This new generation of veterans means a new reality in providing services. This is why the situation is so different. The average age is lower among those needing services. They have more years ahead of them when they will need service. There are different consequences from our combat and peacekeeping missions, and we had more reserve members. Those are just some of the members. We have a very clear policy in the NDP. Our demands are simple, and we only have two. First of all, a guarantee that the Veterans Affairs Department will be exempted from any cuts in the 2012-2013 budget. And two, we want a guarantee that all military personnel and former members of the RCMP and their families will have access to all programs and services in a timely manner. In 2011, the President of the United States, Barack Obama, made a commitment that there would be no cuts to programs for veterans at a time when the U.S. Congress was also looking for attaining a balanced budget. The United Kingdom and Australia have done the same. So a number of ministers in the government and economic analysts have told us that Canada is the G8 country that has done the best in the economic crisis. So budget cuts that have been announced are certainly not agreed to by everyone, and we should certainly not make any cuts when we know the value of the services offered by our veterans and RCMP members. We have the two demands that I mentioned, and also a number of recommendations. First, the development of health centers of excellence for modern veterans. Second, greater access to veterans hospitals. Third, reform to the new charter. Fourth, increase in funeral expenditures. 5, help for the homeless. 7, a public inquiry, and so on. The NDP would like to see a system that would evolve with the changing needs of our veterans. The Conservative government, however, here, like elsewhere, has taken some small steps, but not enough. The Prime Minister promised when he was the Leader of the Opposition that a Conservative government would immediately extend the VIP services to the widows of vets of the Second World War and the Korean War, regardless of when the veteran died or how long the person had the benefits before dying. Not only, though, has the government created new types of victims, we know that as of December 31st, 2011, people will no longer be able to apply for the program. So not only was this deadline imposed on people, but it also applied to those who were victims of the Agent Orange spraying. People have been exposed to radiation and so on. The government is trying to spend money without being able to actually provide the military with a proper aircraft. So costs are continually going up. But it would be appropriate to ensure that the military personnel coming home have the services they need. This is a kind of recognition and respect we owe them. On March 29th, we had a new statement by the government. I will conclude by saying that it is high time to show proper respect for our veterans of both military and RCMP service. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech on this very important issue being dealt with in our Opposition Day. My colleague, like I do, attends the Remembrance Day ceremonies in his riding, and I'm sure he has noticed that the number of veterans from previous wars is continually dwindling. I would like to know from him whether, if the Minister of Veterans Affairs does reduce these services, what will the results be? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the greatest surprise that I had when I attended Remembrance Day ceremonies for the first time as a Member of Parliament, that was this past year, was that people saw me as a hero, but in fact they are the heroes. Most of the conversations I had informally after the ceremony was about the concerns these people had about the services that these new veterans were afraid of losing. They have health problems as a result of serving their country. So this is very unfair. I hope that we will have the decency not only to maintain the services, but also the budget for the department. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the fact that my colleague reminded us that last week the House unanimously adopted a motion on Shannon's Dream. I think that was an issue like this one that goes beyond partisan lines. We need to have reassurance that there will be no cuts, but the government is refusing to say whether it will vote for the motion. I would like my colleague elaborate on his comments about the disastrous effect that cuts would have to veterans. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps our colleagues across the floor know more about what is in the budget than we do on this side. It is very difficult to comment on a budget that will be introduced on March the 29th, but I think that all Canadians understand that it is important for this House to vote unanimously as far as possible, as often as possible. So if the government is not planning to cut the budget for Veterans Affairs, then this is an opportunity for the government to show once again that it is possible to work together on behalf of our citizens.
Member for Huron-Bruce.
Here. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I just offer to the member across the way, take a look at the main estimates. If you'd like to come to the Veterans Affairs meeting tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon and take a look, it's not a secret. It's $3.5 billion. There's no cuts. 90% of the money in the budget goes towards benefits and service. No secret. It's right there.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Écoutez, je remercie.
Well, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his invitation. Unfortunately, I will be at the Official Languages Committee at that time. Otherwise, I would have been pleased to attend.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Every day now, we are debating important issues dealing with Veterans Affairs. My colleague, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, and the member for Quebec launched this debate this morning, but now it is evening, and nobody on the government side, no one has said clearly whether the government side will be supporting our motion or not. Are they in favor of the principle of not wanting these cuts? I think that is the question we need to ask all government side members. Why are they so reluctant to support a common sense motion? Why are they so reluctant to say clearly that they will support this motion, which simply says that we want the same level of services for our veterans before the budget, that exists before the budget, to still exist after the budget. We have been debating this issue for 8 hours now, and we have had no answer. On that side, we have not heard this, but on this side, we know that veterans and their families are very concerned, those who are in hospitals who need care, people who are in long-term facilities. They are all quite surprised by the lack of clarity from the government side. The member for Sackville Eastern Shore asked questions in the House during question period. I think he asked a very clear question. Is there support for veterans or not? That is a question that needs an answer. It is not just the NDP who support veterans. When we look at all the associations of veterans, the Royal Canadian Legion, which I'm a member of, and a number of other NDP members are as well, those groups support this motion. The Veterans Employees Union and other groups all support this motion. So we have to ask why the Conservative government was not prepared to stand up during our 8 hours of debate to say, yes, we agree with this NDP motion. We will be supporting services for veterans. I know that we have heard quotes, and I will be giving you some quotes as well during the few minutes at my disposal. The national president of the Royal Canadian Legion has said that it is time for our federal leadership to admit publicly that we owe a moral debt to our veterans. And the federal government can do this by agreeing that it will not touch the services and the budgets for veterans. Another representative has said the same thing, and that the UK and other countries have exempted Veterans Affairs from cuts, and Canada should do the same thing. And if there are any cuts, they should be as little as possible. So there is a consensus across the country. There is a consensus among those watching us here today. All veterans and veterans groups agree. So we have to ask whether the government supports veterans, yes or no. That's quite a simple question, I believe, Mr. Speaker.
To continue talking about the incredible moral debt Canadians owe to our veterans. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a family which sent two individuals off to the Second World War. In fact, when we go to the monument in front of the New Westminster City Hall in my community of New Westminster, my grandfather and my uncle are placed there. They both gave their lives for the country, and as with so many Canadians, we feel deeply, profoundly about the debt that we owe the veterans that came back. And Mr. Speaker, as you well know, when veterans come back from war, it doesn't come with huge physical, mental, often psychological consequences. You cannot go to those kinds of situations and come back unscarred. And these brave men and women who have served overseas, who've served in the Second World War, served in the Korean conflict, have served in the peacekeeping, the multiple peacekeeping operations that Canada has undertaken, served in Afghanistan, they deserve only the best that Canada has to offer. They put their lives on the line. Many of them gave their lives. Those who come back are entitled to the full support of our nation, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we find it so perplexing that here in this House today, after 7 hours of debate, the Conservative government has not even signalled yet whether they're going to support the motion or not, Mr. Speaker. Now, every year, I go on Remembrance Day, I go before the New Westminster Cenotaph,
I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member for Burnaby. Order! Order! I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster. There is too much noise in the chamber. I would humbly ask that if members wish to carry on conversations that they could direct to their respective lobbies, and we'll give the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am saddened that some members aren't listening to this debate. I know that many Canadians and many veterans value this debate because, let's face it, Mr. Speaker, without our veterans, we wouldn't be having this democratic debate on the floor of the House of Commons. And so we owe it to them to listen very attentively. We owe it to them to listen to their needs. All of the major veterans organizations have come forward and have said this government should be supporting the NDP motion. Every single one, with no exceptions, because they understand the contributions that veterans have made to building this country, the contributions they've made to preserving in this House of Commons the right to democratic debate. Veterans who gave their lives, veterans who came back profoundly scarred, sometimes physically, sometimes psychologically, and who have the right to get the best possible services from a grateful nation, Mr. Speaker. And every Remembrance Day, I go to the George Derby Hospital in Burnaby, and I visit the veterans, and I listen to their stories, and I see what has happened over time, which is a slow but steady deterioration in the funding that is allocated to that Veterans Hospital and other veterans hospitals across the country. It is clear and unmistakable, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we brought forward the motion today, because we understand that that slow and steady and insidious cutting of funding is something that cannot be permitted to continue, that we have to provide full support for our veterans wherever they are found in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And we do this today with the full support of those veterans organizations. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, in the estimates, there were cutbacks. The government would say, well, we only cut back certain categories, but unmistakably, and we've raised this in the House of Commons, there were cutbacks in millions of dollars in funding going to Veterans Affairs, and the government is aware of this. And the government has said even further that they will be looking to see major cuts in ministries, including the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. And we could be talking about tens of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. How does that translate? That translates in fewer services available to veterans. That translates into fewer services going into, whether we're talking about the George Derby Hospital in Burnaby, British Columbia, or the Hôpital Sainte-Anne au Québec, or anywhere else where veterans are now receiving the support of a grateful population. Mr. Speaker, we're saying we're going to draw that line in the sand, that we are going to stop further cuts. We want to maintain those services, that we want to put in place a motion of the House of Commons that says unambiguously that the cuts, insidious as they may be, shall stop now, that the next budget will provide full funding for veterans. Mr. Speaker, we are standing up for veterans in this House of Commons because we can do so. We can stand in the House of Commons and debate because of their sacrifice. And, Mr. Speaker, today we are asking for support from every single member of Parliament to say yes to veterans, to say no to cuts, and to say yes to maintaining the funding for our veterans who gave their lives and gave their physical health often for this country. They are owed that debt, Mr. Speaker. We owe them no less than full funding in the next budget and no cuts, Mr. Speaker, and we hope that all members of Parliament will support this motion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as someone whose uncle was the last surviving Victoria Cross holder in Canada, Smokey Smith, and whose father was a prisoner of war, I've listened very carefully to this debate myself, and I know there was a lot of truth in what the honourable member said. Certainly, my father returned with scars, I would say, psychological, the fact that he carried on to a very successful life and was a hero to me and a lot of other people doesn't take away from that sacrifice. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the honourable member to consider the following and answer the following question. Apart from the politics of veterans, and of course veterans are near and dear to the hearts of most Canadians, apart from that, is he excluding the possibility that there may be savings in that department as there are in other departments, that we at a time of austerity have to look at making those savings so that we can support our veterans in a more effective way? Mr. Speaker, I would put to my honourable friend that this is not to take away from our veterans, but to stand up for the very values that they care about, that we need to preserve the Treasury so that we can serve them better and serve all Canadians better in every possible respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
I thank the member for his question, and I certainly all the members on this side of the House share his family's sacrifice and his family's contribution to Canada's roles overseas. That being said, I must say, as a former financial administrator, I am beside myself with the priorities that I see being advanced by this government of where they want to spend money. The F-35s were untendered. They've grown from a $9 billion budget to $30 billion, perhaps $40 billion. We have no idea. No one on the government side or the opposition side of the House has any idea of how many tens of billions of dollars those planes will cost, and they weren't even tendered. The prison agenda put forward by this government at a time when the crime rate is falling has been evaluated as upwards of $19 billion. Those are expenditures that we believe can be cut back on. Those are expenditures that we believe have to be fine-tuned. Certainly, re-tendering or tendering a process on the F-35s, the F-18 replacements, that's what needs to happen, Mr. Speaker. Cutting back in services for our veterans, we are unalterably opposed. I believe the member is in good faith, and we hope that he will vote in favour of this motion that we're bringing forward in the House tomorrow.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable colleague mentioned the hospital in his riding. Here is something that the Conservatives have yet to admit, but it is a fact. When the last Korean overseas veteran dies, Mr. Speaker, when that person passes away, All those 10,000 contract beds in the hospital he spoke about are no longer available for all those veterans from 53 onwards. St. Anne's Hospital, the last federal veterans hospital, is being transferred to Quebec. There go 1,300 federal jobs gone. Plus an estimated another 500 jobs are gone, Mr. Speaker. But we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of veterans who will be requiring long-term care, Mr. Speaker. And what will happen? The government, although we'll never admit it, but it's a fact, is going to download that responsibility onto the backs of the provinces. So when they say they're not cutting, it is simply not true. I'd like my honourable colleagues' comments on that, please.
Honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to praise the member from Sackville Eastern Shore. There is no stronger advocate for veterans in this country than the member from Sackville Eastern Shore. He proves that every day, proved it again today in question period and in his presentation of the debate. And he's aware of how insidiously we're seeing this government cutting back. And Mr. Speaker, when I go to the George Derby Hospital and I see those men and women who've given so much for this country, and I see the insidious ways that things are gradually deteriorating, things are gradually being cut back, I say to the member of Sackville Eastern Shore, he's absolutely right. There are more cuts to come unless this Parliament, with its members of Parliament, take a very clear decision and say to the government, no more cuts. We want to preserve services for veterans. They deserve our respect, and we owe them no less than providing those services to them each and every day.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the very warm welcome from the member from Sackville, Nova Scotia. It's a pleasure to participate in this debate. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but is there some sort of irony when we are debating cutbacks to veterans in the middle of this so-called robocall scandal? If you think about it and you ask a vet, well, why did you go to war? What was the point of going to war? What was it you were trying to achieve when you went to war? And the greater likelihood, Mr. Speaker, is that the veteran will say, well, I went to war to preserve our democracy. Well, what else is more core to a vote, to a democracy, Mr. Speaker, than the vote? A legitimate vote, not a suppressed vote, a legitimate vote. So it strikes me as highly ironic, Mr. Speaker, that we're having this debate about cutbacks to veterans' affairs in the context of arguably the biggest vote fraud scandal in our nation's history. And if I were a veteran, and I'm not, if I were a veteran, I'd be starting to ask myself, how is it that my sacrifice actually was contributed to the preservation of our democracy and therefore the preservation of our vote? A vote, Mr. Speaker, is a genuine expression on the part of a citizen to elect his or her representatives. For instance, this past weekend, and we all know what a sham vote is, Mr. Speaker. We saw that happen in Russia this past weekend, where no impartial or fair-minded observer would ever say that that vote was a genuine expression of the citizens of Russia. I don't want to get too high-minded here, Mr. Speaker, but the suppression of a vote by misdirection is a fraud perpetrated in the name of Elections Canada. I was very pleased to see over the course of the weekend senior Conservative officials saying, we're as upset as anybody. We want to get to the bottom of this scandal as much as anybody wants to get to it. And I would like to, and as would all members of the House, like to take those words at face value, Mr. Speaker, but it's kind of hard to square that with the constant way in which Elections Canada is marginalized, why its own budget is being reduced and its resources are being cut back. So, Mr. Speaker, we have at this point 31,000 people who have filed complaints with Elections Canada. You can only imagine that that's simply the tip of the iceberg, because there's literally thousands of Canadians who either have forgotten or don't didn't take any note on election night of these calls. So here we are, Mr. Speaker, debating a motion on veterans whose sole purpose of putting themselves in harm's way was actually to preserve our way of life, to preserve our democracy, and central to that, the vote. So let me share a bit of an anecdote with you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that your office has many of the other offices in this chamber been inundated with emails and telephone calls and various other communications where people have said, well, yeah, now I remember that I did get a telephone call. I thought it was a little strange at the time. In fact, there was... Thank you for that assistance. And indeed, I'm sure veterans have said that they too received telephone calls on election night. And when they received these calls, Mr. Speaker, they obviously didn't take note. But the point being, Mr. Speaker, that these calls were received. One woman said to me that she and her husband had gone and voted, and they after supper, received a call from so-called Elections Canada.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Yorkton Melville is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really think this is a stretch that this speech somehow relates to the topic that we're debating today. I think this member realizes, and by his smile, I think he recognizes the fact that this is not relevant to our talk.
Members will know, of course, that the honourable member for Nanaimo Alberni is rising on the same point?
Yes, same point.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I mean, we're debating veterans services today, and I think the member knows that his remarks are not relevant to the discussion we're having today, and I would ask that the Speaker call him to order and that his debate would be relevant to the debate.
Of course, members will know that it is important to make sure their comments remain pertinent to the question that's before the House. At the same time, members are given an abundance of freedom to express their points, and with the view that they'll eventually become pertinent to the question that is in front of the House. So I would ask, I'm sure that the member was coming around to how his comments would be relevant to the motion. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that caution, but I would point out that had my honourable colleagues who chose to intervene listened to what I was saying, they would have realized that the vote that we as citizens have is because veterans gave the sacrifice that they gave. And any interference with that vote is an interference with our democracy, and nothing could be more offensive than the suppression of that vote by any means. So I thank you again for the caution, but I do want to finish with the anecdote which seemed to get honourable members a little upset, but I'm about to get them a little bit more upset, Mr. Speaker, because this woman did describe a situation where she had voted. She and her husband came home from supper, got a so-called Elections Canada call, and paid no attention to it whatsoever. 9 months later, with all of the publicity that's recently been generated, she realized that she too was almost a victim, and so then she contacted my office, as I'm sure other members have also been contacted. And what she was very irate, and so I exchanged correspondence with her, and I asked her whether I could use her story, and she initially said yes, and then 24 hours later she said no, and the reason was, Mr. Speaker, was that her heritage was from a Soviet country, and this is the kind of stuff that went on in the country that she originated from, and she was very, very concerned that somehow or another this information would be used against her. Now, we can all say that's just paranoia, Mr. Speaker, but and let's hope it is. But on the other hand, it's from these kinds of small things that, if you don't protect your democracy, it will, in some manner or another, disappear on you. And that's where, Mr. Speaker, our veterans have made the most strongest sacrifice they can possibly make in order to protect that vote, that democracy, and that way of life. I have the great honor, Mr. Speaker, to be the Liberal Party's defense critic, and as such have had quite a number of opportunities to meet senior military officials, our junior officers, enlisted people, in a whole variety of settings. This summer I was on a frigate and spent some time with the officers and enlisted on the frigate. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I've even ridden on a helicopter out of Forrest's Greenwood bases, as the honourable member from Sackville well knows. And I took that flight from CFB Greenwood and not, frankly, from a fishing camp. I've been on search and rescue airplanes, the Auroras, the Hercules, Camp Wainwright, RMC, and a variety of other settings, and in other formal and informal events. And without doubt, Mr. Speaker, we are served by some of the finest people I've ever had the honour to know. No military is without its flaws, but the personnel that I've had the honour to meet are truly exceptional. And, Mr. Speaker, may I inquire, Mr. Speaker, my time allotment is 20 minutes as opposed to?
Yes, indeed, it would normally be 20 minutes, but the honourable member may know that a motion earlier today will have us seeking the time of adjournment at around 6:34. So the honourable member has about 1 minute remaining in his speech.
That is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because I had. So let me. Now, indeed, Mr. Speaker, I am having to move to the end of the speech, and it is regrettable because there was a number of points that I wanted to raise from even today's correspondence. One of which was from a Michael Esty, a retired Michael Esty, he's a retired sergeant, who says the new Veterans Charter seriously is a bureaucratic nightmare laden with red tape and hopes. I genuinely feel sorry for my brothers and sisters in arms who are being nickel and dimed by this new charter. The Minister, Prime Minister, and Veterans Affairs doesn't need cuts. It needs restructuring. Use priority hiring to hire your injured and released vets. So I apologize, Mr. Speaker, that I wasn't able to actually get to the meat of the speech, but it is what it is. So thank you very much.
Order. 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 It being 6:35 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March 6, 2012, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Now, à ce moment-ci, conformément à
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to pursue a question that I put to the Minister of Environment. It took place, this question and discussion took place in November of last year, and it's only now come forward for adjournment proceedings. I'm grateful for the opportunity to pursue the matter that I raised at the time, although some time has passed. Related to the composition of government delegations to international conferences, in particular to the conference that took place in Durban, South Africa at the close of 2011. That was, of course, the 17th Conference of the Parties under the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the House members may recall that what occurred was a change in government policy and a decision to exclude members of the opposition from the delegation that took part in COP17 in Durban. Given the passage of time, I'm hoping that at this opportunity I'll be able to determine from the Parliamentary Secretary what the position of the government will be in relation to the composition of the delegation to COP18 when it occurs in Doha. I'm particularly interested to know whether at this point the representatives of the Minister of Environment here this evening, the Parliamentary Secretary, is able to confirm whether in fact Canada plans to participate in COP18, which will also include negotiations relating to the Kyoto Protocol. The reason for this question will be obvious to those who have been attentive to this issue. On return from Durban, the Honourable Minister of Environment announced that Canada had no intention not only of participating in the second phase of Kyoto, but that we also intended to legally withdraw. Now, there has not been, I don't think, sufficient attention to the fact that when the Minister of Environment made this announcement, he did not, in fact, legally withdraw Canada from Kyoto. That isn't possible in one fell swoop. He, in fact, put forward a letter that has gone to the UN Secretariat on Climate Change. The effect of that letter is to be a one-year notice of Canada's intent to withdraw. So this creates an interesting dynamic, if you will, for the Conservative Privy Council in that of this government, that the legal withdrawal from Kyoto will not take place until after the conclusion of COP18, which is taking place, as I mentioned, in Qatar, in the city of Doha. So I'm hoping to explore this evening a couple of future prospects that I'm hoping the government has considered. Will we, in fact, participate in negotiations relating to the second phase of the Kyoto Protocol, as we did in Durban, undermining progress that other nations intend to make in that second commitment period? Will we stay home from Doha? Will we, if we attend Doha at COP18, return to the practice of decades, Mr. Speaker, not merely of a previous Liberal government or a previous majority government or a previous minority government, but going back in time at least as far back as the government under former Prime Minister Trudeau, certainly the practice of former Prime Minister Mulroney, and so on through the decades until we find ourselves in a situation where opposition members for the first time were excluded by this current government. So I'll ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to advise, will Canada be participating in COP18? Will members of opposition parties be included? And if we participate in COP18, will we have the effrontery to participate in negotiations under the Kyoto Protocol when we've already signalled our legal intention to withdraw? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for her question this evening, and I'm glad to be able to speak to it because there is a lot of mistruths in her statement. First of all, I'll address her question with regard to the composition of the delegation leading into Durban. You know, our government has been quite clear in our approach to priorities, and that is that we have a strong mandate to ensure that our economy continues to thrive and that we see job growth in this country. And from that, I think in the lead up to Durban, we felt it was very very important for our government to speak with one voice at Durban because of the varying positions that would be in violation or in a dichotomy against that initial principle. So when we look at the NDP, they actually worked against our interests of the country by going to the United States and lobbying against our jobs in the energy sector. The Liberals have a track record of complete inaction when it came to climate change. Their government signed on to Kyoto with no plan to implement it. And also they saw greenhouse gas emissions rise under their tenure. And, you know, my colleague opposite's party has been varied in their policy stance on how to approach environmental stewardship while balancing the need for economic growth. You know, by contrast, our government has been very clear. We have said that we need to ensure that we take real action with regard to greenhouse gas emission reduction, but we also need to do that in a pragmatic way to ensure that our economy remains in a competitive advantage state. That said, we felt it was very important to have our country speak with one united voice at Durban, and that voice included the fact that we are taking strong action here at home domestically. We are leaders. The International Institute for Sustainable Development recently in a report said that our government's policy it's a good start. We're making actual progress with our sector-by-sector regulatory approach. We've seen regulations come into place in the transportation sector. We're now looking at the coal-fired sector. And we've got plans for other sector reductions and regulations as well. So, number one, strong domestic approach. Number two, our government has said that the Kyoto Protocol is not something that we should just be standing still on with regard to an international approach to greenhouse gas emission reductions. We need to see all major emitters come to the table. I mean, my colleague opposite has to acknowledge that the Kyoto Protocol now includes less than 20% of the world's the world's greenhouse gas emissions at present. So we need a new agreement. We need to have all of these countries come to the table and sign on to an agreement with binding targets. We did not feel that the opposition parties had that stance. And as such, because we're proud of the approach that we're taking and because we want to see real actions, our government was proud to go to Durban and take that message forward. So, you know, with regard to some of the other questions that she's asked, we do have a very clear position. We've been very transparent. We withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol because it does not work, and the international community needs a new agreement to see real reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. So therefore, we will continue on the good work that was started in Copenhagen, continued in Cancun, continued in Durban this year towards that new agreement. But we will also continue with our pragmatic, balanced, action-focused approach, a sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also ensure that our economy is not competitively disadvantaged while we do that.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to confess that although I have great personal regard for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'm disappointed that she didn't answer any of the questions I put forward in my initial statement. Certainly there were no mistruths, as she characterized them in my statement. We still don't know from her statement if Canada plans to go to Doha and what the composition of the delegation will be. But I do need to correct a few things she said. The idea that a delegation of the Canadian government can only include members of Parliament who agree with the government position is absurd. In the past, I can recall that the Liberal government took along a very terrific guy, by the way, former member of Parliament for both the Reform and Conservative Party, Bob Mills. Now, Bob didn't happen to agree with the Liberal Party policies, but he was part of government delegations because in international fora, we are a country. We are international. We are not just one party. The Liberal climate plans were late, but they were good. They were cancelled by the Conservatives. We do need to have more countries in Kyoto, and the way to do that is to participate in the second phase of Kyoto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to address my colleague's comments, first of all, it is important to speak with one voice, and that's not necessarily one party's voice, but it's one unified voice on something that's as important as climate change. Our government feels quite strongly that the approach that we're taking to global greenhouse gas reductions is an action-focused one. It's one that we're going to see real results over the next few years. And I certainly hope that we can work together, because I also have regard for her, to refine that approach. That said, you know, I think it is so important to note that the Kyoto Protocol, as it stands right now, you know, she seems to think that she just stated that if we sign on to it or sign on for a second commitment period, we're going to see that action. We're not. Major emitting countries do not have binding targets under this agreement. We do, as a country, contrary to what she says, have the legal right to withdraw from this, and we also have an obligation as a country to ensure that we have an agreement where all major emitters come to the table to see real action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we proceed to the next question, I just remind honourable members that during adjournment proceedings, members are invited to sit wherever in the chamber that they wish, to be in close proximity, perhaps, to the parliamentary secretary or minister that they might be questioning. The honourable member for Trinity, Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, air travel is an important means of travel for Canadians to bridge the vast distance in our country and to connect us to the rest of the world. The rising number of passengers show the central role that aviation plays in connecting family members and business partners alike. In rural areas, air services provide crucial links to isolated communities. Airports are there to enable transport and mobility, for example, seeing doctors or accessing jobs. With a number of strategically located airports, Canada also increasingly serves as a hub for intercontinental connections. Sadly enough, the commercial importance of air travel for Canadian citizens and companies is not reflected in the policies of the Conservative government. Like their Liberal predecessors, they have been dragging their feet in implementing vital safety measures and to ensure air carriers are properly certified and monitored in their contributions to make traveling by plane safe. Let me give you 3 examples. The first one, the Canadian Federal Pilots Association has urged Transport Canada to hire more inspectors to check more aircrafts for the airworthiness. And what did the ministry do? Actually reduce those inspectors by 10%. The Auditor General said in his 2008 report, pointing out severe flaws in the way deregulated air safety was being handled, and that is being offloaded to the air carriers under the name Safety Management System. The Transport Safety Board, over the years, have heavily criticized the Transport Canada, and let me give you one concrete example. The Terrain Awareness and Warning System has been recommended since 1995. Unfortunately, for 13 years, the Liberals did nothing, and for 6 years, 3 Conservative cabinet ministers also didn't do much. So we have seen a study show this terrain warning system prevent close to 100% of accidents. The U.S. and EU required all planes to have these warning systems years ago. And since 1997, 35 planes were flown into the ground, leading to the death of 100 people and 46 serious injuries. Many of these lives could have been saved. So in 2003, I'll give you an example. In U.S., in 1998, U.S. made installation mandatory. In 2003, the International Civil Aviation Organization recommends all its members to do the right thing, and unfortunately, this government is, even though they made an announcement recently that it's asking the new rules to give airlines 5 full years to implement this change, that they have to have TAWS in their planes. So my question is really what will happen in these 5 years before these regulations are enforced, because we know that with the terrain awareness warning system, lives can be saved, and after all these years of wait, it should be implemented immediately.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by pointing out that this government, through Transport Canada, NAV Canada, and the system of airports, large and small, national airports and regional airports, has collaborated to instill the highest safety standards and the best methods protecting passenger, crew, and pilot safety of any country in the world. And we continue to build upon that success throughout the operation of our program. Now, the member's original question from which this intervention today emanates was regarding the fleet that we operate as a Transport Canada. Our fleet is maintained by the department and by its maintenance engineers, and it's operated by the department's inspectors who provide safety oversight for the civilian aviation industry in Canada. The Transport Canada has a robust program in place to verify the safety of air transport companies. We dedicate more than 80% of civil aviation safety resources to oversight activities like inspections. Our surveillance procedures include planned and unplanned inspections to verify compliance with our aviation regulations. These inspections involve on-site interviews with staff in order to review the company's safety practices. The reason pilot inspectors use Transport Canada fleets is to conduct inspections in the following two ways. For starters, it allows the transportation support for oversight activities to occur in certain locations, for example, in the Arctic, where there is no direct commercial route or daily service. Without these existing aircraft within our fleet, this would result in extended travel times, which would be inefficient in their use of resources. Second, the government has contractual agreements with its pilot inspector union to maintain its current pilots' operating hours. Inspectors are required to maintain their qualifications, which in the case of pilots means maintaining their pilot license and instrument rating. Flying these aircraft also provides departmental inspectors with exposure to the National Civil Aviation Transportation System, which is important. If you want to be an inspector of the system, you should know how it works and have some practical hands-on experience with its operation. Additionally, the aircraft fleet may be used under certain circumstances to carry government officials. Now, it should be pointed out, the honourable member's original question criticized the expenditure on this fleet. It should be pointed out that following an expenditure review, Transport Canada is reducing the aircraft fleet from 42 to 27 aircraft. And in the process, we'll save millions of dollars in both capital and operating costs. This is an example of how, while we continue to believe in the necessity to have a Transport Canada air fleet, we also work to reduce the burden that that fleet imposes on the Canadian taxpayers who fund it. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, we have no problem with having inspections. In fact, we've been asking for more inspections. We have been asking for hiring of more air pilots. The Canadian Federal Pilots Association has documented a big cut in inspections and that they're calling to hire more pilots. We note that in this supplementary budget, the aviation safety has been cut by $17 million, which is a cut of 7%. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is really how many pilots right now are hired to do inspection as compared to, say, 5 or 10 years ago? I've been told that there's a dramatic decrease, and therefore the Pilot Association is worried that because they don't have trained staff to do the inspection, therefore the safety management system cannot be implemented successfully.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for an important follow-up question. The reality is that our job here as parliamentarians and as a government is to deliver the services that people need, in this case civil aviation security, in the most cost-effective manner possible. Now, that means from time to time we will find areas where we could deliver the same service but at a lower cost. We do so by eliminating excessive administration, duplication, and by driving efficiencies. That is also the case within the area of civil aviation, within the area of security at our airports and in the sky. So we work in order to ensure that we deliver the service first, and then we find, second, how to deliver that service in the most efficient manner possible. The measure of our achievement is not how much money we spend, but whether or not we keep the Canadian people and international travelers safe when they use the system. So that is the goal. Those are the two goals of our government: security first, and then efficiency. And we will continue to work within the confines of those goals. And so far, I'm happy to report to the House, Mr. Speaker, we've been very successful. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la...
Motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.